The demon lord, the subject of this fight, speaks in a sharp tone. Quiet shock rules the council chamber, not just from the two men who had their movements taken away, but everyone else. Nobody knows how she could stop the two of them so easily in their tracks. This is only natural. The demon lord has never shown off her full power before. The two men are entangled in countless invisible threads, too fine for the eye to see, stretching up and away behind their heads, the marionette strings. Those who are captured by those threads are transformed into the demon lord's puppets. This is not restricted solely to the living either. As far as I know, the demon lord can use these threads to control 10 individual puppets in battle, enough to completely obliterate her opponents. However, that is only what I am aware of. The demon lord has yet to show me her trump card. She is not the fool that Blow claims her to be. She is not the demon lord merely because she calls herself as such. She is the demon lord because she is more than qualified to be the demon lord.
If you keep wasting my time, I'll kill you myself, okay?
She smiles grandly. After seeing that, not a single person in the room still harbored any illusions of working against her. She tugs on the marionette strings, and the two men are forcibly returned to their seats. She removes her threads, and finally control of their movements is returned to them.
I'm very sorry.
Thanda Mai!
Darat stutters out an apology, his face pale. Blow can't even say a word.
Very well then. What of the Eighth Corps?
While this may be cruel for me to do as an older brother, I simply pass straight over my foolish younger brother.
No problems here.
Wrath, the commander of the Eighth Corps, gives his brief reply. This man has never seemed particularly interested in sharing his opinions about the Demon Lord. In exchange, there are plenty of other things about him that are problematic, but none of those things are relevant right now, so there are no issues at present. The real problems are the next two individuals.
The march of the Ninth Corps can proceed without issue.
This man, if I were to describe him in one word, is black. He wears a full suit of pitch black plate armor that almost seems to be part of him. What little of his face you can see reveals dark black skin. His hair is black as well. There is only a single spot of color on him, an eye that gleams strangely red. I do not know this man's true name, just that he is called
10th Corps, no problems.
Seated next to the man who is black is a woman who is white. The robe she wears is white as snow. The skin she exposes is pale to the point of unnaturalness. Her 3 long braids of hair are white as well. Her eyes are closed, so everything about her is simply white. I do not know this woman's true name either, just that she is called. These two were added to the leadership of this war by the Demon Lord herself. I do not know anything about their background. I can, however, guess. These two are, most likely, lords. Lords, powerful beings who manipulate this world from deep within its shadows. And these are 2 of them. How the Demon Lord managed to get these 2 to sit on her council, I have no idea whatsoever. However, since they have such overwhelmingly ominous presences, my vigilance must constantly boil.
All right. This is all looking great.
The Demon Lord nods her head happily.
So, let's get this war started, huh?
With those words, the curtains rose on a new beginning. That of a great war between men and demons was launched. A war said to be the very worst in all of history. Faced with this truth, all I could do was let out a quiet sigh. Why to and so the war began. The army of the demon races is advancing. I caught wind of this news this very morning, from a report delivered to us by a spy who had infiltrated the demon lands. It's finally come, huh?
It has, although I personally would prefer if it hadn't.
Julius, there's no way that it wouldn't, though. I know that you don't like fighting, but humans and demons have always been enemies. You had to have known this day would come, though.
Yeah, the demons have become more and more active ever since the previous hero died. But I think we've held on pretty well.
Yana, the saint, Jiskan, the former adventurer, and Hawken, the reformed former thief. As these allies of mine say, ever since the previous hero died, the demons have been increasingly active. Nothing has yet broken out into a major battle. only small, contained skirmishes, so it's likely that we've kept the status quo fairly well.
So, when will they arrive?
Hurens has gone to find out. He should be back. Ah, there he is now.
At Yana's words, I turn around to see a friend I've had ever since I was a child, the second son of the Duke Quarto's house, Hurens, walking towards us.
Hyrants, how does it look?
At the rate they're advancing, they'll arrive at this fortress by tomorrow.
I see. So soon, huh?
War. Ever since I became the hero, I've lived every day in the midst of battle. However, this will be my first time experiencing a battle of this scale. And not just myself, either. There were no large-scale battles in the time of the previous hero. As a result, the only people who truly know what it's like to fight in a battle this large are those who fought with the hero from 2 generations ago, and not many of them are around anymore. Those who are still with us are, with the exception of the long-lived races, almost all too old to fight. In other words, nearly every member of the armies of humanity who are going to fight in this war have never experienced a battle of this scale ever before. The demons we will face live far longer than humans. It would not be unusual for there to be those among them from that old hero's generation, if not even from older generations than that. I wonder, how will that difference in experience play out? On top of that, the amount of raw power a demon can bring to battle is high. Their bodies are stronger and tougher than those of humans, and they possess greater magical power too. They also possess the same level of intelligence as humans. When it comes time for a human, whose stats are low, to fight with a monster, whose stats are high, it is ultimately the power of their skills and the power of their intellect that make the greatest difference. However, against demons, those are of no use. Demons, after all, possess the same skills and the same intellect. To be honest, I'm scared. However, as the hero, letting that fear show on my face would be unforgivable. If I, the embodiment of humanity's hopes, were to do so, everyone would feel the same fear. I lightly grab hold of the scarf wrapped around my neck, hiding away my fear.
I've been meaning to ask this for a while, but what is that scarf you're wearing? It's hot out, yet you're still wearing it.
This? It's a memento from my mother.
The scarf is pure white, without a single decoration.
This is something my mother knitted for me before she died giving birth to Shun.
Shortly after giving birth to Shun, her health rapidly worsened until she died. Around then, at the same time, the demons started moving more and more, and I became the hero. My father shouldered the burden of his grief over losing his wife, and yet still threw himself into the hectic work of ruling his kingdom. Because of that, he's somewhat estranged from Shun and Su. As time goes on, I believe that they'll be able to bond with each other as parent and children, but the 2 of them must be attending the academy right now. When those 2 graduate, I'm sure that they'll do something amazing with their lives.
I see.
Yana is at a loss for words. Whoops! She might be thinking that she asked me something she shouldn't have.
Yana, don't worry about it. I got over it a long time ago.
Still,
Right. No need to worry about that. Rather, you should be talking about his Oedipus complex.
Hyrants, isn't that a little bit of an overstatement?
I return Hyrence's playful teasing with a smile, and I can hear the people around me chuckling to themselves. That's great. It wouldn't do for the people around the hero to be gloomy. I'm grateful to Hyrence for his nice save. The best person to have around you is an understanding friend, after all.
Hey, do you know what this scarf is made of?
Wouldn't it be best if you didn't tell her?
it doesn't look like it's normal cloth. He wears it every day like this, but there's not even a single scratch on it.
Right. It's definitely made of a very special, very valuable sort of material. The kind that they say is now impossible to find.
Whoa, it's really that valuable.
Yeah, the correct guess is spider silk.
As spider silk.
Yana's fallen off of her chair. She's absolutely terrified of bugs, and spiders the most so of all. That's why I haven't said anything about it to her so far.
Could that maybe be spider silk from the Great Elro Labyrinths?
Yeah, that's right. You know about it?
I do. It's a very famous story amongst adventurers, after all.
Ah, yeah! The phantom spider of the Great Elro Labyrinths. I remember now. Oh ho! So this is made of that spider's silk. Huh.
This is made of something really famous, huh?
How does that story go?
Sure. When I was still very little, there was a party of adventurers that braved the Great Elro Labyrinth. There, they found the nest of a spider-type monster from a species called Taratek and burned it away. This kind of monster is ordinarily very weak in combat, but on rare occasions they've been known to make nests like that. Those nests are generally a big problem for adventurers, so it's generally understood that whenever you see a nest, you should burn it away. Then, after they burned it down, they found inside it large piles of silk. What's strange about this silk is that it's not like normal magic thread. It's an amazingly good conductor of magical energy, and it is fantastically resilient. When they brought it back with them to sell, they got very rich very fast. It's a very famous tale of an adventurer's success.
After that, there was a huge rush of people trying to capture Taratex. In the end, though, nobody could find one that could make the same kind of silk, so now they call it the Phantom Spider.
Huh.
Without a doubt, this must have been what my mother used to make this. From the story I was told, a great merchant with a keen eye presented it to the royal family as a gift. He must have struck a hard bargain with those adventurers to be able to get it. As the rest of my companions start getting more excitedly into the topic, Hirance privately contacts me using telepathy.
Julius, the way the demons are moving their forces is very strange.
What's strange about it?
They're spreading their forces thin, like they intend to invade all of the human lands simultaneously. However, I don't know why they'd do something like that.
Can you speculate?
Yeah, concentrating all of their might on a single spot would be a better strategy, I think. So this is something that they've explicitly decided to do. I think it's wise to assume that they're going to do something.
Any guesses what that something is?
Well, it's really something I don't understand. But we shouldn't let ourselves be caught unprepared for whatever does happen.
Got it. Thanks, Hirance.
I suddenly get an ominous premonition, like I've just stepped into an enormous trap without realizing it. But I, the hero, am not allowed to run away. Once again, I grab tightly onto my scarf made from spider silk. The great human demon Warsi I am demon warer. Future historians, when discussing the great human demon war, always tell of Okun Fortress. While the demon armies are said to have invaded the human territories all at once, before that, the defenses of Okun Fortress were laid low by the demons' machinations. The event in question took place one day before the demon army's arrival. A certain cargo was delivered inside the fortress by the unit that had always delivered supplies to the fortress. As this unit had, until that point, worked earnestly at their jobs, not a single person suspected them, and so, the cargo was brought into the fortress with very little actual inspection. Nobody knew how huge of a bomb it actually was.
Hey, what's in this cargo? Who knows? I didn't hear about what's in it. Judging by the smell, maybe it's feed for the war horses, or something? Did it just move? Huh? Nah, can't be. It's moving. Hey, which unit brought in these crates? I don't know. These were already delivered here by the time I noticed. Go find that out immediately. After that, report to the senior staff what's happening here. I'll stay here and keep an eye on these things. Yeah, got it.
The soldiers who discovered the cargo made no error in their reaction. Their true error was reacting a little too late.
Whoa! Look out!
Something leapt out from within a crate, tackling a nearby soldier to the ground.
Gah! Is that an anagrak?
What leapt out at the soldier was a single monster. A monster with a form much like a monkey.
What's this? What happened? Monster! Why's it in the fort? Help him, quickly!
More soldiers had arrived, drawn by the sound of the commotion. They drew their swords, swinging their blades at the monster assaulting their compatriot.
Stop! Don't kill it!
If the situation were calmer, perhaps they would have remembered. The monsters known as Anagresh are truly terrifying. Countless swords stabbed out, impaling the monster. As if signaled, more monsters leapt out from the other crates. When the soldiers saw this, every one of them realized the consequences of their actions, and their faces turned pale.
We have no choice now. Counterattack!
At the hands of the soldiers, the remaining monsters were slain. On their own, these monsters are not especially strong. For the soldiers stationed at this fortress, situated at the very front lines of the war against the demon races, they pose no threat at all. However, that only applies when there is only one of them.
Report to the commanders. On it.
The faces of the soldiers who slew the monsters were grim.
What do you want me to say? That the nightmare of the revenge monkeys has begun.
The Anagrach bear the nickname. They are ferocious monsters who absolutely do not forgive any creature who wounds any of its kin. If one were to kill an Anagrach, a large swarm of them would come charging forth. When this happens, there is not a single thing that can stop them until either their target, or the entire swarm, is dead. These are monsters that dwell within the madness of rage.
What's going to happen to us now? At worst, this fortress may fall.
The arrival of an enormous wave of Anagrach came on the next day, coinciding perfectly with the demon race's assault on the human territories.
Perfectly done.
Yes, ma'am. All went exactly to plan.
Countless monkey-like monsters clung to the walls of the fortress, forcing their way in one after the other. At first, the humans defending the fortress had used their magic to intercept the invading monsters. However, although they felled Anagrach after Anagrach for every one they killed, another, angrier one surged forth, pouring into the fortress. While the sheer number of invading monsters may have been terrifying, the greatest trouble was their complete lack of any fear of death. The Anagrach had targeted that sturdy fortress, so in the end it fell.
Right. And we've suffered 0 casualties with this method, too.
Indeed we have. However, nobody will be able to go near that fortress for quite some time, unfortunately.
The Anagrach even attack members of the demon races. For now, until every last Anagrach has retreated from the fortress, nobody can approach it lest they accidentally attract the attention of the monsters and suffer the same fate as the fortress.
That can't be helped. Besides, invasion isn't the point of this war. This is perfect as it is.
You're very right. Still, that was masterfully planned.
Oh, you flatter me.
Truly, Sanatoria thought it was nothing to brag about. From her perspective, what she did was very simple. She used her succubus powers to seduce the humans delivering supplies to the fortress, brainwashed them, and had them capture a few Anagrach. Then, she had them deliver those captured monsters into the fortress with the supplies. That's all. There were many holes in the plan, and the chances for failure were high. However, even if she were to have failed, it would have still worked out in the end. The most important part of the plan was to get a human to mess with the Anagrach, which was all that was needed to create the current state of affairs. There was no particular need for any Anagrach to be transported into the fortress, after all. She could have simply brainwashed some other human, had them kill an Anagrach, and have them innocently enter the fortress. This time, it was truly only by chance that this plan went so smoothly. No details were worked out to the point that any part of it could have been considered.
Forgive me, Demon Lord. I have no intention of meekly following your expectations.
The image of the Demon Lord suddenly came to her mind. Sanatoria held enough power to control the armies of the demon races. However, she did not feel that even that was enough to defeat the Demon Lord. She had no intention of disobeying a foe that she had no chance of beating. She may not have intended to rebel, but she could see that if she merely continued to obey, she would be relentlessly used until all usefulness had been squeezed out of her. That is the kind of person the Demon Lord was. That's why Sanatoria will continue to obediently follow the Demon Lord's orders, while straying just a little from her expectations.
As a demon, I might be making a mistake, but as long as I'm making my quota, I wonder if she'll let me slip by.
To her monologue, there is no reply. The great human-demon war, Tydo, Tebur, quote, violent barrages of magical spells were being exchanged at Dazaro Fortress. The man supervising the fortress was Elder Ronand, the man who was called the greatest mage of humanity, second only to the elves. Furthermore, the other mages deployed to the fortress were themselves Ronand's pupils. The greatest magical force that humanity could have possibly have brought to bear was here at Dazaro Fortress, a fact that was most fortuitous indeed. The enemy they faced was the 6th Corps of the Demon Army, led by Huey. Huey, similarly to Ronandant, was a preeminent mage in the demon armies. The corps he led, of course, was also quite proficient at magical combat. The battle was a competition. The demons were more powerful as a species, but the humans fought them from behind powerful fortifications. Both the individual power of the demons and the defensive position of the humans were excellent. However, this flashy, ostentatious exchange of spellfire was merely a charade. Hidden beneath it, both sides were carefully considering when to deploy their trump cards, their grand magics. In large-scale battles where two armies crash into each other, anti-army grand magic carries enormous weight. These magics lie within the spell lists of the highest-ranking magical skills, yet even the most accomplished mages cannot cast them by themselves. Thus, it is only through the use of many assistants with skills to assist with constructing the spell formulae or channeling mana that these spells may be cast. However, since the spell formula being constructed is so necessarily huge, an experienced mage with the spell formula perception skill can easily see through it. With an understanding of the magic that the opponent is going to fire, it is possible to intercept or defend against it. As such, gathering many mages that wield many different attributes is essential when mobilizing an army. For this reason, even though great magics may possess tremendous power, there have been many instances where they were successfully defended against because they were fired carelessly. Because great magics consume so much energy, they cannot be fired repeatedly. In order for that shot to be successful, the mages must do one of several things. They could pour more power into it than the enemy's defenses can handle, construct the spell formula so quickly that the enemy cannot raise their defenses in time, or somehow outwit them entirely. Increasing the power output of a spell, though, is no simple matter. The speed of constructing a formula is also difficult to increase, as top-class mages all tend to construct formulas at very similar rates. As such, neither of those two options are seen frequently in battle, unless the opponent is weak in both of those areas. As such, all that can be done is outwitting the opponent. Anti-army class spells, these grand magics, are used in practice to smash through the opponent. So, in order to do so, a commander must be capable of reading the enemy's grand magic while ensuring that their own is not read, in turn. It is this fight, hiding beneath the flashy exchanges on the surface, that is the true battle that forces specializing in magical combat must win. Or, that's how it usually is. By the time Huey noticed the truth of this battle, the situation had begun to tilt. Huey, who himself possessed a great deal of magical ability, was focused far more on discerning his enemy's grand magic than on commanding his troops. In an ordinary battle, this would have been the correct move. However, his opponent consisted of the most powerful, most veteran mages humanity had to offer. Huey was a member of the demon races, which live far longer than humans. Despite his youthful appearance and childlike face, he had lived a considerably long time. Even so, his foe this time was difficult indeed. Elder Ronand defied the convention of warfare, using his great magic as a decoy as his forces used lower-ranking spells to whittle away, bit by bit, the strength of the demon army. Ronan's pupils were well versed in the art of greatly empowering lower-ranked spells. Ordinarily, lower-ranked spells do not carry very much power. Their spell formulae are incapable of containing any more. Additionally, such weak spells wouldn't be capable of completely exceeding their target's resistances. At worst, they'd deliver minor wounds. Ronandat destroyed that common sense. He devoted his life's studies to increasing the strength and durability of spell formulae. Those empowered spell formula could be used to drive more powerful spells, making it possible to raise the power of low-ranking spells far higher than they could have been before. As a result, he had succeeded in turning low-ranked spells into something that could inflict fatal wounds even on demons who possessed naturally high resistances. He had trained his pupils in how to use these techniques, and they could all cast low-rank spells with great power behind them. The magical barrage thought to be a diversion was, in reality, carrying fatal force behind it. And, while this was occurring, Ronand was constructing a great magic as a trap, weaving an incomprehensible spell formulae that trapped Huey's attention as he focused on trying to decipher it. By the time Huey noticed what was going on, his army had begun to accumulate losses that they could not ignore.
Shit! Lord Huey, we must retreat!
Huey thought, if he were to withdraw from here, would that demon lord forgive him? No, that demon lord would not. The enemy's losses were minuscule compared to his. He could not claim that he met his quota. Thus she would demand compensation for the difference. She is that kind of demon lord.
We cannot retreat.
Why, sir? At this rate, our losses will only continue to increase.
What can't be done cannot be done.
His adjutant did not know the circumstances behind his decision. Since he did not, he could speak of evacuation. Huey began to grow irritated at his subordinate's ignorance.
I'll prepare the great magic. Assist me.
Even if you start casting now, it's useless. We must retreat.
Assist me.
The surrounding officers went dead, silent at Huey's words, as he refused to even acknowledge the call for retreat.
Help me, now.
This was Huey's final action. An ultra-long-range sniping spell burned a hole clean through Huey's head. A high-powered precision strike that targeted only the general with pinpoint accuracy. Ronand had noticed the chaos that had risen in his enemy's ranks, and chosen that moment to strike. If one were to judge his spell by its sheer power, the raw amount of mana it contained, and the difficulty of constructing its formula, it would be a sniping spell rivaling that of a true great magic. Huey's life came to an end, snuffed out by the secrets of the Elder Ronand. The great human demon war, Bad Bod, aid to the demon Morit. Within the tent, we go over the results of each of the battles. Every army has, without exception, a soldier among its ranks that possesses the far speech skill, which is the evolved form of telepathy. Here, we assemble all of the information we receive from them in order to monitor the progress of the war and send back new orders. It seems that Sanatoria, leading the Second Corps, successfully executed her plan to coerce the Anagrach into attacking their enemy's fortress. That woman does some truly unnecessary things. It's not unusual for the Anagrach to explode out like that after they go through a breeding cycle, but to explicitly act to provoke that kind of aggression is... The Anagrach, as a species, periodically undergo breeding cycles where their numbers multiply massively. When their numbers are few, they typically live deep within the forest and generally do not cause very much harm. However, after breeding, they immediately spread out in search of food, their range of activity instantly growing by great lengths. The forests, the Anagrach live in straddle the territories of both the human and demon races, but generally tend towards the demon race's territory. Thus, after a breeding cycle, the demon races tend to bear the brunt of the damage. Sanatoria took such a headache-inducing species of monsters and instead made use of them. Under ordinary circumstances, this is an incredibly dangerous, almost unusable tactic that poses great danger to your own well-being. As such, perhaps this was a situation where even she was at her wit's end. In addition, the Third Corps under Kogo and the Eighth Corps under Wrath are both victorious. The Sixth Corps under Huey and the Fourth Corps under Murazophis have both been defeated. Murazophis suffered some injury, but his life does not seem to be in immediate danger. Huey, however, was slain on the battlefield. So far, he is the only commander to have fallen. Furthermore, there are still battles taking place. However, it feels like we are being pressed back on each of those battlefields. Agnut, leading the First Corps, is assaulting Kusorian Fortress, an important base on the edge of the Rengzant Empire, a very large nation of humans. It is obvious that the soldiers deployed there would only be a hand-picked elite. It is only natural for even Agnet to be having difficulty with the assault. Darud, of the 5th Corps, is also facing a bad situation. Until now, the two forces have seemed to be on equal footing, but it seems that we are now being pushed gradually back. Lastly, Blow, leading the 7th Corps, is having the greatest problems. There, he faces the hero. Although the two armies appeared to be on equal footing, the hero and his allies have been unstoppable as they charge forward. They might even, in the worst case, make it all the way to Blow at his command post.
All right, all right. This is looking good, isn't it, Black?
As I'm busy giving orders to every corner of the battlefield, the Demon Lord sits elegantly atop a chair, speaking to the Black Knight that stands beside her.
Yeah, it is.
Black, you're so curt. Could you be just a tiny bit more civil?
That would be pointless.
Blee.
Such a thoughtless conversation to be held in the middle of a war. No, actually, Black is being perfectly serious. It is the Demon Lord who is thoughtless.
But man, the 2nd Corps, what was that? Well, whatever. That succubus. She did something real interesting. You can use those monkeys like that. Huh?
The Demon Lord nods, alone, with a big grin on her face, as if she really did find something that interesting.
Is that all right?
Huh? Oh yeah. Sure, we didn't take any losses, but man, did a lot of humans die.
I see.
The important thing is that people keep dying. Who cares if they're humans or demons?
My blood freezes when I hear those words. As I feared, this person is looking at us as nothing more than bait. If she doesn't think of us as comrades, then when the time comes, I'm sure she won't hesitate to cast us aside.
Hey, Black, is this bothering you?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. You stirred this one up, after all, with all your blundering.
For an instant, I freeze completely in place. I desperately force myself to move again, hoping to cover it up. What did I just hear? This war is Black's fault. I haven't heard anything about this at all. What are these two talking about that even I don't know?
You're right. I was naive and brought this on.
So, now I'm covering your ass for you. Show a little gratitude, huh?
I can't be grateful. I see now that what you're doing is necessary. However, I can't condone the methods that you two are using.
You say that, but I wonder why you don't get that. If we don't make this stop, things will just keep going on like they did before?
You may be right.
I am. Well, being all worried and hesitant is very you, after all.
I pretend to continue working as I pay close attention to the conversation, hoping to obtain even just a little bit more information. Going by what they were saying just now, are the Demon Lord and Black not on particularly good terms? There isn't any open hostility between them, but I get the sense that they're barely one step away from that. However, it is extremely unusual for them to have such a calm discussion while I'm within earshot. Perhaps this is information such that it simply does not matter if I hear it, or perhaps this entire thing was a ruse, and they're trying to bait a reaction out of me. I can't decide.
Well then, we hit our target number this time. Huh? Hey, Balt, go issue the retreat order to everyone, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Without delay.
My heart trembles deep within me, but I take great pains to ensure that not even a single trace of it shows on my face. Retreat? Sure, there are places on the battlefield where we are at a disadvantage, but it is far too early to fully retreat. Or, perhaps, does she have a reason for retreating like this?
Our objective is bringing the hero down. If we can shoot him down, I don't really care about whatever happens next.
We were trying to kill the hero, but he's still alive. Why are we retreating if we haven't killed him yet?
Don't worry. After all, White is there. I don't care if it's the hero or anyone else. Nobody can possibly match White, my greatest masterpiece.
The Demon Lord asserts this with supreme confidence. The woman accompanying the 10th Corps, named White, is approaching the place where the hero and Blow stand.
As long as White's there, there's no way that Hero's making it out alive. No way.
As I look upon the grinning figure of the demon lord, I get a very bad feeling about this. The great human demon war mind Julius, the hero. I slice through the demons that rush in on me as my companions, and I tear through the demon force's flank. In the beginning, we were fighting defensively from on top of the fortress walls, but when I realized that our situation was slowly but steadily growing worse, we launched our attack. After all, even if we could still fight, the rest of the troops were being worn down. Since that was the case, we decided to try to smash through their lines ourselves. If we're highly successful, we might even be able to break all the way through to the demon's commander himself. If we can capture the commander, we could overturn the entire battlefield. A demon swings at me with a deadly blade, shouting something in his demonic tongue. Since I don't speak a word of demon, I have no idea what he's actually saying, so I just bisect the demon and his sword. Much like that, I continue running forward. Before me, demons frantically raise their shields. Without slowing at all, I swing my sword in a broad horizontal stroke at the wall of shields. Both the shields and the demons behind them fall to the ground, cut in half. Every demon that charges in at me is cut down with a single swing. Eventually, they start to falter.
Clear a path. If you flee, I will not chase you.
I have vague hopes that this would work. However, not a single one of them turns to flee.
Julius, if you're talking at them in human, do you really think you'll get through to them?
Having that pointed out to me makes me uncomfortably self-conscious, even though we're in the middle of a battlefield.
Although, as a threat, it seems to be effective.
Although the demons have been trying to encircle us, I see that they're hesitating to attack.
They're terrified of how bonkers Julius's strength is.
It's too early to say that they're going to fall back now, though.
As if on cue, the demon's formation parts. Through the gap, a single demon walks straight towards me.
You're the hero?
Huh. I didn't think someone would talk to me in human. That's right. I am the hero. I am Julius Zegan Analyte, the hero.
The demon nods once, then slowly draws his sword from its sheath.
My name is Blow, commander of the 7th Corps of the Demon Armies. Hero, fight me fair and square.
I accept your challenge.
Our eyes lock. The surrounding demons, as well as my allies, hold their breaths, watching raptly as the demon commander and I prepare for our duel. The first to move is the commander, who had called himself Blow, swinging his sword diagonally down at my shoulder. I swing my own blade to intercept, and our swords collide. Although I had slashed with great force, Blow's sword isn't the slightest bit damaged. As a last resort, I force him back with sheer power. Hey, did that demon just block Julius's sword? That demon really is a monster. Blow is off balance after having been shoved, so I step in to attack again. He quickly decides that he doesn't want to risk getting hit, so he dodges back away from my swing. Unfortunately for him, that was not an effective defense. I release the holy light that was bound within my sword. The holy light creates a shockwave that crashes out at Blow as he tries to avoid the slashing sword. Surprisingly, he manages to block this with his sword as well. Blow quickly recovers his stance. Once again, I release holy light from my sword. Simultaneously, I form 10 spheres of holy light in the air around me. Julius just got serious. Looks like his opponent's giving him the real deal, too. The spheres of holy light hang silently in the air as I mentally assign instructions to each of them. Then, I fire them all at Blow. Every single one of them moves with my will. Even if he could dodge, they would chase him all the way to the edge of the world if they had to. Blow seems to be preparing to attack the spheres of light as they get within range. When the first arrives, he intercepts it with his blade. At that instant, the sphere self-destructs, scattering holy light in an explosive burst. Blow is blown off his feet, having taken the brunt of the explosion head-on. The remainder of the spheres mercilessly streak in, detonating one after the other. I look warily at the rest of the demons, my sword still at the ready. Each of them looks on, dumbfounded. My allies, however, are perfectly calm, as if this had been the only possible outcome to begin with.
Not yet.
I look back at Blow. Surprisingly, he's still standing, despite the fact that blood seeps from wounds all over his body. In the blink of an eye, his wounds all close. I didn't sense him weaving any magic, so it can't have been a recovery spell. Perhaps he used the magical treatment or willpower treatment skills to heal his injuries.
Don't do anything reckless. The difference in our strengths is too great.
As if I could lose so fast! If I let myself lose like that, I wouldn't be able to face my big brother ever again.
I see, this man has an older brother. I have one too. But if I had to compare, I'd say that my sense of myself as Shun's older brother is stronger. Speaking as an older brother, I wouldn't want my younger brother to do something reckless. I'd want him to come home safely.
If you have siblings, then that's all the more reason why you can't die here today, right? Retreat. I won't chase you.
There's no way I can retreat.
Blow leaps towards me. I slap both him and his sword aside, and the power of holy light pummels him mercilessly. Even still, he stands up again, and again, and again, and again. Eventually it finally comes to an end. Blow's recovery has ceased.
It's over.
It's not. Oh.
It's over. I warned you, and you disregarded it, and now you have been defeated.
Quietly I stand next to Blow. Slowly, I raise my sword high, then swing it down.
Damn it, bro, there.
His last broken words were spoken in demon, yet I could still understand the meaning behind them. Painful emotions well up in me. However, pity for an enemy is useless. The demons have all fallen silent. From their ranks, however, someone steps forward. She is white. There's no other way to describe this girl. She is white. Then, she slowly opens her closed eyes. The great human demon war, Mass Trustee, Adnat, commander of the First Corps of the Demon Armies, looks out over the battlefield before him, a stern expression on his face. The battle is not going in his favor. At a glance, the flow of the battle seems to shift back and forth between the offense and the defense, but in truth, the demon army is starting to lose focus. Amongst all of the positions that the demon armies had chosen to assault as part of their all-out attack, Kusorian Fortress is especially high priority. It is not an exaggeration to say that this fortress is what separates the demon race's territories from those of humanity. Even if every other position falls, the human forces must defend this fortress at all costs. If it falls, it would mean that they were ultimately incapable of stopping the demon's invasion. It is that important. For that reason, the soldiers stationed there are elites, picked from the best humanity has to offer. Even a private in this army is capable enough that they could be generals of a small country's forces. Their opponents, the First Corps, are all elite warriors themselves, handpicked by Adnat, a decorated veteran with an extensive career, even for a demon. If you exclude the hero and the demon lord, then you could reasonably state that the armies gathered here at this fortress have the greatest combat strength their respective nations could provide. It is well understood that demons outstrip humanity, but Adnat suspects that this may not truly be the case. It's not at all wrong, but at the same time it can't be said that it is truly right. The difference in power between the humans and the demons is because of their difference in raw stats. Generally, demons have much higher stats than humans do. However, that is all they have. Even if you say that demons generally have higher stats, each individual demon does have some variation. If a demon is weak, then there may exist a human that is stronger than them. Most importantly, there is no difference in their skills. In this world, one's combat strength is only partially decided by stats. Skills have a much greater effect on one's effectiveness in battle. There are, of course, individual differences, but if you were to look at the bulk of both humanity and the demon races, it is best to say that there is no real difference overall. If stats are all you look at, there are monsters that are far stronger than even the demons. However, if a monster is not a walking disaster, ranked as S or over S on the human's danger scale, then it can be defeated. That is, since monsters lack intelligence, they are not personally cognizant of skills and thus cannot train themselves in their use. Monsters are different from humans and demons in that they possess inherent skills from birth. On the other hand, humans and demons can use the knowledge they have accumulated to train in specific ways to acquire and strengthen their skills. These accumulated skills can then become weapons able to defeat monsters, even with their naturally inherent skills. Any skills that the monsters may earn are either gained as the result of their own natural actions or due to sheer chance over the course of their lives. When compared to humans and demons, it's obvious that they possess many more skills than the average monster. Because of that, they can overcome the raw difference in stats. The difference between a demon's and a human's stats is ultimately not that great. When you compare them to the stats of an upper-class monster, the difference actually looks tiny. Plus, there is no real difference in skill levels. It is not wrong to say that demons are superior, but Adnet has come to the conclusion after many years of battle against the humans that the difference is ultimately insignificant. Furthermore, since demons live so much longer than humans, their birth rate is correspondingly lower. As such, it is only natural that there would be fewer of them. Humanity has superior numbers, and demons have superior stats. Each of their potentials for combat strength rivals the other. For this reason, in this war, since humanity holds very strong defensive positions, it is humanity who holds the advantage. Against the mighty walls of the fortress, the demons cannot advance, and their losses are gradually starting to accumulate. The human forces, however, are suffering only minimal losses behind their fortress walls. The walls themselves are taking some damage, but at this rate the demon's line will collapse long before the walls do. Adnet, recognizing this, still could not come up with an effective countermeasure. The forces of humanity were putting forth a solid fight, not though any clever schemes, but simply relying on the well-established tactic of defending behind fortress walls. This tactic is based on the accumulated experience of many years of battle. It is a well-established tactic because it is rarely defeated, so if Adnet were to try something clever and fail, he would surely face severe retaliation. This is not to say that there are no clever ploys that could defeat this well-established tactic. However, Agnot is an old commander, for good or for ill. He is well-versed in using strong, established tactics to win his battles, and as a result, he is unskilled in improvising clever new plans. Even so, Agnot is an excellent commander and has survived many battles where the odds were stacked tremendously against him. Possessing great foresight thanks to his many years of experience, and able to make use of it to deliver precise instructions, he has been called the Great Commander by some. Even so, the battle was worsening, minute by minute. It is at this time that the order to retreat comes from headquarters. Agnot immediately executes this order. Even if he were to continue fighting on, all he would be doing is incurring large losses, all in vain. However, the evacuation will never be completed. At that moment, a giant monster suddenly appears.
Queg? Queen Taratect?
Adnet's eyes go wide. This was a legendary beast, the likes of which he had never seen before, despite his very long life. This is the pinnacle of the spider-type monsters, and it is rumored that only 5 of them exist in the entire world. The Queen Taratect has appeared on the battlefield, completely unexpected despite its enormous bulk.
This can't be. How did this happen?
There are probably no more than 5 Queen Taratects in existence in the world. The one that lives closest to Kusorian Fortress should still live an enormous distance away. No matter what angle Agnot looks at this situation, it can only be described as unnatural. Agnot forces the chaotic jumble of his thoughts back into order. In the first place, it is absolutely impossible that a monster as enormous as a Queen Taratect could have approached the battlefield completely unnoticed by any of the soldiers. Since that is the case, there is only a single option that comes to his mind. It moved using spatial magic. As far as Agnot is aware, the act of magically transporting a creature as enormous as a Queen Taratect could only possibly be done by a single specific person. In his mind's eye, that one demon twists her mouth into a crooked smile.
Ah, I see. You've already finished with what you wanted me for. Demon Lord.
And so, the over S-ranked monster, the legendary creature who can only be described as a walking disaster, began trampling the area, with no regard for either humans or demons. On that day, Kusorian Fortress vanished without a trace. S-17, the voice that informed me of ruin. Ever since Hugo attacked, things have been quite peaceful. That incident, however, has made me think about things somewhat differently. I cannot let myself think that this world is the same as Japan. This is a dangerous world, where my life may be in danger from unknown sources at any moment. However, deep down I haven't wanted to change. This might be a naive way of thinking, especially after everything that's happened, but completely abandoning the morality that I cultivated in Japan is not something that I want to do. Thus, going around and murdering everybody at full power is also not something that I want to do. Even if I say that, though, I must work towards being able to protect myself. When I was attacked, I made the people around me worry far too much. Sue, who still clings to me despite being too old to keep doing that, was of course very anxious about my well-being, as was Katya and Yuli. Katia seemed especially agitated about me getting attacked, more so than I would have thought. When I heard you got attacked, my mind went totally blank. I was panicking so hard. I think I'd surely have the same reaction if something were to happen to Katya. When I told her this, for some reason she hung her head and started mumbling to herself.
Seriously? Seriously me? That can't be right, right?
What the hell was that? Or, rather, I'm kinda worried about that. However, it is a fact that I caused her to worry. Truthfully, if Miss Okazaki hadn't come running so quickly, there's a good chance that Hugo would have just killed me. Thinking about that terrifies me. Death is terrifying. Thus, I decided that I was going to become strong. Up until that point, I'd been proactive about gaining strength, but I needed to get much more serious than that. I needed to spend the skill points I haven't been spending by useful-looking skills and level those skills up. As part of our curriculum, we fought monsters. Since I've trained so much, even though I had no real combat experience, I was able to defeat them very easily. However, I gained experience points, and those experience points made my level raise. I am no longer level 1, like I was when Hugo attacked me. As my body matures, my stats shift from being strongly magic-focused to something more balanced. Because I forged my body into something much more reliable, my physical stats have caught up with my magic-related stats. Now, both my magic and sword skills can probably be described as top class. Even still, I continued to train. I've become strong. I can feel that now. However, I know someone even stronger than me. I don't think I'll ever be able to reach as far as that lofty height, but I know that I can push myself just a little bit closer. Since becoming strong, I think I've realized my desire. Originally, I wanted to become strong so that I could protect my own life. However, I came to want to protect those who are dear to me. I started with Sue, but it's not like there's any weak people close to me that need my protection. Even still, I want to be strong enough that I could be relied on if something were to happen. Over time, the list of people I wanted to protect grew beyond just my close friends. The students who used to admire me from a distance have lost their selfishness and have gradually started to open up to me, starting with Paulton. They haven't closed the distance enough that I could call them my friends, but I can protect them, so I want to protect them. Recently, I've been wondering if this is what you'd call the feelings of royalty. Does my brother Julius, the hero, fight while always holding these feelings in his heart? When I think about that, I feel like I might have gotten just a little closer to him. I haven't seen my brother ever since I entered the academy. I don't even know where he is right now or what he's doing. I keep hearing that the demons have become more active lately, but this academy, as closed off from the outside world as it is, doesn't get much news about the outside world. It's possible that he could be fighting demons right now. Well, if we're talking about my brother Julius, there's no need to me to be worried. But even still, I'm concerned about how people are talking about the demon's activity. I haven't seen Miss Okazaki either, perhaps because of the increase in the demon's activity. Previously, she'd attend classes from time to time, but in the past year I haven't seen her in a single one. I've run into her occasionally on campus, so I'm sure she's still using this place as her base of operations. But even now I have no idea what she could possibly be doing when I don't see her around. There is another person I haven't seen. Ever since Hugo attacked me, I haven't seen him even once. I don't know if he's even still here at the academy. Immediately after the attack, I occasionally heard that he'd been spotted here and there around campus, but in these past few years I haven't heard anything like that at all. He probably isn't at the academy anymore, I think. If I were to say that I wasn't concerned about what happened to Hugo after that, Even now, I can't forgive him for what he did. At the same time, though, I can sympathize with him, at least a little bit. He had so much power he was drowning in it, and he lost it all. For someone like him, for whom power was everything, losing all of his power must have been like losing everything he had. I know that I'm being naive, but even so, I can't help but feel a little bit sorry for him. With neither Miss Okazaki nor Hugo here, the days pass surprisingly peacefully. I attend classes, I chat with Sue and the others, and when I have time, I train. Like that, the days pass by. It has been so tranquil that I'm starting to doubt that the demons had been mobilizing at all. Requirements have been met. You have earned the title and have been awarded the skills Hero LV1 and Radiant Magic LV1. The voice breaks through the tranquility.
Huh?
I am in the middle of class, and my confused voice resounds much more loudly in the classroom than I expected.
Schlein, what's the matter? Is there something you don't understand?
My mind is in such turmoil that her voice washes right past me.
Schlein? Schlein! What happened?
Most likely at this point my face has gone entirely ashen. After all, isn't it a little strange? Only a single person in the world can possess the title of hero. And there's only one hero that I know of. Titles, too, aren't something that you can relinquish once you've earned them. In other words, you cannot just give up the title of hero, not while you're alive. In other words, it's that. That thing has happened. I can't believe it. I don't want to believe it. That title, though, is clearly listed right there in my stat screen. On that day, one hero died, and another was born. The shadows of the great human-demon war. You couldn't prevent the demon armies from attacking then. There wasn't any way. This generation's demon lord has recently been behaving, unusually like a demon lord. This is not at all to our liking. Then, how bad were the casualties on both sides? Tremendous. The loss of a hero was the greatest blow to the human forces. All of the demon army suffered profound losses as well, in their meaningless assault. Was this, as the administrators predicted too? Yes. I couldn't have guessed that a Queen Taratect would be sent onto the battlefield like that. That was supposed to be one of the Demon Lord's trump cards. Was it sent out to make General Agnot disappear? I can't say. Perhaps the Demon Lord may have noticed our relationship with Agnat, or perhaps she just wanted to crush the humans, the demons, and Kusorion Fortress altogether. In any event, we've lost a collaborator, haven't we? Yes, we did. However, the Queen Taratect that was sent out is considerably wounded. She won't be of much use for some time. If we were to attack the Demon Lord, would now be the best time? No, even if the Queen Taratect is out of commission, the Demon Lord is still powerful. It would be best to think that only a single asset of hers has its movements restricted. She's that strong? Her vanguard named White is also very strong. I hadn't even considered that she could outmatch that hero. Was this hero perhaps weak? He was not weak, but it's difficult to simply say that he is strong. As a hero, he was about average. I see. Shun must be terribly sad.
We do what we do so that we can end that sadness. Never forget this.
I know that already. So, who's the new hero?
We don't know yet. However, one must have been born somewhere. We must find them before the Demon Lord or some other trouble does.
I wish my skill would apply to titles. To...
That cannot be helped. Skills are not all powerful.
Really, I don't want to be relying on skills at all. Whenever I use them, I feel really unpleasant. Like I've been dirtied.
Skills are, ultimately, just power. Whatever the administrator's motives may actually be, there is no reason to hate power.
I know that, but it's a matter of emotion.
I must warn you, no matter how much you hate skills, you must not do anything like what you did ever again. Am I clear?
Yes, I'm sorry.
I'd prefer if you were. You so calmly do such unreasonable things whenever your students are involved.
I'm a teacher, after all.
Heh, very well. Oka, go back out and continue working with Leston.
Understood.
Do not speak like that before me. It's disturbing.
Did you really need to send that out?
That? Whatever could you be talking about? If you just say that, I'll ever understand.
The Queen Taratect.
Ah, that big ol' Miss Spider, huh? What an amazing coincidence. She just kinda showed up in the middle of a battlefield.
Don't play dumb.
Whoa, Black, you're scary. White, save me. Come on. White, can't you even give me a little reaction? I'm your big sister.
Don't change the subject.
It's fine though, isn't it? It's not really that big of a deal, right?
You think it's not that big of a deal?
Yeah, I do. What? Black? Don't tell me. You're getting mad about something that small?
How many people did you just victimize?
Dunno.
Do you think this is a problem that'll go away if you just don't know about it?
Hey, Black, you sure you want to ask me that?
What do you mean?
Should you really be calling a tiny little thing like this a problem that'll go away if you don't know about it?
What are you saying then?
You know what I'm talking about already, don't you? The truth the world forgot. The truth about your colleagues, who've forgotten as well and are just living it up.
That's...
Black, no, Administrator Gullidistides. Since you, Mr. Administrator, keep acting like that, I had to step up and take on this pain-in-the-ass Demon Lord job, right? You've got no right to criticize how I'm doing this.
Even so...
Even so what? It's too late already. The humans, the demons, those elves scuttling in the shadows, all of them are guilty of the same crime. All that I'm doing is collecting all that debt they've been accumulating all this time. If you're going to cry and cry about a little thing like this, what are you going to do next time?
You're saying this wasn't enough?
Nope, absolutely not enough at all. I have to make this war even bigger. I have to make this world suffer even more. If I don't do that, things will never balance out.
What will become of the world when it suffers even more than this?
So I'm a spider, so what? This audiobook is sponsored by Artale Novel. If you are interested in exploring what we have provided on our community platform, please download the app artale.ai/novel.
I'm also kinda interested in that skill too. It doesn't have any weird text in its description like how the 7 deadly sins skills do, but it looks to be super high powered. Anyway, well, I say that I'm interested, but since it would take the ludicrous sum of 15,000 points to actually acquire, that's firmly out of my reach. There's a skill on the list too. It's got the same sort of vibe to it that the hero skill does, but it's way cheaper, at a mere 5,000 points. If I were going to take either of them, it would be this one, but I'm pretty sure that the instant I did, so I'd wind up with a matching title too. So, if I had the skill points, this would be the highest efficiency use of them for me, and it's got that delicious frosting on top, too. Well, I wonder if I should just play it safe and get the higher-ranked Evil Eyes. There's a bunch of higher-grade ones that can't be bought for a mere 100 points. They're nowhere near as good as the hilariously broken skills, but these are relatively easy to get with skill points, so I wonder if I should go for these after all. Anyhow, what I also want to be doing is beating up monsters so that I can earn experience to gain more skill points. But I haven't seen any monsters at all since a while ago. I completely annihilated the massive monsters the Fire Drake had been leading. But after that, there haven't been any more monsters at all, even when I've been moving around to find more. No, there actually are some. They're just hiding beneath the magma. Thanks to detection, I can tell that they've been running and hiding for their lives. Well, the thing that they're running and hiding from is, me. Probably because of my Bringer of Terror title. And my coercion skill too. Between those two, it's only natural they'd be terrified of me. The way they run makes me think of a certain metal monster in a certain RPG that's the pride of a certain country. The instant I notice them, they immediately flee. I'm also kinda hating that the ones who keep hiding from me are starting to get ranks in the stealth skill too. How desperate can you be? I want to scream at them. If everything keeps running away like this, I can't actually hunt. On top of that, I won't actually get much experience at all if I manage to kill one of these things, unlike that metal guy. Right now, I'm level 15. Finally, I've broken level 10. Since Zoa Ere is a high-ranking evolution, I already know that I'm going to need to level beyond level 10 in order to meet the conditions. Now that I've passed level 10, I can finally think to myself that I'm a high-ranking species. Looking at my magic stats again, I feel like I might even be able to hold my own in the lower strata as well. My stats have actually managed to catch up to some of the numbers I saw on Earth Dragon Kaguna a while ago. Huh? When did I get this strong? I just noticed it now. Now that I'm thinking about it, the only stat I was able to get off of the Earth Dragon was its health. But that was something around 3,000, wasn't it? If you're just looking at my magic stats, wouldn't it be an even match? Seriously? I can fight an Earth Dragon! No. Calm down. We're talking about an Earth Dragon, right? I must be guessing wrong here. Yeah. The only things that actually caught up were my magic stats. Man, though, getting this strong, it's easy to see why they're running away. If someone strong like me came barging through, radiating fear from things like coercion, anyone would want to run away. I'd run too. The story of my life. But man, I'm in trouble. I can't level up like this. What do I do now?
113 Spider vs. Fire Dragon Fight Amida.
I finally managed to get clear of the magma lake and back to an area with some real solid ground. Sure, I'm happy about that, but ever since then I haven't found any monsters to hunt at all. Thanks to that, my stamina, which I previously had so much of, has actually started to deplete. Of course, it's nowhere near the point where I might starve to death, but in the interest of being economical, I've turned off my stamina-consuming skills. Arg, what to do? There's nobody around here that isn't hiding in the magma, and there's no way I can mess with them at all, either. Running away to a field where you have an advantage, how cowardly, shamelessly avoiding an actual fair fight. This is still a huge problem, though. Nearly every monster in the middle strata is capable of hiding in the magma. With my speed, if I catch them while they're still on land, I can kill them before they can run away. But if they start out already in magma, I can do absolutely nothing about it. I'd be kinda happy if I could just kill a bunch of monsters on the shore to maintain my stamina stocks. But doing that won't actually get me any experience points. Man, and I just decided I wanted to save up skill points. Since I'll be evolving when I hit level 20, I want to get one more evil eye by then. Once I evolve, I'll use the bonus skill points from that, as well as the points from leveling up, to start aiming for Sloth. But right now that plan's completely ruined. What do I do now? If I can get to the upper strata, there won't be any more magma to deal with. So even if monsters try to run away from me, it's not like I'd have any problems actually trying to catch up to them. Aren't there any monsters out there that won't try to run away from me? Okay, I did think that, but isn't this a little too mean?
Rend, the Fire Dragon, LV20. Statistics, HP 3007, 101 3701. Green, plus 1200 details. MP 3122, 3122. Blue plus 1200 details. SP 3006, 198 3006, 198. Yellow details. 3665, 3665. Red plus 912 details. Ag offense 3281. Details. Ag defense 3009. Details. Ag magic power 2645. Details. Ag resistance 2601. Details. Ag resistance. Speed 3001. 175. Details. LV1 reversed scale, LV8 high-speed HP recovery, LV3 6 MP consumption reduction, NV5 1 mana perception, LV5 offensive magic, LV4 LV1 greater SP consumption reduction, LV1 greater flame enhancement, LV6 LV6 LV2 piercing enhancement, LV2 Kate greater bashing, LV2 Kamard Nation, LV10 Command, LV2 greater probability compensation, LV10 Tang danger sense, LV10 Tang engorgement, LV Tomes B10 Tang engorgement, LV2 end flashing resistance, LV1 greater bashing resistance, LV1 greater bashing resistance, LV1 greater bashing resistance, LV1 greater mana pool, LV4 greater endurance, LV5 LV5 greater toughness, LV5 greater resistance, LV5 skill points available, 35 skill points available, 35 skill points available, 35 skill points available. Titles. It started very fast. Maybe we entered each other's danger sense radii at the same time, because we readied ourselves simultaneously.
This is a fire dragon. It looks like a fire drake, whose wings had grown even more, making it look truly like a dragon's dragon. From its stats, I can see that it's roughly on the same level as the earth dragon Kaguna. Man, just when I was thinking I might be able to fight Kaguna, something like this happens, huh?
We're both some distance away from each other. However, it somehow looks like the other guy wants to start something.
What do we do? Yep. So without further ado, activate maximum sprinting speed. I flee at a mad dash, as if I could match a dragon. Wait! The fire dragon's right behind me. This is bull.
It's even faster than we are. It's overtaking us.
Commander Magic, get us out of here the usual way.
Commander Magic invokes a certain spell, the 7th level Shadow Magic spell, Shadow Meld. It's a magic that lets the user sink things into a shadow. The mana expenditure increases based on how large the object is, though it's impossible to sink an object into a shadow smaller than itself. It is, however, possible to change the size of a shadow, thanks to the 2nd level spell, Widen Shadow. So, I can make a shadow big enough to match whatever I need to stash away. As for what happens to things submerged in shadow, it seems like they go to some place you could call the shadow dimension. This dimension has no air, nor can you really move around, so it's an incredibly dangerous space that will basically just kill you if you enter it. If I can sink my enemy into it, it's a one-hit KO, I think. However, since it's impossible to actually close the entrance when something's inside, it's comparatively easy to escape from. Plus, if whatever I'm trying to capture tries to resist, it's actually pretty simple to do so. I know this from personal experience, having tried it out on a monster a while ago.
It's a pretty worthless magic on its face, but if I combine it with Shadow Surface, the 3rd level magic that lets me create shadows even in bright light, I've been thinking that I might be able to use it as an escape magic. Anyhow, just before the fire dragon catches up to me, I plop down into a shadow. Simultaneously, I deactivate coercion and erase my presence. There's no air in here, so I can't breathe, but if I search outside with detection, I can see that the fire dragon is looking around in confusion, its prey having just disappeared into thin air. If it keeps failing to notice me like this and decides to wander off, then my plan is a flawless success. I wonder if I can hold my breath for that long. This isn't good. It figured it out. After looking around restlessly for a little while, it started staring intensely down at its feet. At its feet, where I'm hiding. That's right. I almost forgot about that one particularly nasty skill in its list. Presence detection, level 10. I'm not caught like a rat in a trap. I'm a spider in a shadow.
114 Spider versus Fire Dragon, ta-ta-ta.
Now that it's come to this, I have no choice but to steel myself. I set the synchronization level of multiple wills to its absolute maximum. Next, I have Commander Magic start casting spells.
I stretch the shadow that I'm hiding in into a long spear and shoot it up towards the dragon. This is my combination of the 4th level Shape Shadow, the 5th level Hardened Shadow, and the 6th level Manipulate Shadow spells, which I've named Shadow Spear. I use Shape Shadow to form the shadow into the shape of a spear, give it physical form using Hardened Shadow, and then use Manipulate Shadow to move it. The surprising thing about shadow magic is that if you don't combine all of the spells from 1st through 6th level, you can't actually do any direct attacks with it. It's a really hard magic to use. On top of that, its mana consumption is super inefficient. It's a pretty terrible magic that doesn't really have much use at all. However, right now, this magic's saving my life. The fire dragon easily dodges out of the way of the approaching spear. In that instant, I escape from the shadow I was lurking in and put some distance between me and the dragon.
It's me versus the fire dragon challenging me. Frankly, I don't think I can win. My opponent's ability scores massively outpace mine. To make things worse, our respective affinities could not match up any worse for me. And, if that wasn't enough, that dragon has the status effect resistance skill. This skill, just like its name implies, boosts the holder's resistance to any attacks that inflict abnormal statuses. If I add that skill to its already high resistance stat, then I could probably say that it has tremendous defensive capabilities. I'm status effect spect, so that's what I meant when I said our affinities don't match well for me. To add even more, there's no weak spot in its skill set. Up until now, I've fought against countless monsters with higher stats than mine, but have won thanks to the power of my skills. However, although I technically have a larger number of skills than it does, it has a lot of the same skills that I do, and even some better ones. It has some of our shared skills at a higher level than I do, and it even has the evolved forms of some others. It has superior stats and skills. Plus, its affinities trump mine. I don't beat it in any measure, yet I must win. If I don't prevail, I'll die. I'm prepared for the worst. There's no way that I have literally zero chance of victory, it's just that the odds of my defeat are way higher. I might die here. I'm scared of dying. However, there is no life without death. So, like I said before, shouldn't I blaze as brightly as I possibly can in life, and burn out just as brilliantly? I have no intention of dying, but if my time does come, I'm not just going to stumble into an undignified death. You going to kill me, dragon? Well, you better come at me with everything you've got. If you think you can get away from this without a scratch, you're wrong.
As soon as I finish preparing myself, I switch coercion back on, unleash all of my evil eyes, simultaneously evoke battle magic, battle spirit, and draconic power, and start weaving a spell formula. The fire dragon, seeing the strength of my resolve, clads itself in blazing fire. The fire dragon's skill it has seems to be the evolved form of the fire drake skill. It's only natural that it would be able to still use the abilities that fire drake gave it. One of those abilities is the 8th level flame cloak. It's a more advanced version of the 2nd level heat clad ability, and exactly like its name implies, it wraps the user's body in a raging cloak of flame. On top of that, it's an ability that increases the user's movement abilities due to the heat. Somehow, it seems that this dragon has recognized me as such a formidable foe that it can't let itself be caught unprepared. Neither of us is prideful enough to drop our guards. It's time for a serious fight. The dragon spits a ball of fire at me. This isn't a real assault, it's just probing my defenses. Even so, if you think about how low my fire resistance is, even this cautious attack is powerful enough to reduce me to cinders if I get hit directly. Regardless, this playful little fireball has just as much power as the strongest one the fire drake ever shot at me. I dodge with all my might, thanks to the combination of its aiming and greater probability compensation skills. It's not something I can dodge so easily. It's at a level that I need to have 3 different strengthening skills enabled and rely on the full power of my evasion skill in order to dodge it. I unleash accelerated thought and foresight. At the same time it spits its fireball, it rapidly moves to close the distance between us. The fireball was a smokescreen to hide its true attack. It whips its long, serpentine body around, lashing out at me with its enormous tail. The powerful physical attack is made only stronger by the roaring flames that are so fatal to me. I barely dodge this as well. Just doing that makes my health go down a little bit.
If I hadn't noticed the dragon's approach with accelerated thought and predicted its movements with foresight, I would have been in serious trouble. Right now, it seems like my evasion skill combo is just slightly better than its aiming and greater probability compensation combo. However, things are bad for me right now. No matter how much time passes, the fire dragon is showing no signs of paralysis. It looks like my curse has decreased its health by a little bit, but I've had barely any impact on its stats at all. It looks like it's resisting both of them with its high resistance stat. I have a hunch that my evil eyes would still have an effect if I could give them enough time. But there's no way that the dragon is going to obligingly sit there long enough for that to actually happen.
I narrowly dodge the torrent of claw attacks that come in the wake of its tail slap. The dragon looks at me vigilantly, since that I have evaded even that attack, then immediately puts some distance between us again.
Panic grips my heart. The fire dragon's skills are, generally, higher-ranked versions of the fire drake's. It's only natural that a fire dragon would be able to use the same skills that the fire drake could. Specifically, that one particular skill that drove me into a corner. That skill that embodies the tyranny of the masses itself. Command. The higher-ranked form of the leadership skill the flame drake was using. A skill that exerts great control over one's subordinates in order to subdue them.
One by one, I see monsters start to gather within the edges of my detection. I have no excess pride here. I saw the fire dragon as a formidable, superior foe, and had even resolved to die. The dragon, however, has no excess of pride either. It is using its full power to defeat me, even though I'm weaker. There's neither cowardice nor anything else in that.
My chance of surviving, already so low, just diminished even further.
115 Spider vs. Fire Dragon, Mott.sick.
I need to end this battle before these new, rapidly gathering monsters enter the fray. Even in the best conditions, dodging the fire dragon's attacks takes literally all of my energy, leaving none at all to spare for other trivialities.
I fire off a poison bullet as I dodge another attack, but before it even gets close to hitting, it vanishes. As it approached, the dragon's reverse scale skill unraveled its spell formula, and then it hit the flame cloak. The already weakened bullet simply evaporated away before the heat of the fire wrapped around the dragon's body. The bullet's power was completely negated, and the dragon didn't even have to lift a single claw to react to it.
Not only does it have instant kill offensive power, its defensive power is so great that any half-hearted attacks won't even damage it in the slightest. On top of that, it's even faster than I am. If it felt like it, it probably could have used its evasion and greater probability compensation skills, plus its speed, to easily dodge that poison bullet. Man, I don't like this. Thanks to my evil eye of curses, its health is slowly ticking down. However, all that I'm actually wearing down is the extra health stocked by its engorgement skill. Unlike me, the fire dragon has stocked 1,200 points, the maximum allowed by its skill level. Its mana stockpile is the same. The only thing it doesn't have maxed out is its stamina stock, but even that contains a huge quantity of points. To be perfectly honest, shaving away at these quantities with my evil eyes is pointless. I'd run out of strength long before then. I can't even put my hopes on decreasing its stats. They are decreasing, even if only a little. But the glacial rate it's going at is far slower than with other monsters. It would take an enormous amount of time to get any appreciable effect from keeping this up. I really am going to die long before that actually happens. I've got one thing that might instantly turn this battle around. The evil eye of paralysis. Even that, though, doesn't seem like something I should be putting a lot of my hopes into. The fire dragon's status effect resistance skill's gone up to 2. I'd be alright with that if it had already been on the cusp of having enough skill proficiency to level it up. But if it wasn't, that means that my opponent's skill proficiency is accumulating faster than I'm actually able to paralyze it. I don't think it actually has a perfect defense against it, but it seems like it's too much to hope for that it'll actually get completely paralyzed. Nothing that I've come up with so far is going to work. Now that it's come to this, I don't actually have very many choices left at all. The best method I can come up with is to pump it full of enough poison that its poison resistance can't keep up with it at all. Among all of the weapons in my arsenal, my deadly spider venom is the most lethally potent. Even the fire dragon with its status effect resistance shouldn't be able to come out unscathed after a dose of that. However, I don't think a single shot of it will be enough to kill a dragon. Even if I manage to get a lucky hit in, it won't mean a thing. What I need is to get in a powerful, reliable attack. However, that flame cloak stands in my way. It blazes so hotly that even just being grazed by it causes my health to disappear. If I can't break through that, then I've got no way to actually deliver any attack. If I tried, I'd just get incinerated as soon as I moved in.
As I rack my brains, Commander Body frantically continues to dodge the fire dragon's attacks. She's at the point now where she's abandoned all hope of offense and are focusing entirely on evasion. Even if Commander Magic fires off counterattacks, the combination of reversed scale and flame cloak blows them immediately away. Even my poison mist, which once killed a tremendous number of monsters instantly, is worthless against this flame cloak. The fire dragon launches itself up into the air. As soon as I see that, I frantically work with poison synthesis to adjust the poison that I need. A moment later, a torrent of raw flame erupts from the dragon's maw. Its enormous breath attack blankets the ground. This is the attack granted by the level 10 Fire Drake skill, Hellfire Breath, where the wide cone of annihilating flame blasts down onto solid rock. It heats it to its melting point, leaving patches of fresh magma in its wake. I immediately leap into the air, activating poison synthesis to create weak poison. I make the largest volume of poison I possibly can, and take refuge in the resulting ball of liquid. Since the damage value of the poison is set to its absolute minimum, the health costs of doing so are negligible. My retreat into the ball of poison happens exactly when the dragon's flame scorches the ground below me. In the aftermath, my poison sphere starts to quickly evaporate. I'm not even being hit directly, but my health is still decreasing. Before my poison evaporates entirely, I fling a line of silk up to the ceiling and frantically scramble up it. I sprint away along the ceiling, not even daring to look behind me. The dragon, of course, immediately follows me, but before it actually catches up, I manage to escape from the patch of fresh magma it just created. A fireball flies at me. I kick off from the ceiling, flinging myself into the air. The fireball explodes right where I had been an instant before. My body, flung into empty space, is seized by gravity and starts to plummet. The dragon, waiting for this, lunges at me with bared fangs. As it approaches, I yank on the thread that I'd secretly attached to the ceiling in a spot that was difficult for it to see, simultaneously synthesizing a glob of paralysis-enhanced deadly spider venom. The dragon hurtles through the space beneath me. It corkscrews sharply as it flies, and my enhanced vision shows me that it frantically twisted itself out of the way the instant its jaws snapped shut, avoiding swallowing my poison glob. My strategy of leaving globs of poison in my place that's worked so well on these middle strata monsters so far has just been defeated.
But I take advantage of that instant of distraction and drop down to the ground once more. This was a mistake. The ground is now covered by the monsters that the fire dragon had summoned. I, now surrounded, have nowhere to move.
There, the dragon once again unleashes its hellfire breath. I, without any way to resist, am swallowed by that torrent of flame. My body, without any resistance to fire whatsoever, is immolated by the fire, burned until not even cinders remain. S18, the new hero.
After receiving the title of hero, I immediately informed my father, through my teacher. Immediately after that, he summons me home, leaving behind the academy. It has been a long time since I've returned to the royal castle. However, the more I lose myself to emotion, the less stable my thoughts become. I somehow manage to calm my trembling heart, and am reunited with my father. This takes place not in the audience chambers, but my father's official office. Although it's spacious, papers have been scattered everywhere. There, several people have been assembled.
Schlein, sorry for calling you out all this way.
Even though I haven't met my father more than a few times, I can instantly tell that his voice is far more solemn than usual. This voice now is far heavier than it was during my appraisal ceremony.
First of all, let me appraise you to see if you truly have the title of hero.
Yes, Father.
In my father's hand rests the same stone of appraisal that was used in my appraisal ceremony. As soon as I reply, an awful, crawling feeling envelops my body. This is the same sensation I felt when I first met Miss Okazaki. This is the discomfort that one feels when they are appraised.
You really do have it.
My father's voice is heavy. He soon brings his hand up to cover his face, weeping.
Julius.
My older brother's name escapes my father's lips. When I hear it, I can't bear it any longer either, and tears well up my eyes. Some part of my brain tells me that this is an inappropriate place for it, but even as I struggle to contain myself, my vision is blurry with tears.
I'm grabbed gently by the shoulders. It is the third prince, my older brother closest in age to me, Leston. He gently strokes my head, hugging me gently. I haven't had very many opportunities to meet Leston either. However, he's very easy to get along with, and is my favorite brother after Julius.
My composure falls to pieces. I cling to Leston and cry shamelessly. For a while, nothing could be heard in the room but the sounds of weeping.
Father, I understand very well the desire to lament over Julius's death. However, we cannot forget what we're here to do. Let's begin our conversation.
The one whose voice breaks the gloomy silence is the first prince, my oldest brother, Cyrus. To be honest, I don't get along with him. I've never seen him smiling. He's always been immersed deep in his work, a sour expression on his face. If you ignore my older sister, who was married off into a foreign family, he is the one sibling that I feel like I could never really get along with.
Cyrus, father and Shun are both in pain. Can this wait a little longer?
No, Leston. Cyrus is right.
But, father. Silence, Leston. Father said it himself. Cyrus.
It is fine. We all feel deep sadness for the loss of our family member. However, before we are men, we are royalty. And so, as royalty, we must perform our duties. Sadness can come after.
He wipes away his tears with his sleeve. His eyes are red and swollen, but in them a fierce light burns. Is this the face of a king? It's amazing. I could never do that.
For Schlein to have received the title of hero, that can only mean Julius has been slain.
My father, chewing on his lip, says the thing none of us had clearly verbalized before. With those words, the reality of Julius's death is thrust upon me once again.
This has been hidden from the people, and from you as well, Schlein, but we have received word that the demon armies have begun an invasion. It is likely that Julius lost his life in that battle.
The demon armies? I'd kept hearing rumors about increasing demonic activity, but it finally happened? Even Julius was unable to beat that army?
We still haven't received word about the outcome of that battle. I've dispatched an excellent mage skilled in the use of spatial magic to retrieve that information, but... Enter.
I apologize for the intrusion.
The man who enters, whose name I can't remember, is I think one of this country's generals. He slowly walks to the center of the room, then kneels in front of my father.
I am here to deliver my report about the war between the human and demon armies.
Your timing is excellent. So, how did it go?
Your Majesty, the precise details of the battlefield are yet unknown, but we have driven back the demon invasion, albeit at enormous cost.
I see. Continue.
What we have been able to determine so far is that several of our fortresses have fallen, including Kusorion Fortress.
What? That enormous fortress?
Yes, Your Majesty, although we do not yet have concrete details. The entire front is in chaos, and all we have are the wild rumors flying around. They say the demons summoned an enormous monster, they blew the fort away with an unknown great magic, and so on. We have no idea which reports are true and which are exaggerated rumor.
However, you are certain the demon forces have withdrawn.
Yes, Your Majesty. There is no doubt about that.
I understand. I thank you for your report. Keep up the good work. Yes, Your Majesty. Please excuse me.
The general leaves the room. My father broods over something, his eyebrows knotted together. My brothers and I wait for his next words.
Julius's death has yet to be confirmed, it seems.
Indeed. The battlefield is still too chaotic. What should we do now?
For now, let's keep his death and Schlane's gaining of the hero title a secret.
Nobody in the room disagreed with my father's decision. I am still not yet well versed in the politics, but I agree that it's best not to say things that you don't have to.
We don't know whether or not the demon armies have completely retreated. If we announce that the hero died in vain, the people will lose all hope. Julius's death will be revealed at some point once word from the battlefield spreads, but until then we will not say anything.
Father, what shall Schlane do now?
Schlein, unfortunately, will have to withdraw from the academy. In addition, make the necessary preparations so that we can announce the new hero at any time. Schlein!
Yes, Father.
Things might be chaotic because they're happening so fast, but from now on, you're the hero. You are the successor to Julius's will and must stand upon the battlefield bearing all the hopes of humanity on your shoulders. You might not be ready for this yet. In the short time we have until Julius's death is widely known, I want you to find that resolve within you.
The hopes of humanity? That, and that resolve, to be so suddenly asked to do so.
Now is the time for you to put your heart in order. You may retire for now. Rest well.
I'm grateful for his words. Today I'll spoil myself. I'm sorry. Excuse me.
With those short words, I exit the room. My father and Leston look on with worried eyes. Sirius's eyes are cold. The door shuts behind me, cutting off their stares. I feel the sudden urge to collapse on the spot, but I somehow bear it and move forward.
It has been 30 days since then. I have spent that entire time in the castle, training by myself. Since I have become the hero, I must become strong. That, however, is only what I tell the others. In truth, if I don't do something, then I'll brood over all of the things that worry me, and I won't be able to keep myself calm. When I move my body, I feel just a little bit calmer. From what I've heard, Julius's death is still being concealed from the world. While my father's forbiddance holds tremendous weight, it also seems that the various other countries have decided that revealing the hero's death to the masses is a dangerous idea. Those who were at the battle already know what happened, but at the very least in this country, so far separated from that battlefield, those rumors don't seem to be spreading. The demon races don't seem to be continuing their attacks. It's easy to think that they had also taken significant damage in that attack, so they can't take any further action, at least for now. However, I can't be caught unprepared. This is no longer somebody else's problem. Things at the academy are the same as ever, it seems. I talk with Katia and Sue frequently via Farspeech, and that's what they've told me. How are things over there?
Nothing has changed, although there was a bit of a stir when you so suddenly left the academy.
Really? Say hi to everyone for me.
Certainly, but of course.
Sue, you doing okay?
I'm fine.
That's good. How are things?
Yuli was called away to the church today.
She did?
Yeah, I think that the church heard about the hero's death by now.
So they'd call back Yuli, one of the saint candidates, huh?
I think so. The saint was one of Julius's companions, right?
It seems that all of his allies, except for Hyrins, were wiped out.
I see.
I heard that Hyrins is going to be returning to this country soon. I think I could probably have a talk with him then. I have a lot of things I want to ask him.
Yes, brother. Could you be as docile as you can?
Huh? Well, Father still hasn't revealed that I'm the hero now, and he told me not to let that slip. I won't embarrass myself.
That's good, then.
Man, you're saying some weird things. Are you maybe worried for me?
Of course I am.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
We have several more conversations like that. Hyrins was Julius's childhood friend, and was a fighter of comparable strength to Julius himself. I met him countless times when he was with Julius. When he returns, I'm sure I'll be able to ask him about a lot of things, such as how my brother died. To be honest, I can't even believe that my impossibly powerful older brother could have died so easily. Perhaps he was caught in some dastardly trap, or maybe he faced an army so enormous that even he couldn't handle it. In a one-on-one fight, I can't imagine Julius ever losing. I'm sure that everything will be cleared up as soon as Hirons comes back. I, in order to bolster my sinking heart, immersed myself in independent training.
Shun received the hero title.
That's the worst.
Yeah. Plus, there are some suspicious things happening around him. I don't think I'll be able to support him that well.
All right. I'll return immediately.
Sorry to keep you so busy.
A teacher will work however hard she has to, for the sake of her students.
I really admire your dedication.
I don't think I was ever quite this hot-blooded before, though.
What should I tell Master Potimus?
I've already told him. We have to be ready to hide Shun amongst the elves if worse comes to worst.
I see. That may be for the best.
You don't object?
After Julius died, the last thing I want is for his little brother to die too. If it comes to that, I'd much rather he lives, even if it means I don't get to see him ever again.
I guess you're right. Let's do the best we can.
Yeah, I'll leave it to you.
116 Spider vs. Fire Dragon Notazine. The battle is over, and the fire dragon overlooks the new lake of magma that it has just created. There, the forms of its subordinate monsters can be seen, but there is no trace of a spider. Its subordinates all have heat nullification, but a spider has no such thing. There is no method in existence by which one could survive a direct hit by a fire dragon's most powerful breath attack.
And if you think that you're a moron...
An enormous globule of poison springs into existence above the fire dragon. This poison is not the weak poison I enveloped myself in a moment ago, but my most overwhelmingly lethal deadly spider venom, endowed with the maximum paralysis effect I can give it. The dragon, sure of its victory, had let its guard slip, and Sphere of Poison lands a direct hit on it. The huge poison glob crashes straight through the dragon's blazing armor and eroding away at its body.
And then, throwing my entire weight into it, I strike with my sickles.
I slip my attack through its defenses, perfectly timed in the exact instant that my poison extinguished its cloak of flame. This attack contains every last bit of power that I could possibly pour into it. More precisely, the double combo of deadly poison attack and decaying attack. The decaying attack dissolves the dragon's tough scales, and my deadly poison attack eats away at it through those wounds. It's my most powerful possible physical attack, and I personally think it's pretty nasty. The fire dragon, bellowing out in pain, falls down into the magma. I quickly scramble up the thread I brought down with me, returning to the ceiling.
The dragon, I'm sure, must have clearly seen me absolutely incinerated. I'm sure it is quite confused right now. The reason I survived is actually very simple. I never actually was in the way of its breath attack to begin with. I'd never actually left the ceiling at all. This was made possible due to the effects of my 6th level corruption magic spell, Phantasm. It's my #1 trump card, which I've been waiting for the exact right moment to use. Phantasm is a spell that shows the target what you might call an illusion. I'd cast it shortly after dropping that glob of poison in its path. In its frantic haste to avoid swallowing it, I took advantage of its moment of weakness and slipped my spell past its defenses. If I hadn't waited for a moment like that to cast my magic, its reversed scale skill and its powerful resistance stat would have let it shrug it off easily. I'm positive the fire dragon saw me descend to the ground, but in reality I've been on the ceiling this whole time. Then, when the dragon lowered its guard in the wake of its victory, I launched my sneak attack. After taking the full force of my strongest physical attack, it of course took a tremendous amount of damage. In the moment my phantasm took effect, I thought about fleeing. However, I cannot flee now. I've fled for my entire life as a spider, and if I continue fleeing, then I'll never grow past where I was when the humans burned my home all those days ago. I will live proudly. I won't be able to achieve that goal. I won't ever be able to regain my pride, no matter how much time may pass. That is not okay. I am the Lord of Pride. I must live proudly. Thus, I cannot flee. Even if my chance of victory is slim, as long as there is a chance, I will not flee. Right here, right now, I will win against the fire dragon. I will win, and I will say farewell to the weak, frail me of the past. That's right, I will surpass this annoying little dragon. Annoying? Huh? I thought it was pretty terrifying, but I'm pretty sure I didn't think it was annoying. Huh? Where did this thinking come from? Well, it's not like it matters right now. Even if I got in a single enormous attack, that doesn't change the fact that I'm still at a serious disadvantage. My health total is currently sitting at 1. I had to activate patience. On top of the fact that I've been losing health bit by bit over the course of this fight, the recoil from that last attack really hurt. Corrosion attack is incredibly powerful, but that means that the backlash is powerful as well. However, that's not the only thing that did damage to me. Even with the fact that my poison shower extinguished the dragon's flame armor, there was still enough heat left over to seriously hurt me. I still have mana. In other words, I'm still not dead. However, now any of the fire dragon's attacks spells certain death. Even if the dragon I'm facing took a tremendous amount of damage from my all-out attack, it still has strength remaining. Plus, it has allied monsters backing it up. I'm still very much at a disadvantage here.
I drop down from the ceiling, for real, this time, carefully avoiding the magma. The fire dragon is still sinking down into the pool. The other monsters seem to have been crushed by the dragon's body in the immediately aftermath of its breath attack and don't have time to deal with me. Now is my chance.
I put into motion my second trump card, which I've been preparing since the very start of this battle. My mana reserves deplete at a stupendous rate. In my current condition, spending mana is exactly like spending my own remaining life force. However, even so, this magic will have an effect that's definitely worth the cost. Isn't that right, Commander's Magic? You betcha! Hello, this is a short sample for voice cloning.
Thanks to multiple wills, which leveled up, I can now put into effect spells that require 2 people's power to activate. Commander number 2 has been readying it this entire time, and now that number 1 has turned to assist, it is now finally possible to cast this spell.
Now, open wide, O gates of hell!
Instantly the world darkens. A blackness so profound that it swallows all of the light of the magma spreads across the ground, as if the darkness of the hell buried deep under the earth is leaking out into the world above. It swallows the magma, it swallows the land, it swallows the monsters. The overflowing darkness swallows everything. This is the level 1 abyssal magic spell, Gates of Hell, the highest ranked darkness magic that heralds the arrival of hell. This is the manifestation of that in this world. The blackness spreads out to engulf everything, then rushes back into a single point, suddenly sinking back into the earth and disappearing, as if it has been sealed back up again, as if the gates of hell have once again been closed.
All that's left behind are myself and an extremely beat-up fire dragon. Are you serious? It survived against that. It, however, doesn't have much health left. Its mana and stamina are also basically gone. I'm sure that it used some skill to use those in place of its health. If it didn't, then I have no other way to explain how it could have survived the gates of hell. My mana is also almost completely depleted after casting Gates of Hell. In other words, that left me extremely worn out as well. Both of us are on our last legs. Victory will be decided by the next attack.
The method the dragon chooses is the most primitive one possible, flinging itself at me. Ah, that's the correct answer. Since we're both out of mana and stamina, it doesn't have any form of attack that's any more effective than that. And with the fire dragon's enormous build and its high stats, it's still an extremely powerful one. If its opponent wasn't me, that is.
I am a spider! What's a spider's greatest weapon? Is it her poison, her claws, her fangs? No, none of those.
The fire dragon stops in midair, snared by my fire resistance infused all-purpose silk. Even though it's fire resistant, though, it can only be used for a moment here in the central strata. But a moment is all I need. When the fire dragon's been stripped of its flame cloak, I can snare it for just the briefest instant. In that instant, I swing my sickle down. Though one of my sickles had been rendered useless by my last attack, I have one on each forelimb. So, with all my remaining strength behind it, I slice through the fire dragon's body. 117 Dragon Slayer. Experience requirements met. Zoa Era, you have grown from level 15 to level 16. Every ability score has been increased. Acquired bonus skill proficiencies from leveling up. Your skill, 3D Maneuvering, has grown to level 10. Your 3D Maneuvering skill has reached its maximum level and has evolved into a new skill. You have gained additional skill points. Experience requirements met. Zoa Era, you have grown from level 16 to level 17. Every ability score has been increased. Acquired bonus skill proficiencies from leveling up. Your skill, NDK Resistance, LV1 has grown to level 2. You have gained additional skill points. Experience requirements met. Zoa Era, you have grown from level 17 to level 18. Every ability score has been increased. Acquired bonus skill proficiencies from leveling up. Your skill, Evasion LV9, has grown to level 10. Your skill has reached its maximum level and a new skill. Probability Compensation LV1 has been unlocked. You have gained additional skill points. Experience requirements met. Zoa Era, you have grown from level 18 to level 19. Every ability score has been increased. Acquired bonus skill proficiencies from leveling up. Your skill, Aiming LV9, has grown to level 10. Your skill has reached its maximum level, and a new skill, Probability Compensation LV1, has been unlocked. Your new skill, Probability Compensation LV1, has been integrated with your existing skill, Probability Compensation LV1. Additionally, your skill, All-Purpose Silk LV1, has grown to level 2. You have gained additional skill points. Requirements have been met. You have earned the title and have been awarded the skills, Heavenly Vitality LV1, and All 4 Dragon's Might LV1. Your existing skill, Greater Vitality LV1, has been integrated with your new skill, Heavenly Vitality LV1, and your existing skill, Drake's Might LV3, has been integrated with your new skill, Tolivit. The so-called voice of heaven rings out as the fire dragon status window disappears, replaced by a simple label, Parp's Corpse. Once I see that, I finally can relax.
No monsters can be seen anywhere around me. There should have been quite a few of them gathered around, even outside of my abyssal magic's range. But when I quickly search them out with detection, I quickly confirm that they're all running away. Are they running away because they saw the fire dragon get done in? Or because of the abyssal magic? Either way, it's a huge relief. I'm completely worn out. Stat-wise, I'm completely recovered thanks to that level up, but mentally I'm still absolutely exhausted. It's like this every time. But fighting that battle was like walking on a tightrope. It's halfway miraculous that I survived at all. I mean, if I had gotten hit by even one of that fire dragon's attacks, I would have been immediately out. Even after just getting hit by the aftershocks, I was still close to death, right? A direct hit would have blown completely past my patience and obliterated me on the spot. If multiple wills hadn't leveled up immediately before I ran into that dragon, that would have been seriously bad. When it did, I then had 2 commanders in charge of magic. Thanks to that, I was then actually able to use the abyssal magic that I couldn't have used before. I say that though, but I didn't even get a chance to practice it in advance. I could figure out based on the shape of the spell formula that it was some kind of annihilation magic, but the sheer scope of its destructive power was so out of my expectations that I'm actually kind of scared. I mean, it left a 100-meter radius, 5-meter tall hole in the earth, centered on me. At the point where all the darkness rushed together and collapsed, there's an extremely deep hole. It's so deep that, when I try sweeping it with detection, I only discover that it goes far out of my range. Isn't this deep enough that it could connect the central and lower strata? Nah, I don't even know if the lower strata is actually at the bottom of this. Man, I can't shake the thought that this hole leads straight down to hell, as expected of the gates of hell. Even monsters would flee at such a display of power. Although, even though I'm sure I killed a tremendous number of them, I didn't level up. Leveling up at that point would have given me a little more breathing room though. Was it just not enough XP? I'm positive I killed a ton of monsters, right? Well, whatever. Somehow I won. Arg, though, I only leveled up to 19. Just one more level and I would have evolved. I'm so disappointed. Crud. Well, Commander Information. Since that abyssal magic cut a new hole in the ground, there's magma pouring in. Whoa, seriously? Seriously. Commander Body, load up that fire dragon's corpse and evacuate. But of course. I'm gonna be sore tomorrow.
And so, laboriously, I withdraw, dragging the fire dragon's body with me. The magma isn't moving particularly quickly, but moving the fire dragon made progress incredibly slow, so I just barely managed to make it out. I nearly sank into the magma.
I really should have abandoned the fire dragon, but it took so much effort to actually bring it down that not eating it would be really improper. Beat it, eat it, and be grateful. That's the package deal. Well, I guess all the monsters swallowed up by the abyssal magic were utterly destroyed, so I can't eat them. Woo. Well then, Commander Body, as usual, descale the body. Yeah, fuck. Now then, as usual, shall we check all these skills?
118. What it means to slay a dragon.
All right, skill time! Paying close attention to how all these new skills work is essential. Extremely essential. Why? Because until recently I had no freaking clue that all-purpose silk could have resistances added to it. Yeah, seriously, I'm an idiot. How the heck did I miss something so crucial? One aspect of all-purpose silk, granting resistances, does exactly what its name implies. I can grant the effects of any of my resistance-type skills to my silk, or, more precisely, I can add fire resistance to my silk. Granting it poison resistance, or any of the various status effect resistances, is pretty useless, but if I gave it something like, say, acid resistance, then it would be massively effective against one of those frogs. I found out about resistance granting completely by accident when I was going over some of my skills again a little while ago. Man, I was shocked. Shocked by the fact that it had such an effect, and even more shocked by the fact that I was unobservant enough that this completely managed to slip by me. If only I'd seen it a little bit earlier, I might have had more opportunities to use my silk. Well, I say that, but even if I add a bunch of fire resistance, it doesn't change the fact that it's still rather easy to burn, so I probably wouldn't have had dramatically more opportunities to show it off. I guess I could call it helpful. So, time to check on all of my new titles and skills. That's a dragon for you. I never would have thought I'd get a title just for beating a single one. So, what does it do?
Dragon Slayer, granted skills, Bisples, Heavenly Vitality, LV1. Dragon's Might, LV1. Acquisition criteria, destroy dragons. Effect, increases damage dealt against drakes and dragons. Description, a title bestowed to those who defeat dragons.
Feels like the upgraded form of Drake Slayer. Skills look like that too.
Heavenly Vitality, increases health based on 100 times the skill level. In addition, when leveling up, provides an additional increase to health based on 10 times the skill level. Dragon's Might, temporarily gain the power of a dragon.
I did it! I got a skill that will compensate for my terrible health pool. I mean, thanks to patience, I wasn't quite as frail as that. But in the end, HP is HP, you know. I might run into another situation like this, where I have to use a lot of mana too. But what a waste. My level ups came too early. If they'd been processed after my titles were awarded, I'd be way more excited about 4 levels worth of bonus health. Well, can't be helped. Dragon's Might is the upgraded form of Drake's Might, huh? That means it's just a straight-up temporary stat boosting skill. I need to figure out at some point what the actual power difference is between the two skills. This is important. This is extremely important. I didn't have the time to test Abyssal Magic before I used it, so I just kind of did it on the fly. But it really is important to actually understand what a skill does. Yeah, Abyssal Magic. Huh. I really want to test fire all the level 2 and higher spells, but man, its power is no joke. I mean, the level 1 spell was strong enough to reshape the earth, right? What's going to happen at higher levels? The mana expenditure was insane as well. So these aren't the kind of spells I can just fire off whenever the heck I want. I also have no idea how big these might wind up being. So, since this is in fact an underground labyrinth, if I'm careless about blasting these spells everywhere, then I know there's a good chance I'll just collapse this place down around me. Right now, knowing how ludicrously powerful even just the level 1 spell is, I'm a little bit scared to test out the others. Unless I encounter a powerful enemy that's somehow able to withstand Gates of Hell, I'm going to lock away the level 2 and higher spells until I get out of the Great Elro Labyrinth. Now then, next is the new skills that evolved out of or got derived from the skills I got when leveling up. Probability compensation got derived from evasion and aiming. 3D maneuvering evolved into spatial maneuvering. Probability compensation is what those eels and their higher-ranked friends had. Well, based on how their skills were organized, this isn't really unexpected. Since both evasion and aiming are capped out, it looks like now I just need to start raising probability compensation. If I do that, then my evasiveness and accuracy will rise as well. You know, this skill looks like it might even increase my luck. Let me pray real quick. Dear God, please let me live just a slightly more peaceful life. Right! So what I'm really interested in is the skill that 3D maneuvering turned into, spatial maneuvering. Show me, show me.
Spatial maneuvering allows the user to move freely in any kind of empty space.
Huh? That description sounds pretty amazing, but I don't actually get it. Any kind of empty space? You mean like the sky? Does this mean I can double jump? I need to make sure I test this out later too. Lots of skills so far have gotten way easier to use when they evolved. Even some really disappointing skills have suddenly mutated before. So it's possible that spatial maneuvering might wind up being a pretty good skill. If I can do a double jump, the scope of my tactical possibilities gets blown wide open. I think that's about it, right? Yeah, my skills have powered up a ton. If I'd only gotten just one more level, though, I could have gotten an even bigger power boost. Ugh, so frustrating.
A dragon died? In the Great Elro Labyrinth, huh? Was it? No, can't be. They've agreed to stay out of fighting. They wouldn't move on their own, I don't think. So what did kill it then? Invoke Administrator Access. What? A lord? A lord of 3 things? What the hell? And what's this skill I don't know anything about? Who could have done this? Was this D's work? But why? What is this skill? I think I need to investigate.
119 laser eyes. Well, not really, but...
Still descaling? Haha. But I refuse. Descaling everything still seems to be happening. So, in the meantime, let's use up these new skill points and pick up a new Evil Eye. Thanks to my 4 new levels, I've earned 200 skill points, which is enough for one of these higher grade Evil Eyes. The ones I can get for 200 points are
Evil Eye of Lightning, 200 and Apria's lightning attributed damage to a target in your field of view. Evil Eye of Wind, 200 attributed damage to a target in your field of view. Evil Eye of Earth, 200. Applies earth attributed damage to a target in your field of view. Evil Eye of Heaviness, 200. Applies weight attributed damage to a target in your field of view. Evil Eye of Darkness, 200. Applies darkness attributed damage to a target in your field of view. Evil Eye of Soul Rending, 200. Applies the corruption magic spell to a target in your field of view. Evil Eye of Stupefaction, 200. Applies the corruption magic spell to a target in your field of view.
It's come to this. The kinds of evil eye I could buy with 100 points were all status affliction types, but these all look like elemental damage types. The elements I'm weak against, like fire, take even more points to get. Those two corruption attributed skills look really nasty, but I think I'm definitely going to learn those spells as part of corruption magic at some point, so once again I'll pass on those. And, as such, I'm left with the elemental attributed evil eyes, but now I'm not sure what to pick. The one I'd have the best affinity to is probably the darkness one, but I don't really want to make that element any more central to my strategies. I may have more means of attack right now, but, in the past, all I had was my silk and my poison. If either of those got countered, my chances of victory straight up vanished. I can't really believe that all the different forms of attack I now have could all be simultaneously countered, but even still, I think it's best for me to have a very broad spectrum of possible attacks. So, darkness is out. That leaves me with 4. Wind, lightning, earth, and heaviness. Except, what the heck is an evil eye of earth? What would that even look like? I can't even imagine. I really want to try it just to see, but I have a hunch that it would be completely useless to anything that could fly through the air. That's probably not actually the case, but there is that one worst-case scenario. Let's give up on Earth. 3 more. Still can't decide. Wind, I think, is probably going to blast anyone in my line of sight with shockwaves. Wouldn't that be something I could use defensively too, though? Like countering fireballs as they fly towards me. The effect is applied to, so I think those might actually be legal targets. Lightning is a straight-up attack type. Out of the 3 options I have left, this looks like the most powerful. I'm kinda curious about it, because lightning is usually associated with things like paralysis, isn't it? If it did apply paralysis, then if I also used the evil eye of paralysis, maybe the rate of effect would go up. It's pretty likely that that's not the case, though. Heaviness makes me think of gravity. The other 2 look like single-shot attack types, but this feels like it a continuous effect. It would magnify the force of gravity on a target, I think. Each of them have their strong points, so I still can't decide. All right, got it!
You currently possess 200 skill points. The skill of Ludai Still I Do Afai, Evil Eye of Heaviness, LV1, can be acquired for 200 skill points. Would you like to acquire it now?
Yes.
You have acquired the skill, Evil Eye of Heaviness, LV1. You have 0 skill points remaining.
The skill I've selected after all that worry is Evil Eye of Heaviness, because I think that it'll let me hinder my opponent's movements. I can slow them with heaviness, weaken them with curses, and finish them off with paralysis to shut them down completely. My Evil Eye triple combo is complete. So, I've tried focusing my evil eyes around stopping my enemy's movements. I've got other relatively strong offensive moves as well. If it comes down to it, I can get a more suitable magic skill when I get 100 points again. Huh? Maybe doing that to begin with would have been better, wouldn't it? I've been really focused on evil eyes, but I'm really well spec'd for status-affecting magics, aren't I? Getting magic skills would have been a better idea, wouldn't it? Of course not. Let's stay the course. I'm absolutely not unhealthily fixated on the idea of blasting out 8 evil eyes simultaneously. This is a fact, because I'm telling you it's a fact. Well, no matter what I do in the future, I've got to save up my points for now. I don't actually know how many bonus points I'll get when I evolve, you know? Let's just adjust my actual strategy depending on how many points evolving is worth. If it's a lot, then I might start looking at some of the stupid expensive skills, like Sloth, that I've been thinking are out of my reach. Now then! I did not pick up the Evil Eye of Heaviness solely for combat purposes, you know? Let's give it a shot. Evil Eye, activate! Huh? What are you doing, Commander Information? What? Oh, I'm trying on some extra gravity. I've been thinking. You know what I don't have enough of? Muscle. Oh God, what is she done about? The Z fighters train under many times normal gravity so that they can gain the power they need to defeat their oncoming foes. I mean, I understand what you're saying, but this is kind of getting in the way of descaling, you know? There's no point to it if you don't get used to it being on all the time. This is great! You got this, Commander Body! And so, I've started constantly weighing myself down with extra gravity. Yep, this evil eye seems like it does exactly what I thought it did. Increase the gravity on anything that enters my field of view. If I keep this on me all the time, then not only is my skill proficiency going to go up, but I'm positive my physical stats will raise as well. If everything goes great, my greater strength skill might even go up as well. Right now my evil eye is still at level 1, so it's only a little heavy, but as the level starts increasing, it'll start being a huge weight. When the next battle comes around, I can drop this effect at will, like I'm disabling the limiters on my power level. This is going to be great. I'm really going to want to scream when I do that. No voice is actually going to come out though.
120 Administrator.
Good job! Homa. Hello. This is a short sample for voice cloning. 1. This is a short sample for voice cloning. Commander Body has finally finished descaling the fire dragon. Now, at long last, I can taste its deliciousness. Now then, just how does a fire dragon taste, I wonder? My spatial sense tingles, some kind of spatial distortion. It's my first time feeling this, but I somehow know what it is. This is a transportation. Something is in the process of being teleported here. I can't interrupt it. The level of my spatial magic skill is absolutely insufficient to interfere with the workings of an opponent able to manipulate space to such an advanced degree. All that I see of the person teleporting in is the distortion they're making in space, and all I can tell from that is that they're amazing at using spatial magic. If we're talking solely about spatial magic, they're far more powerful than I am. The biggest problem here is that this guy is using magic. In other words, this guy is intelligent enough to be able to use magic. Until now, there haven't been any monsters who used magic against me. That fire dragon was the first I've seen that even had a magic skill at all, and, in the end, it never actually used it. It's only natural. Using magic requires the difficult, painstaking construction of a spell formula. You need intelligence in order to be able to handle that easily. In the case of the fire dragon, it's far more effective for it to use its skills to hurl a fireball at me than it is for it to construct a spell formula for it. There probably are monsters out there who use magic, but there are plenty of skills out there that are far simpler and more powerful than magic. However, whoever is in the process of teleporting in right now is constructing an extremely complicated spell formula. They have a powerful will, and they are focusing it to come here. Why though? The only thing here is me. Since that's the case, I can't think of any other reason besides me. I mean, they could just be showing up down here coincidentally, but there's no way I could actually believe it. Thanks to accelerated thought, I come to this conclusion in the pause between two sentences. I put myself on guard.
Space shatters, and a single man appears. He is black. There's no other adjective to describe him but black. Black armor, so slender as to seem to be merged with his body itself. Black skin on the one part of his face that can actually be seen. Black hair, as well. Only his eyes are different, and they glow a strange shade of red.
The instant I see this man, I understand. I cannot beat him. He's on an entirely different playing field. And then, there's this. Impossible to appraise. Those words. However, for some reason I'm not getting any real sense of danger from him. On the contrary, I feel a sort of sense of familiarity from him. Plus, at the same time, I feel a strange kind of irritation towards him. Why? This is the first time I'm meeting this black man. If a bizarre person such as this were to suddenly appear in front of me, I'd think that I, for one, wouldn't have these kinds of feelings. So what is with these emotions?
missing name, and a map that only made sense after midnight.
The man says something. However, I don't understand the language he's speaking in. Without thinking about it, I tilt my head to the side in doubt.
Rao plus 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 plus. How?
He says something again. Speak Japanese, please. I can't understand you otherwise. No comprende alternate universes.
The man scowls.
Well, to start with, it looks like this man has no hostile intent towards me. But what do I do now? I don't understand a single word of what he's saying, and even if I could, I have no way to talk back at him. I could maybe try communicating in writing, but I can't write in anything but Japanese. Neither of us can understand each other, no matter what I do. This is a problem. It looks like that man's somewhat bewildered, too.
As an awkward silence stretches out, something clatters to the ground between the two of us. A smartphone.
Huh? Wait! I have absolutely no idea why there's a smartphone there now. But how did it get there in the first place? It didn't even tickle my detection at all when it suddenly appeared, right?
Hello, this is Administrator D.
A voice suddenly comes out of the smartphone, double-layered. On top of that, one layer's Japanese, and the other's in some language I haven't heard before. Wait. Is this the language that man was speaking earlier?
Whew.
That man looked pretty startled when he said whatever he said. So, it seems that the other language is that man's language, or, in other words, the language of this world.
That's correct. I am D. Miss Spider, please wait one moment.
Yes, I've been asked to wait, so I'll wait. The smartphone voice and the man talk about something in alternate universe ease for a moment. The voice from the phone is a woman's voice. It's a very pretty voice, but hearing it puts me on edge. It's that kind of voice. Her tone and cadence are very flat, and the utter lack of emotion in her words is terrifying. What's with her?
As the conversation continues, the man's expression changes. It's not a huge change, but his brow furrows, and his eyes open a little wider. Then, perhaps the conversation reached a stopping point, because the man suddenly lets out an enormous sigh and turns around abruptly. Then he uses spatial magic to teleport away, leaving just me in the smartphone.
Thank you for waiting. After my conversation with him, he should not personally interfere with you anymore.
Is that so? Rather, who might you be?
D.
Right. Wait a minute. Did you just read my mind?
Yes, I did.
That's a violation of my privacy.
As you are unable to speak, this is only a temporary measure. I do not ordinarily go as far as to read your thoughts.
Go as far? So, does that mean you've been observing me?
I would rather not call what I've been doing observation. It's more like spectating.
Whatever. You're stalking me.
It seems I am. I never get tired of watching you, after all.
D. I remember now. I heard that name when I acquired wisdom.
That's right. That is your reward for trying so hard. I am glad that it seems to be useful to you.
What's your goal with all this?
Simple amusement.
Huh?
Just simple amusement. There's no further meaning behind my actions.
Are you serious?
Indeed, for I am the worst, most evil god in this world.
This gal's bad news. Seriously bad news. It wasn't just my imagination that made my whole body shiver, just from hearing her voice. This woman is a real, live, evil god, the kind that could snuff out my existence with a thought, should it amuse her.
You're being awfully mean, but you're not wrong.
Did you create this world for your own amusement?
No. From this world's perspective, I'm an outsider.
What do you mean by that?
I can't tell you any more. If I did, things would get boring.
People's lives are just your playthings.
Correct. So, from now on, please continue struggling your way forward so that I can watch and laugh. But, first, I think you have the answer you sought, don't you?
You're just saying whatever you want, now.
Goodbye, for now.
The smartphone disappears without the faintest ripple in space.
This was the first time I met Administrator D, and the administrator who is known as
S19 Julius.
Hyrance has returned home, to this country. I heard about this yesterday. This made me restless and impatient, but certain things had to happen. It would take time for me to be able to meet with him. I've been fidgety ever since, but now, today, I can finally meet with him. I sit in a room suitable for our meeting and eagerly await his arrival.
Looks like I've kept you waiting.
I remember him looking fearless the last time we met, but it seems like he's lost some weight since then.
Sean, I'm so sorry.
Abruptly, Hyrance drops to his hands and knees, pressing his head to the floor in apology. For a brief instant, I marveled at how they do Degiza in this country too.
Honestly, Julius should not have died. He should have been the one to survive, not me.
My mouth goes dry. What do you mean?
This.
He says, holding out a battered red feather.
What is this?
This is a phoenix feather. It's an item that can temporarily make its owner immortal.
So, then what happened?
Honestly, this was something for Julius, the hero, to hold on to. But he said that he didn't need it, and that I should have it instead because I was his shield, so he forced it on me.
So that's why.
Right. This item is the reason I'm still alive. It doesn't have any power left anymore, though. Honestly, Julius should be alive now, not me.
He continues pressing his head into the ground in repentance.
Hyrance, please, raise your head. This isn't something you need to bow to me for.
But,
Hyrance, you said that my brother forced that on you, didn't you? He probably said something like, "It's fine, I'm not going to die," right?
You really are his little brother. You're exactly right.
He lifts his head, a bitter smile on his lips.
I'm not going to die, but you're out in front of me as my shield, right? So you're obviously the best person to hold on to this, not me, he said. No matter how many times I tried to give it back to him, he refused to take it back.
Hyrance's impression of my brother is so inaccurate that my mouth hangs open a bit. I compose myself, then ask the one question that I absolutely must ask.
Hyrance, please, tell me. How did my brother...
I get it.
He stands up, and the two of us sit, facing each other at the table.
It's better if I show you, instead of just telling you,
he says, pulling out a crystalline stone.
What's that?
This is an item that possesses a rare power called retrocognition. It's a very precious tool that can do something that no skill today is capable of.
He places his hand on top of the crystal.
Put your hand on top of mine.
Okay.
I reply, and do as he says.
Now close your eyes. Here we go.
The instant I close my eyes, an image floats into view behind my eyelids. It's not just an image, but it's almost like I can hear and smell and feel things. I am on a battlefield. I see countless soldiers who appear to be demons. I see corpses tumbling to the ground. Centered in my view is Julius, his back towards me as he charges forward. A young girl, all in white, slowly steps forward. Julius has an anxious sort of atmosphere about him, one that I've never seen before. He runs forward to protect his comrades. In the next instant, he turns to dust and vanishes. The curtain falls, and the image in my mind disappears.
What was that?
Those were Julius's last moments.
Was something like that even possible? My brother Julius was the hero, the strongest human alive. However, he was instantly disintegrated, without being able to put up the slightest bit of resistance. That can't be. But no matter how much I want to deny it, Hyrance is telling me this is how he met his end.
I have no idea what happened either. The next thing I knew, I was surrounded by the demons. I somehow managed to escape from there, and only then, when I thought back on what had happened, I realized that Julius had died.
Who was that, though? That white-skinned girl. The one that killed my brother.
I don't know. I don't know who that demon is. But I can guess what kind of attack she used to do Julius in.
What was it?
Decaying attack.
Decaying.
Yeah. It's something that some monsters are said to have, an attribute that controls death. If you're unable to resist the attack, your body turns to dust, they say. Like what happened to Julius. Also, it only turns your body to dust. It doesn't do anything to things that you're wearing.
Hirance pulls that out.
That's what Julius always wore.
Yeah. Julius never told you, but this is something that your mother gave to him before she died. Her last present to him.
He hands that to me, the pure white muffler.
I'm sorry. This is all I could bring back with me.
No, thank you very much. I can't say any more after that. My vision begins to blur. I think back to the first time I ever met my older brother. It was long ago, when I was still a baby. He'd come to the nursery, brought by the attendants. He looked between me and Sue, tears spilling from his eyes. That was the only time, before or since, I had ever seen him cry. He said something to us as he stroked our heads, then turned to leave. At that point, I still couldn't understand the language of this world, so I didn't know what it was that he had said that day. To this day, I still don't know. However, I think that at that time he came to some sort of decision. Later, I learned that our mother had passed away the day before. To be honest, even if I were told that she had made the white muffler by hand, it wouldn't really stand out in my mind. After all, I'd barely even met my mother. My brother, though, had, and to him, she was irreplaceable. When he was still very young, he suddenly lost his beloved mother, and learned that he would have to fight as the hero. I wonder, what decision did he come to, in the middle of that anguish? Hello. I'm your older brother, Julius. I'm the hero, believe it or not. I remember the second time we met. I knew what was going on around me by then, and even now I can remember his smiling face that day. I was shocked to see such a calm, composed smile on the face of a boy that looked like he should still be in elementary school. I was far older than he was, if you included my previous life, but I didn't think it was even possible for me to smile like that. Something deep dwelled within that smile. Schlein, you're so smart. You're going to be a great politician one day, I think. Sue, don't act so spoiled. You've got some pretty good talent with that sword, Schlein. How about you come along with me sometime? Hey Sue, don't glare at me like that. Of course you can come too. Schlein, did you get a girlfriend? She's calling you by a nickname and everything. Hey, can I call you Shun too? Hey Shun, I know how cute Sue is, but you shouldn't pamper her, okay? Shun, our father is a kind man. It's just that he's a king before he's a father. He's working hard to support all the people of this country. You know that, right, Shun? If something should happen, you can rely on Leston. That guy's always here in the castle. He's probably got the most free time out of anyone in our family, so he's always happy to give out advice. Well, that's just how our older brother is. He's lost sight of himself a little bit, but I share his thoughts about our country. There's no need to worry. Hirance is just about the age where he should be thinking about marrying someone and succeed his house. He hasn't been talking about that at all, though. I'm a little worried about him. Oh me. Even if I were to get married, I wouldn't ever be able to do anything for my wife. I think it would be a marriage that leaves us both unhappy. I have my evasion skill, so there's no way your puny snowballs can hit me. Blah! Hey Sue, no fair. Ow, ow, ow. Sue, that's not snow. Don't throw rocks at me, that hurts. I'm the hope of all humanity. That's why I can't ever lose. Count on it. Memories of Julius flood my mind. He always had a smile on his face. A deeply kind smile, like he wanted everyone around him to be at ease. In my mind, the hero is my brother. Can I really fill his shoes? I have no confidence in that at all. However, even if I'm not confident that I can catch up to him, that's a poor reason to give up. You can say it's a dream, you can laugh at me and say it's something I can never actually accomplish, but I think it's a great thing to strive for, a world where everyone can live happily in peace. That's the ideal I'm chasing, the ideal I'm going to chase until the day I die. I think it's a pretty naive dream too, no more so than my brother though. Even still, I want to keep that dream alive, no matter how naive it may be.
Shun, no. Hero Schlain. I failed Julius. I failed to do my job as his shield. But, if you are okay with a miserable failure like me, please, let me be your shield, new hero.
Hyrins.
Let me protect you how I couldn't protect Julius.
Hyrins, I would like nothing more. It would be an honor.
The two of us exchange a firm handshake.
Then, it's still too early for you to begin your duties as the hero, it seems.
That's right. It will take time for the church to support a new saint, so I think we should keep in line with their pace.
Ah, I see.
So I'm a spider, so what? This audiobook is sponsored by Artale Novel. If you are interested in exploring what we have provided on our community platform, please download the app artale.ai/novel.
Sue, I think you know this already, but when I start acting as the hero, you can't be together with me like you've always been.
I knew it. I knew you were going to say that.
I'm sorry.
There's no need to apologize to me. I'm not a child anymore.
Yeah, I know how grown up and tough you are, but I just don't want to drag you along with me. I don't want to get you caught up in something dangerous.
I know that.
I'm being selfish. I'm sorry.
I just said you don't need to apologize.
I got it. Stay here at the academy and do whatever you like until you graduate. It's safe here.
Yeah, you're right.
So I'm a spider, so what? This audiobook is sponsored by Artale Novel. If you are interested in exploring what we have provided on our community platform, please download the app artale.ai/novel.
After all, as expected, that's not acceptable. If I do it, I can't call myself as a former human being. Although I feel like it's okay even if I do it, it's troublesome and I kind of feel sorry for those people who got abandoned. Thus, because I can't stand it, I will help. You should thank this me who has a transcendence-wide heart. There no direction like I came here to help you guys. I kill it quickly and withdraw quickly. Like that, it won't have future troubles. That's why, Snake, I will have you exit here. I arrive at the place that I looked with in an instant. Making full use of, I move to the top of the snake's head. The sickle that swings down, status strengthening, and the additional effect of, my sickle pierces through the snake's head. With that alone, the snake's HP became 0 in an instant. The defeated snake. I pull out my sickle from the snake's head and shake off the blood. Once again, I have cut a worthless object.
Experience points has reached a certain degree. Individual, Zoa Era, LV19 has become LV20. Every basic ability rose. Level up bonus. Skill proficiency was acquired. Skill proficiency reached. Skill, Feint Resistance LV3 has become Feint Resistance LV4. Skill points gained. Conditions met. Individual, Zoa Era can evolve. There are multiple choices of evolution. Please choose from the following: E. Desane, Greater, Terratect, Ortho Cadenart.
Yosh! Finally level up! With this, I can finally evolve. Now then, when I look at the adventurer's state, they stop in blank amazement. Well, it's not like I don't understand how they feel though. Well then, I will carry the snake like this, and goodbye with transfer. Although I thought about that, the two people in the interior who fainted seem to die. It looks like the snake's poison is effective. Although the man who's nursing them is trying his best to cure them with magic, the construction speed and power are low. If it's like this, they will die before recovering. Well, it's the friendship that I did until here. If I do it, I should do it thoroughly. I move to the two fainted people. Although the magic construction disperse on the way because the man who was treating them was surprised, it doesn't have any change even if there's this guy's magic or not. Activate the magics of abnormal condition recovery and HP recovery for both of them. My rose considerably because I kept using it when I was raising my. If it's such a poison and wound, I can recover it without a problem. The man who treated them opens his eyes wide after seeing my magic. If I associate any further, it will be troublesome. As expected, you guys should do it yourself from this point. I return to the snake, and this time I will transfer. And a certain thing was reflected in my eyes. It was a fruit. It looks like a dried persimmon. Phoo! Sweet thing! This is a sweet one, right? Is it the thing dropped by them when fighting? Can I take this? I won't let you say no, you know. I will take it no matter what. Thus, sweet obtained. Ooh, this is even happier than the level up. I skipped cheerfully to the snake. I leave the adventurers who are still dumbfounded and transfer this time with the snake. I transfer and return to my home. Let's eat the fruit that I obtained immediately. Evolution. Such thing can be done later. Now I will use all my energy to taste the first sweetness in this spider life. Maximum output. Incidentally, too. First, I will enjoy it by looking at it slowly and carefully. Incidentally, appraisal.
The fruit of dried curricuta. Curricuta, a plant that grows naturally and widely in the Casanegra continent, periodically bloom and bear fruits. It's actually sweet, and it has an effect of slightly recovering the MP.
I see. This fruit was not just a snack, so it will recover MP. If they hold it as a recovery medicine, I might have did something bad. But well, I recovered the serious wound, so they won't complain even if I take this, because the price must be paid properly. It's okay. Well then, deep breath. Yosh, itadakimasu. Sweet. Sweet. It's sweet. There's bitterness, and it's not delicious if I compare it with the fruit that I ate in my previous life. Because it's dried, there's no juiciness too. But it's sweet. After I became a spider, it's the first sweet thing that I eat. It's sweet. It's delicious. I'm happy. I taste it slowly and eat it. I taste it thoroughly and eat it. Until the very last. Phoo. Thank you for the meal. As expected, proper sweet things are special. I must say that delicious things are delicious without thinking. No matter how delicious it is, it's not good to eat and feel complicated. Well then. Now that I have soaked myself in the aftertaste, I think that I should evolve. This time the preparations are perfect, unlike the time I evolve in the middle layer. Safety is secured, and there's food too. There's no problem. If there's a problem, then there's only one. Seems to reach max level in this evolution. Huh? I think that something will happen when this reaches max level, but I don't know the details even with Wisdom-sama's power. I wonder what will happen. Well, now that I have come until here, evasion is already impossible, so I have no choice but to accept what happens. I pray that it won't be an instant death or an irrevocable penalty. Well, although scary things are scary, I think that it won't go until that nasty. Up until now, the mysterious skill don't have disadvantages after all. It might super strengthen me unexpectedly without a disadvantage. Even if it won't be like that, I don't think that D, who's a criminal for pleasure, will impose a death penalty like instant death when it reaches max level. Because it's that fellow, I'm sure that she will choose to keep me alive and enjoy looking at me. Huh? If that's the case, then I will experience a more frightening experience than death. Let's not think about it. It can't be helped even if I think. As for, I will take it as it comes. There's no more than this. The candidate of evolution is 3. Greater Taratect is the evolution to return to the former Taratect. It's the guy that I saw at the lower layer. Well, it's certainly strong, but I don't have the intention to evolve to this. After all, my body will become big. One of the evolution conditions of the Arachne is a small size or medium size spider-type monster. So if I become that huge Greater Taratect, I can't evolve into the Arachne. That's why Greater Taratect is out. The remainder is 2. Ida Sane and Ortho Cadenart.
AD Sane, evolution condition, Zoa era LV20, Explanation: the small spider-type monster that's feared as the symbol of death. It has a very high combat ability and stealth nature. Orthocatenart, evolution condition, small spider-type monster that has status more than the standard value, possesses magic-type skills. Explanation: the spider-type monster that's well-versed in magic. It has high intelligence, and it's good at entangle type, such as putting a trap, etc.
Orthocatenart is a magic type, and Edisane is the higher rank evolution of Zoa Air. However, Orthocatenart is not so important, although it's an evolution unlocked thanks to, and, to be frank, it's a failure evolution. After all, even if it says that it's intelligent, that's the monster standard. I have been creating traps since I was born. In addition, the Orthocatenart stops evolving here. In other words, it's to that extent. Even if I look at the evolution tree, it can't be said as a high-rank monster, so it's not attractive. Compared with it, Edisane is amazing. Its final evolution is still far, and when I see the evolution tree, it's a monster of the rank one step before Mother. The monster's rank can be understood to some extent according to the position of the written monster's name in the evolution tree. When saying from the position of the name, it's the evolution form that's one evolution behind the Queen Taratect, which seems to be Mother's species. That's Edisane. The rank as a monster is way higher than the other evolution candidates. Thus, if I were to choose, it's Edisane. If there's no Wisdom Sama's evolution tree, I would be hesitating. Wisdom Sama is really amazing. By the way, Arachne is a special evolution, so it's independent from the evolution tree. The evolution conditions are holder, small size or medium size monster, and more than level 50. It's an incredibly absurd, and there's something wrong with me who seriously aim at it.
Individual Zoa Era evolves into Edisane.
Then, evolution start. Good morning. This is the worst. Really the worst. What? Certainly A. I shouldn't have let such a thing to reach max level. It's better if I don't know about it. D. What a person with a bad personality. What do you want me to do, telling me such information when I'm a person who violates the taboo? This is the worst. I shouldn't have helped the adventurers a while ago. This is sickening. It's the worst. This is the worst. All of the humans and the demons should just perish. I feel sick. What did Administrator Giri Distades do so far? Why did you spoil them until it became like this? There's no need to give such mercy to those guys. It's not enough even if you exterminate them. I understand it. Such a thing can't be done. Although I understand, I will get irritated when I think including it. What should I do? Now that I know this, it can't be said that I'm unrelated. There's no more time either. I must take actions. For that reason, I need power. My status rose considerably by this evolution, but such thing is meaningless. The power in the C system is only a power that works in the system after all. If I start my actions now, it's necessary to acquire the power that can only interfere the C area. Although I have 3 authority of the ruler class, it's insufficient with just those. It must be the power of the administrator class. Then, I have no choice but to reach the administrator class by force. D foresaw it, that fellow. So, that's why it's the N% IW skill. Although it might be her own way of showing sincerity, I can't think other than she aimed at this to happen. Damn. After all, everything is on top of her palm. Although it's the worst, I have no choice but to get on her palm. There's no other choices. Damn. I'm feeling irritated.
Skill proficiency reached. Acquired skill Anger LV1.
Yeah. It doesn't matter. Even if I have such skill, it doesn't have any meaning. No. If I devote to skills, maybe. Will it work? It seems to work. If that's the case, I will raise my level as usual and develop my skills. But I can't say carefree things anymore. Let's resolve myself. Now that it become like this, it can't be helped. If it's true, it's quick to keep killing the humans and the demons. But if I do that, as expected, Gyri Distadies will not remain silent. Even though he's restrained by D, that guy will definitely come and obstruct me. If it's the current me, I can't win against Gyri Distadies even if he does a handstand. In order to make him not to obstruct me, I must become more stronger than him. Even if I can't be so strong, I must at least acquire the power at the level that he will hesitate to interfere me. I eat the snake's corpse that I left. I must restore my SP that decreased because of evolution first of all. I finish eating the snake. I can't say that I can eat the other one slowly anymore. I will eat it quickly. Transfer. The destination is the lower layer. If it's here, I don't have to worry about the monsters. Although I have made the upper layer as a base in consideration of safety up until now, I can't afford to say such thing anymore. I will hunt every monster that's caught in my eyes. And how many level will rise? And how much is the effect? I have no choice but to do it. Move. Found a monster. Appraise. A monster of the eel class in strength. But it's no longer my enemy.
Experience points has reached a certain degree. Individual, ED Sane LV1 has become LV2. Every basic ability rose. Level up bonus skill proficiency was acquired. Skill points gained Sane Phase. Experience points has reached a certain degree. Individual, ED, Sane, LV2 has become LV3. Every basic ability rose. Level up bonus. Skill proficiency was acquired. Skill points gained. Experience points has reached a certain degree. Individual, ED Sane LV3 has become LV4. Every basic ability rose. Level up bonus. Skill proficiency was acquired. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Evil Eye of Extinction LV1 has become Evil Eye of Extinction LV2. Skill points gained.
3 level up. Only 1 skill rose. Not enough. It's not enough at all. Let's go with the intention to kill all the monsters in the lower layer. If the Earth Dragon appears, I will kill it without hesitation. It's fine to kill such a worthless vanguard. Rather than secluding themselves in such a labyrinth where no one comes, it's better for them to be my food, and they can prove their use for a long time. There shouldn't be a dragon in the upper layer and the middle layer anymore. There are 4 in the lower layer, and there are 9 in the bottom layer. I will kill everything. I wonder why did I reincarnate to such a world? It would be better if this world will just perish. Why, for such a world? I understand. I must do it, but it's not for this world. It's only for me. I will do it only for me. Otherwise, who will do it for such a shitty world? This is the worst. It's the worst. Let's kill the life of this world widely. Although it's a troublesome thing, let's acquire power to ruin this world.
Author note: Kanata's point of view. Why did it become like this? I look at the other me in an absent-minded consciousness. The other me shoots magic toward Shun without hesitation, together with the soldiers around me. My magic doesn't work on Shun. Originally, there was a difference in talent between me and Shun. Even if the difference was small when we were still small, the difference became big as we grow. I have also been jealous of that talent, but I came to respect Shun purely when I see him who continued to put efforts earnestly. Come to think of it, this guy was a guy who will dash without hesitation if he has an aim since the previous life. Although he was absorbed in game in the previous life, in this world now, the aim is his older brother, Julius-san, who's the hero. He was already talented, and the result of continuing to put efforts with a higher aim was the scene in front of me. The flame magic that I shot is the annihilation-type magic that burns a wide range. Although it doesn't have the power like the great magic, still, the damage becomes serious if it's shot at a group. Shun offsets it with magic and even protected the enemy soldiers in the surroundings, making the damage to 0. He's a good-natured guy like a fool with absurd skills as usual. I can only say that he's a fool to protect the enemy purposely. Although I tried to smile wryly, I showed a hateful expression against my will.
Katia, return to sanity.
You are noisy, I am sane. A rebel should just be punished obediently like a rebel. The things that I don't think of goes out from my mouth, but I know that I myself is the one who tell these words. There was a lot of such signs since childhood. My previous life as a man. In this world, I'm a woman. I live as a woman while having the mind of a man. Such awed me. Like water and oil, there was something that didn't mix somewhere. The gap deepened steadily as I grow. I was attracted to the cute accessory that I ignored in my previous life. Even though I shouldn't have liked sweet things, it became my favorite. I felt nothing even if I see a woman's body. I had my first period like it was natural. It became natural that menses came. My chest swells and my figure became like a woman too. It's not only my body, the inside also gradually changed, before even I myself notice. The decisive one is when Shun was attacked by Hugo. At that time, I was upset to the extent that even I don't know. The moment I thought that Shun might be killed, my front starts to become pure white. At first, I thought that Shun is my best friend from the previous life, and it can be said that he's already my one and only best friend. But when I meet Shun afterwards, my feelings can't calm down. Even I myself don't know what the feelings are. However, I thought that I didn't want to lose Shun strongly. That feeling became strong day by day. My feelings won't calm down when I'm close to Shun. And yet, when Shun is not close to me, I feel lonely and can't calm down. My feeling won't calm down even if I'm close to him or not. I was puzzled over such unstable feelings. I was swung around by my incomprehensible feelings. No, I actually knew what the feelings were. However, there was only the mind that I didn't want to accept it. I, who was a man originally, am now a woman. Perhaps my heart have definitely broke recently. My heart splits whenever I see Sue and Yuri cling to Shun. Despite that, there's the me who doesn't accept it. The contradicting hearts conflict. But the balance had already inclined. My mind depends on my body, in other words, it's such a thing. Therefore, I who's looking at my fight with Shun is only the remainder of the existence called Ushima Kanata, the remainder that has a man's mind. Perhaps because I was a man, the charm that Hugo cast didn't work on me. After that incident, although I didn't tell Shun, I applied a strict watch on Hugo. I built a monitoring system with my Duke House initiation. I checked his actions in detail every day. Although it should be like that, a suspicious point can be seen in the report after some time. I use a trustworthy man for monitoring. There's no way that he will betray. And yet, the contents that can only be think as false started to be mixed in the report. I changed the monitoring person. If I think about it now, that was not good. Shun inherited the hero title and left the academy. The change from there was instant. At first, Yuri's state became strange. Yuri, who should have been devoted to the divine word religion, stopped telling such story. Next is Sue. It was clear that she will be depressed because Shun left the academy, but unbelievably, she became lively. Something begins to go amiss. Even though I recognize it like that, I don't know the cause. I understood it after I was called by the people of the Duke House who were monitoring Hugo, entrapped, and I was brainwashed by Hugo. At this time, most of the people of the Duke House have already brainwashed by that guy. And now I end up fighting with Shun. Hugo's brainwash is dreadful. It can be said that having normal consciousness like this is a miracle. Surely, the other brainwashed guys must love and respect Hugo from the bottom of their hearts. Even if I have my consciousness like this, there's nothing I can do. The me who's a remainder can do nothing. But that doesn't mean that I have to give up. In a man there's a thing called as a man's pride. I shouted to my absent-minded thought. At the moment my outer consciousness concentrates on magic construction, I interrupt the construction with all my power.
Kadia?
Shun rushes over in surprise. I'm caught just before I fall to the ground. But I understand that my life is ending. This is fine. The outer me should have also wished for this. The desperate face of Shun is reflected in my blurred sight. What a terrible face. I laugh incidentally. Unlike a while ago, my cheek rises according to my will. If I can die laughingly, I'm satisfied, and my consciousness sinks as it is into the abyss. I'm pulled forcibly by a warm light. Ah, Shun?
Katia, did you return to sanity?
Huh? My wound? There's no wound that I should have received by the magic explosion.
I cured it.
Shun, who says it easily. I certainly thought that I died. You are an absurd guy, as usual.
Don't talk anymore now. We will escape from here.
I'm lifted with the Princess Carrie. At that moment, my heart throbs to the extent that I thought it was going to explode. Even though it's such a situation, my face flushes. This is bad. It's already bad. At this moment, Ushima Kanata became Carnatia Seri Anibald in a true meaning. I confirm the import of goods and take a breath. Our side has considerably worn out in the previous Great War too. Weapons, foods, and life goods. It's the situation where it's insufficient, no matter how many goods we have. I swallow the desire that wants to take a rest somehow and move. I have a lot of things to do. I'm pressed to reorganize for the next departure and the confirmation of the Demon Army damage situation from the previous Great War. We were able to inflict considerable damage to the humans in the previous Great War, especially the hero was killed. The hero is the best force of the humans. If that is lost, the humans' morale will drop too. Although a new hero might be born somewhere, it will take time to find the person, and even if the person becomes the hero, it may not be strong at first. There's a possibility that it's a child, because it's said that the hero killed this time inherited the hero title during his childhood, so it's not impossible. However, the damage here is also large. It's large to have lost General Agnel, who led the First Army. That person was a person who had the power, experience, and knowledge to the extent that he can be the Demon King. He has been annihilated together with the army by the myth-rank monster, Queen Teratek, that appeared in the battlefield suddenly. This loss is too big. Queen Teratek, a super-rank monster that appeared suddenly and disappeared suddenly. I don't think that it appeared in the battlefield accidentally. If that's the case, Lev Twents.
Oh? Isn't it Balto? What's wrong?
I endure my body that almost trembled somehow. When I turned around, there's the figure of the person who I don't want to meet now. It's Mao-sama. Standing beside her is Shiro.
Hey, it looks like you're working busily. Hardship.
If you think so, please help a little.
But I refuse.
The laughing Mao-sama. It looks like her mood is unusually good. Shiro, who's at the side, pulls Mao-sama's sleeve.
Ah, right. Balto, did the luggage reach?
Luggage, is it? If it's the import of goods, it's completed.
Oh, Shiro-chan, we can't stay here like this. Balto, there's a luggage for me, right?
Eh?
Huh?
Mao-sama and I tilt our heads to the side. I think that there was no such luggage.
By the way, what are the contents?
The finest Kurikuta set.
Ah.
I have an idea about that luggage.
Huh? It's there, isn't it? So, where is it?
This is bad. I didn't know that it was Maui-sama's luggage.
Well, I gave it to Sanatoria.
Why?
I'm sorry. Because Sanatoria likes to eat the kurikuta fruit since the old days, I misunderstood that it was her thing.
Wet it.
The depressed Mao-sama. Shiro, who leaves Mao-sama and begins to run. Mao-sama and I return to consciousness and chase Shiro. Ahead of my sight after turning the corner of the hallway, Shiro was smashing the door of Sanatoria's room.
What?
Sanatoria's surprised voice sounds. Shiro stiffens in the state that the door was smashed. She opens her eyes wide. When I see the room, there was the figure of Sanatoria and Kogo, and the empty tableware placed on the table. Shiro speaks in a despaired voice. Mao-sama also becomes stiff, staring at the empty tableware.
Phew. Shiro-chan.
Shiro fell suddenly, falls backward from the head. A dull sound is made, and stopped moving.
Gya, Shiro-chan.
Is it a shock to not being able to eat the fruit to the extent that she will lose consciousness? It becomes doubtful whether she really the person who killed the hero. However, I can understand it if I see that eyes a little while ago. At the moment I saw it, fear runs in my body.
This is bad. Shiro-chan is not breathing. Medic.
Mao-sam runs off while carrying Shiro, leaving behind me and the two who don't understand the situation. Sanatoria sinks down on the spot. Kogu also looks pale.
What is it? Sorry. The fruits that have been delivered here was actually Mao-sama's thing that I delivered by mistake.
It seems that Sanatoria understands from that.
I thought that it was strange because I didn't ask for it. Because I was talking with Kogo, we ate it together.
Sorry, it's my mistake.
Please do the follow-up properly, okay? I don't want to be executed for such a foolish reason.
There's no way that a precious general will be executed for such a foolish thing. But I'm not sure, because it's that Mao-sama.
However, it's unusual for you to talk with Kogo.
It's just right. You should also join
What?
the contact with the elves.
What?
It looks like General Agna has advanced the negotiations with the elves. They came into contact with me.
Is that true?
Yes. Do you have the mind to betray that Demon King and side with us?
My movement stops by Sanatoria's words.
You heard it, right? Blow's last moment. While Shiro has the power to instant kill the hero, she overlooked easily that Blow was killed. If we follow that Demon King, it's clear that we will also be used and crushed sooner and later. If we deceive that Demon King in collusion with the elves, we should be able to defeat her.
I look at the direction where Mao-sama disappeared slowly.
Blow is your younger brother, right? Aren't you frustrated?
Of course I'm frustrated.
A low voice came out even if I say so myself. Sanatoria draws back one step to my voice. I let out a sigh to that state.
This is the friendship of a childhood friend. I will pretend that I didn't hear this story.
So, you won't join?
Because there's no winning chance.
Why do you think so?
I can't win her. If she feels like it, she can even exterminate the humans and the demons alone. I know that. That's why I can't do such a suicidal action like opposing her.
I turn my back on Sanatoria, who became silent, and the flustered Kogu, who has not even said a word from a while ago.
You should reconsider it.
I will return those words as it is completely.
I began to walk without looking back.
I have heard it. I have heard it. Elves, huh? They are annoying by now. Eat, eat, eat. I don't hide the act anymore. I crunch daringly and swallow it, like eating everything until it runs out.
Skill proficiency reached. Skill satiation LV3 has become satiation LV4. Skill proficiency reached. Skill divinity area expansion LV5 has become divinity area expansion LV6.
I rampaged in the lower layer, as if I'm venting my accumulated anger. The weak monsters and the strong monsters are hunted equally and thoroughly. At such time, I met that guy again. Earth Dragon Kaguna. The second Earth Dragon that I met in the lower layer. I fought it. I lost. That's right, I lost. An unexpected defeat. If I was late even in an instant to escape with transfer, I would be burned by the breath. Well, because the Earth Dragon's breath is similar to the power of Earth, I won't be burned though. I never thought that I will lose. I became slightly strong and was self-conceited. After all, the Earth Dragon is scary. In the first place, what's with that strange toughness? Isn't it unfair that I can only graze it, even though I receive a self-destruction damage that makes my sickles useless? I can't use the huge magic like now. Having said that, if it's a magic with low power, it will be negated by the effect of. Although its movement is very slow, its defensive ability is too high. I can't stand this. But it did become a good opportunity to cool my head. I thought that it's not like me to go berserk and rampage. Well, I understood the cause, so it's a fact that I felt unpleasant, but, as expected, charging with blood rose to my head is not like me. Although I will continue to raise my level in the lower layer from now on, let's calm down a little. In the first place, although the period of the serious battle in the middle layer is too long, my original combat method is to make a home and stay inside there. How can I charge to the Earth Dragon without any plan? With that alone, I almost lose myself. Naiwa, I'm definitely receiving the effect. Otherwise, I won't lose my temper, even if it's spore, whatever it is. If it's back then, I will do it with a light mood, like, seriously? Yosh? Let's kill the humans and the demons. I shouldn't have such unpleasant feelings to this extent. Microphone test. Microphone test. This is Main in charge. Please respond.
Who are you in charge? Over Destoby. Mo. Hanamin on the right, over. Hello, this is a short sample for voice cloning. Hello, this is a short sample for voice cloning.
No! Why did you go up? Over. Everyone, how are your conditions?
Henduan. Cloning M on the right, over Han. How the left, over. This is a short sample for voice cloning. Haha, what are them?
Same at the bottom? Over. Then, continue as it is. And so, I challenged the Earth Dragon a while ago and lost.
Huh? Huh? Are you an idiot? You stupid.
Are you a trash? You all, saying things as you please. Sorry, I'm a stupid idiotic trash. I'm sorry.
So, how's the damage?
There's none. Because I transfer at the last moment and escaped.
Well, it's fine if you're safe. Because main is pretty much the main body, so if you die, we might die like a chain reaction, you know?
Right. Please move a little more careful. Understood. I have reflected it. As expected, I judge that I can't win it alone. Therefore, can someone return during the next time I fight with that guy?
Hinuin ULR. Does that means that everyone don't have to return?
One person is fine.
Honje Hindin Minto.
Probably. In addition, if I can't overcome such a handicap, the administrator is a dream within a dream.
Hello, this is a short sample for voice cloning.
Roger. I will call you when that time comes. Then, is that all for this time?
Chirp.
Yes, yes, I'm counting on you.
Humahum.
Now then. They are doing well. The problem is here. I must work out a strategy to be able to defeat the Earth Dragon somehow. First of all, let's recall that guy's status.
Earth Dragon Kaguna Elvi are low HP. Sish, Ijo Bai, Sish, Ijo Basichi, NP. Sen San San, Senjo San Sen, Jo San San Nado. SPL, RT Jo Ba. RT Jo 14, Yellow, RT Jo, Wu Sen Sen Chi, E Bai E Sure Red. Average Efference, Ephelity. Senjo Ba. Edepoli. Defensive ability, Sis San 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 average magic ability. Ipa San Tsi average resistance ability. Sis Ling Ling. Average speed ability. ERRR Wool.
Seriously hard. What's terrible is the defense skills are too perfect. This is a moving fortress. Can I defeat this with a handicap? I'm losing a little confidence. Well, how to defeat that Earth Dragon? I mean, can that be defeated? Completely specialized in defense. Although my status is also one-sided, that guy even has its skills specialized in defense. High defensive ability, and the ability to interfere magic by the dragon's default skill, and increasing the defensive ability even more with the skill and skill. Both are continuous activation type skills, so it simply increases the defensive ability. Because of these skills, its already high defensive ability improves even more. And there, the various resistance type skills, it doesn't have the intention to receive any damage. Especially, the troublesome one in the resistance is, it's the evolved skill of the skill that the fire dragon had. It's the worst affinity to me, who uses abnormal condition attack as my main weapon. Thanks to that, neither the poison nor the paralysis nor the curse work. The curse seems to enter the abnormal condition category somehow. Because of that, the evil eyes are almost useless. It's considerably painful that poison doesn't work either. After all, I have relied on poison so far after I was born. It's considerably a shock that it doesn't work. I, who even made resistance holder into my poison's prey up until now. But the opponent has high defensive ability this time. Although it still receives damage, it's recovered instantly by abnormal condition doesn't work. Having said that, it's impossible if I say whether physical attack works. Even the only graze it. So if I think to do something on that with physical attack, I will need the physique of mother class. But still, it's frightening that I don't know whether I can break through that defensive ability or not. Even if I break through the defense and inflict damage like that, after all it has, so it will gradually recover. What a cheat to be tough and a recovery holder. Thanks to that, there's not much meaning in using heavy attack. If neither physical nor abnormal condition work, as expected, I only have magic. Fortunately, there's no resistance to my specialty, dark, but when becoming a battle of reducing each other, the possibility for it to endure with recovery and high original defensive ability is high. Then, it's possible that it will acquire resistance in the middle of the fight, and the damage and recovery are reversed. If that happens, it's already the end. Don't have offensive means. If it's evolved skill, it has offensive means, but because it's difficult to use, I don't want to use it. Is out of the question. If I use Soul Break, it's putting the cart before the horse. Why did D include such a thing in the system? No, although I understand the reason, I can't help but to doubt her sanity. No, there's no way that it's sanity. It's a person who has a mad existence. Well, leaving aside D, if I shoot magic foolishly, it might acquire the resistance, so it's better to think that halfway damage has the opposite effect. Then, after all, the reliable one will be a huge shot. With what I have now, it's the only one that has winning chance. The problem is how to activate it. It can't be activated by me alone. I must use the power of. Because it's decided that only one will return, it can be activated. But the other me can't do any other supports in order to prepare for the activation. Then, after all, I need to fight with that alone until the preparations are completed. Earth Dragon Kaguna's attack is plain and simple. It will crush me with its large build physically if I'm near, and it will release a breath if I'm far. That's all. But, even though it's only that much, it's strong. The power of the breath is impressive. It's more dreadful than the fire dragon. Although it's the only help that its skill is low, it doesn't matter if it releases a wide-range breath. Its physical ability is also high. Being huge alone is a threat. Because that huge thing approaches without questions. It's not a thing that can be endured. With that body, it's slow, or so I thought. But because its speed exceeds 1,000, it's more faster than common monsters. Well, if it's my speed, I can dodge it. But it will probably end if I receive it. Must I complete the inattention? It's hard. Because the magic composition of is complicated, I can't do a skillful thing like making it beforehand as reserves. Although it might be possible if I gather everyone, it's impossible to gather everyone now. After all, I have no choice but to construct the magic while fighting and fire it on the spot. Difficult. But it's possible. After all, I have the perfect skill for restraining called. I will make full use of to restrain the Earth Dragon, gain some time to advance the preparations of, and fire it when it's completed. It's good. Whew. Just wait for me, Earth Dragon Kaguna. Your fate will end soon. I explore the lower layer triumphantly. And I found my heart's desire, Earth Dragon Kaguna.
Earth Dragon Gear LVR Sis HP, San Wu Wuliar, San Chin Wabai Wishalu, Green MP, Arjo Joyar, Arjo Yi, RLV, RLV, SPA, Sitting Lu Tises, Sening Lu Tises, Yellow, Semulo, R. Senchin, Babai, Sishul School, Red Average Offensive Ability, Senses, Sensen Average. Defensive Ability, Senba Chisis, Average Magic Ability, Sen, Average Resistance, Ability, Sensendo Low, Average Speed Ability, Sissy ORRS.
Together with another Earth Dragon. No, that's impossible, Naiwa. What's that? Of course I escaped with transfer. There's no choice to not escape. There's no way I can win. Kaguna that I don't know whether I can win or not is together with gear that has, and it's clear that it's a speed type just by seeing its status. It's like I'm told to die. If they come in such lineup, I can't win even if I gather all of my Naiwa. Earth Dragon gear has a considerably smart appearance, and it was a figure close to Alaba. Although it was huge, unlike the short and stout Kaguna, it has a sharp form that seems to be fast. Actually, it's speed type that has the speed exceeding 4,000. Besides, it has high perception type skills and skill, so it seems that it doesn't have the intention to receive any attack. I mean, although it's serious that my eyes are attracted to its speed, Gearsan's defensive ability is quite a lot. Although it's not as much as Kaguna, it has high status with the support by the skills, quite a lot of resistance, and there's also the skill. It won't hit, and even if it hits, it's not painful. What can I do against such thing? And its physical offensive ability is high enough. Especially, the blades attached to both arms. I have the premonition that I will split in two if I receive it. Move around in high speed, blessed physique, and the attack with the blade. Of course, breath is a standard equipment. My attacks can't hit, and even if it hits, it's not a big deal if the power is low. What an impossible game. Huh? Although this guy's level is lower than Kaguna, isn't it more troublesome than Kaguna in a certain meaning? First of all, I should mark it, and wait for those two separate from now on, and act. Marking is one of the effect of, I can attach a mark on the target. It's a function that I can know the target's location no matter where it is, as long as this mark is attached. Well, if it's a place that I don't know, it will only show roughly around here though. Although the lower layer's map is not completed yet, the mark of Kaguna and Gear is close together. It seems that they won't separate for a while. Incidentally, if I mark it, I can confirm the target's status anytime. If I see this, I can transfer to it and assault it when it's weakened. Though I don't think that the two Earth Dragons will weaken. By the way, something like composing a different magic before transfer and fire it to the opponent at the moment I transfer can't be done. Even if I compose a magic beforehand, it will disperse at the moment I transfer. This is not just the composition power, but it can't be helped because it's the specification of transfer. For the time being, let's raise my level in a different location until these guys separate. There should still be other earth dragons in the lower layer, so it's alright to defeat the other one first. Like a revenge on Alaba. Come to think of it, I begin to be afraid of Earth Dragon is because of that guy. It's not bad to defeat that guy to overcome my trauma. Should I return to the pit where the large swarm of bees are there after a long time? Ah, I have now, so doesn't that means that I can overhunt the bees as much as I want? Oh, that's good. Good for experience points and food. Because I started to overhunt the monsters in the lower layer, I have secured too many foods. But when I start the level raising of skills that uses SP, the foods are consumed quite fast. I have a lot of skills that I want to raise and that didn't rise much in the middle layer and the upper layer. That's why food is never too much no matter how much I have. If it's the current me, it won't be a hard fight against the bees, so I will consider that place as my temporary food storage. If luck is on my side, I will encounter Alaba, and I want to at least check its status and mark it. Just by seeing Kaguna and Gear, it seems that it's hard to fight the Earth Dragon without countermeasures. Besides, Alaba's level should be higher than Kaguna if my memory is right. I return with the data, and I must fight after making the countermeasures. When I think like this, the dragon is strong after all. I did well to defeat the fire dragon in first sight. That was really a miraculous victory. However, the fire dragon has a more smart composition of status and skills than the earth dragons. If I say it well, it's versatile. If I say it badly, jack of all trades and master of none. There was only a little resistance, and it might not have much enemy in the middle layer. Compared with it, the earth dragon seems to work its way up. What's with that high resistance? What kind of eventful dragon life did it live to become like that? Did it become a dragon after fighting to the bitter end? Lower layer is terrifying. It might because of that it became such a one-sided status. Raise its strength to the limit and match it with the inborn defensive ability. Kaguna swings to defense, and Gear swings to quickness. Moreover, while they swing to one side, it's nasty that I don't have a chance. When someone specialized in something like me, it's normal that there's a weak point that remains somewhere. Those cheaters. Anyway, even if I fight against such guys directly, I can't win, so let's work hard to raise my level until it becomes the situation where I can crush each one of them. What if they never separate? What should I do? I don't know. Do you know the spider's natural enemy? Of course, excluding the fire. There's no way a spider that lives in the nature normally will go to a fire purposely. Returning to the spider's natural enemy talk. Although I don't know it very well, if I'm not mistaken, there are two kinds of spiders' natural enemies. I get to know about it when I looked at the documentary program while playing online game. Thinking back now, I should have watched that program a little more. I never thought that I will become a spider even in the dreams. If I know more about the spider's ecology, it might be useful. I derailed again. One of the spider's natural enemies is the bee. The destination that I'm heading to after transferring to a certain my home in the upper layer is the mist pit. When I look from the top, it's a swarm of bees, just like that time, to return to here again. If it's a little while ago, I won't think so. Because there are various traumas in this place. Although the biggest trauma was my nest burst by the earth dragon, other than that, I have also fallen into a critical situation. This place might be the place where I'm aware of death for the first time in my life. I was stabbed by the bee, and the countdown to death starts from there. That's right, just like this. Huh? Hoya! I was stabbed! Why did you launch a surprise attack when a person is engrossed in deep emotions? Read the atmosphere. I restrained the bee that got on my back and stabbed me with my thread like the old days, and hurl it, as it is, with a one-armed shoulder throw. A dull sound is heard, and with that alone, the bee's HP decreases by about 70%. For the finishing blow, I cut it in small pieces with the thread endowed with slash attribute. Ah, you have done me. I never thought that a surprise attack was launched to me who has the detection ability. Well, my HP didn't decrease much, and my automatic recovery recovers it completely. I have also suffered from critical condition because of this in the old days. A hole opened at my back, and because I didn't have the at that time, it was a death situation where I must level up to shed. Again! Although there's hardly any pain because I have the, it doesn't change the fact that it's irritating. Because it's troublesome to throw it, I will cut it with the thread manipulated with. Ah, if there's the second time, there's a third time. How dare you to get to my back without getting caught in my danger perception? Ah, perhaps it didn't recognize it as danger. Certainly, it seems that there's no damage. When asking whether it's dangerous or not, it's strange. Ah, when thinking so, that means that it didn't recognize the bee as an enemy. Well, it's not wrong because I recognize it only as a food. Stop it already! No, as expected. Isn't it strange? Why can it get to my back easily, even though it doesn't have the skill? Even if you exclude the stupid me, it's strange, right? Come to think of it, was the spider's natural enemy the bee? Perhaps there's a hidden affinity outside of the system. No, that's definitely no. Anyway, even though there's no damage, it's annoying. Although I acknowledge that courage to fight me who has the Fearbringer combo without being scared, your opponent was bad. Therefore, let's start the annihilation. I jump in the air with. I fire magics to the bees that catches my eyes, and cut the approaching bees. Wow, the bees that I can win if I have a home in the old days can't win against me. Look, the bee is just like a trash. Huh? A bee that I have not seen before came out. Let's see.
General Finjigoeth LV6 status HP, San Chi Yi San Bai Chi Shi G Green, MP. Arjigio R Bai Jishujio, Blue L RF. SPA, Sen Lulo, Sen Bai Lulier San. Lesson Die, Sen Lulo, Sen Lulo, Sen Lulo, 122. Average, offensive ability. Arlingling leverage, defensive. Ability, Elexin Evergen. Evergen Sanjo average resistance ability. Esis. Sending, Evergen speed. Ability, R. Wool.
I see. It's the evolved form of the Captain Bee. For a low status, its skills are enhanced. Among the monsters that have almost the same status, isn't it a considerably strong one? Well, to be frank, its status is too low, and it's not my enemy. When I fell into this pit, most of my status is 2 digits. If I happen to meet this guy at that time, it might be dangerous even if I use my home. However, my current strength is not equal to that time. To be specific, there's a difference of about 100 times. I'm seriously troubled just by seeing my status became that strong. It might not end with 100 times if I think until the skills. It's a tremendous growth speed even if I say so myself. Thus, although it appeared pompously, I have made the General Bee to exit. When I thought about it, the same kind of the guy came out. That means I'm getting closer to the beehive. Certainly, there's an object that looks like it that can be seen above. Rather than an object, it's a building, as expected of the 3-meter class bee's habitat. Huge. I have hunted a lot of bees and accumulated a lot of foods, so let's end here for today. It's more efficient to leave it for a while to increase its number rather than annihilating it. Therefore, I recover the corpses that drop to the ground and withdraw. I leave the attacking swarm of general bees in the air and fall to the ground. I make a landing like a ninja using. I did it. But my danger perception perceived something. It's not the bees. Those guys are not dangerous. I look at the origin of the danger. The spider has 2 kinds of natural enemies. That's the spider that specialized in hunting spider. In my sight, the spider monster appeared. So it finally came. Was it rather late? Well, because I kept transferring between the upper layer and the lower layer, it might have a hard time chasing me. Finally, it became clear that it's eaten from the inside by me. Ah, hello.
Hello, this is a short sample for voice cloning.
Any movement over there? Ah, as expected.
This is a short sample for voice cloning.
Mother's subordinate has attacked.
Finally, huh?
Where's the present location?
Can a minute, I will link it.
Okay.
Like this?
Ah, okay. If it's at this position, well, it should be all right.
If there's any change, I will report it.
Fumu, it doesn't seem that Mother can interfere with the battle in a place like this, but the problem is, can I defeat this guy normally?
Arch Teradatech LV Sen EHTP Sisdala Justicentabid Lushaliu Green Water Yitsen Sisaved SPC Sis R Lo T Sistine R by Losher T Yellow Sis R Lo T Sistine R by Losher T ES VIDID N I Miss Pi Average ADI I Average defensive ability Sisan Iwa Average magic ability Senli Ling Sis average resistance ability Sanyi Ling E average speed ability Sis R Sen T.
Isn't this impossible? This guy, even though it's a spider, it has higher status than the Earth Dragon. Besides, it has 3 greater Tarateks as attendants. In addition, there are some crawling around, a lot of small lesser Tarateks, also a lot of small Tarateks, about 30 Tarateks. There's poison Taratect. After all, the appearance is not different from the normal Taratect. Now's not the time to feel admiration. Although transfer and escape is the best choice, I don't want to be chased by these guys all the way after this. Should I fight a little to reduce the number? Assuming that the boss, Arch Taratect, is impossible, I want to at least kill a greater Taratect.
Greater Taratect LVR Joch P Arbasi Wood Che P Arbasi Bid MP R E Ling MP R E Ling Blue SPA Arbai Sensen Archen Babai Sensen Yellow Arbai Sensen Archen Babai Sensen Joe Archen Babai Sen JAA O 1 Chi R Archen JAA O Archie Low Archie defensive ability Archie Eileen average magic ability Arlene Jojo average resistance ability Arthi Ling R average speed ability Archie Sis.
This is the strongest guy among the graders. I only want to kill this guy because it needs another level to evolve. If it becomes like that, it's dangerous. If the already dangerous Arch became 2, my winning chance will disappear. Well, although it won't be equal to the other Arch immediately after evolution, still, I'm sure that it will become troublesome. I will kill the grader while dodging the Arch's attack. It's certainly a difficult work.
Ed Sane LVEC No Name Status HP Arsistiorf Archen Sis by Juasagreen Witches Echen Sis by MP Wee Jo Ling Jo Chen Yi by Ishra Sis Da SPU Ipa Yi San Yi Chen Ba by Ishasan Yellow Ipa Yi San Yi Chen Ba by Ishasan Red Yu Ipa Yi San by Ability Sun Chindal Average defensive ability Ichi Lusan average magic ability Bachi Wuba average resistance ability Bachi Ling Sis average speed ability Wu Siling.
10 days passed after we escaped from the royal capital. After that, we break through the soldiers that surrounded us and somehow escape from the royal capital, by Lesta Nisima becoming the decoy.
We will gain time. Okasan, let's meet at the 16th hideout.
He says so, and led his unit in charge to the soldiers. I hesitated, but with the desire of protecting Katia, who's carried in my arms, and because my shoulder was pulled by Harinsan, I decided to leave Lestanisama and escape. However, it was a mistake. Lestanisama didn't appear at the 16th hideout that we are told to meet here. I should have held back Lestanisama forcibly that time. If I do so, then more people should be here. The people in this hideout now are me, Sensei, Hirinseis, and Katia. Only 4 of us. Lestanisama, Clevia, as well as the people of Nisama's unit. Not a single person reached here. If I fought together with Nisama at that time, it might turn out more different. But I actually understand. I at that time can't leave Katia alone and fight. Katia, who broke from the brainwash, shot a magic to herself. It was a high-power, wide-range annihilation magic that can blow up a large number of people. Usually, she would have died. Even though I recovered her, Katia was awfully weakened. I can't fight properly while carrying Katia in my arms. That's right, I understand it. Even though I understand, regret becomes stronger. It's not only the time we escape. Now that I think of it, when I talked to Sue and Katia with telepathy, there was a strange feeling. Sue was somehow strange, and as for Katia, even though it's a telepathy between the 2 of us only, Japanese was not used, even though Katia always uses Japanese to speak with me when it's just the 2 of us. The abnormality happened. And yet, I was not able to notice it. If I notice it, I won't allow Hugo to raise such a thing. I practice swing without holding a sword in the room to dispel the sunken thoughts. Only when I move my body, I can end without thinking anything. When I was immersing myself, without thinking about a useless thing, the door was knocked.
What are you doing?
Katia, is it already okay to walk?
It's Katia, who was bedridden until just recently, that opened the door and entered. Ah, my body is already okay. My head still aches sometimes, though.
Don't force yourself, okay? Even if the brainwash was broken, it doesn't mean that the effect completely disappear.
Hugo's brainwash is ingrained. Although Katia succeeded in regaining her consciousness for an instant by willpower, being able to do that was a suicide. Otherwise, it can't be helped because the brainwash power was too strong. Although the effect of the brainwash has already disappeared now, Katia still suffers from an unknown headache. It's all right. And I want Shun to appraise me.
Appraise?
Ah, it's a new skill that I acquired, but I never heard of this skill before. As much as I remember, I think that it's not in the skill encyclopedia, but because I don't know the effect, I thought that I should have Shun appraise it.
Ah, I see. I understand.
I activate aiming at Katia. Certainly, there's a skill that's not in the list is added. It's a skill that I don't have. Divinity Area Expansion. Divinity Area is expanded. I don't understand it even if I appraise it. Let's appraise it further. Divinity Area. The deep area of soul that the life possess. The root of all lives. And it's also your own final dependence area. After all, I don't understand it.
Sorry, I don't understand it.
Even if you appraise it?
Although it seems to say something like soul, I don't know what effect it has with that.
Both of us incline our heads to the side. Well, never mind. And, also Rose.
That's probably because you broke from Hugo's brainwash.
Next is...
When you turn on the skill, you will temporarily become like split personality.
What's that? Is there a meaning to do that?
It's possible for one side to fight as usual, and the other side use magic.
What's that? Isn't that unfair?
If you think that you will become the force of 2 temporarily, it's quite unfair.
Oh, then on at once.
Don't use it usually. Although I tried it when I acquired the skill, if you keep it on regularly, you will get confused whether who's the real one. After all, multiple personality is one of the mental illness. It's better to turn it off in your daily life and turn it on when fighting.
Oofoo, what a scary skill.
By the way. Aren't you close?
Katia is in front of me. The distance is extremely near. Because I'm taller, I have to look down, but that angle, her chest. Don't mind it.
No, of course I will mind. Even if you're a former man, you're a woman now.
So, shouldn't look at me like that.
No, it's the man's nature.
Then, will you react if I do this? Katia steps another step forward and presses her chest against my body.
I give up. Please stop teasing me.
How innocent. Katia steps back while laughing. How is it? Did your feelings recover a little?
I see. Thank you.
I see. Katia do such a thing on purpose to relieve my consciousness a little. Really, a thoughtful person. Hey, I want to ask one thing. The treatment magic you used that time, it's not a normal treatment magic, right? Katia asks so.
Mace execution will be held 3 days later, huh?
Kwong, please make sure that this is not transmitted to Shunkun.
I, who was going to answer, have sensed that conversation by telepathy. I rush out of the room in a hurry.
Sensei, is it true that Lesta Nisama is going to be executed?
Shunkun? How, you used telepathy.
Such thing doesn't matter. Is it true that Nisama is going to be executed?
Shun, calm down. It's true.
No, then, I have to save him.
It's a trap.
Huh?
It's most likely a trap. Still, you want to go?
I will go. Nisama remained at that place to let us escape. So, this time, it's my turn to save Nisama.
Hiren-san lets out a big sigh.
Even if Leston doesn't hope for it.
Yes, I will still go.
You must not go.
Sensei. Even if it's Sensei's words, I won't hear it this time.
It's no use.
Even if it's no use, I will still go.
I'm saying that it's no use.
Sensei activates the restriction magic. It's the magic that steals the freedom of the opponent's body with wind. But a magic of that level won't work against the current me. I dispel the wind restriction with a swing of my arm.
What?
Sensei, it's useless even if you stop me. I will go.
You must not go. If you go now, you will surely be killed.
Sensei, you should have understood when you see that just now, right? I have become considerably strong. That's why I won't be killed easily.
It's not that. Such thing like strong doesn't matter. For an administrator, such thing doesn't matter.
Sensei has a oops face. Sensei, what's this called, administrator? Katia's sharp voice. Is that the reason why Sensei moved around stealthily up until now?
That, I can't say it.
Sensei, do you think that you can get through just by saying I can't say it now? If you can't say it, you have no qualifications to stop Shun.
Goo!
I will say it clearly. Sensei, you can't be trusted. In this situation without any explanation, you have taken too many suspicious actions up until now. Although Shun seems to trust you unconditionally, I can't trust you. If you obstruct Shun's actions without any explanation, I will become your enemy.
No.
Katia, calm down. Sensei too.
I calm Katia, who heats up, and comfort the drooping Sensei.
Sensei, I don't think until becoming your enemy. But it's true that I have a lot of things that I want to hear from Sensei's mouth. If possible, please tell us.
I persuade as gentle as possible. If Sensei is only seen from her appearance, she's a younger girl. The elves only have slow growth, so we are actually the same age. But when adding the previous life, she's older. But the Sensei now looks like her appearance. Only a girl who seemed to burst into tears. Silence. The time that nobody talks passes. Sensei looks down and is troubled. Katia stare at such Sensei fixedly. Hiren-san watch over the development.
I understand. I will tell everything.
That was the answer after she was troubled for a long time.
First of all, I will say this to Hiren-san. The three of us died in another world and were reborn in this world.
What?
Please hear it based on that. What I'm telling now must not be revealed to others.
Hirin-san, who look at us because of the sudden story, I also didn't thought that she will start from there.
The first thing I do after reincarnating to this world was the learning of language. When I understood to some extent, I acquired telepathy with skill points. I tried a conversation using telepathy with the elf's head Potamus. He volunteered for the student's search after hearing my story. By the time I grow up, a considerable number of students were found, and they were sheltered in the elf village safely. After I grow up to the extent that I can move, I also joined the search. There were also 4 students who were too late. There were those born under a powerful person, and there was child that can't be interfered carelessly too. Those were Shun-kun and Katia-chan, and Hugo-kun. Although Yuri-chan is an orphan, when we found her, she was already the saint candidate and was guarded by the church. Actually, I also want you all to be sheltered by the elves, but that can't be done because there's political issues. The reason why I want to shelter you all is because I want to make sure that you won't get involved in this world's system as much as possible. Don't you have doubts in this world's skill, status, and level? Because Hirin-san is born in this world, you won't have any doubt. But in our former world, skill, status, and level didn't exist. Such things only exist in games. It's impossible for such things to exist in reality. And this world is a game. Those guys who are called as the administrator, they give strength to people for them to fight by making the humans and the demons fight. They raise skills, status, and levels, and they extract power from the soul of dead men and make it into their power. That is the system of this world, and the hero and the demon king are no more than pieces made by the administrators to make the humans and the demons to fight efficiently. The church is also the same. The belief of developing their skills to hear the God's voice is also made by the administrators. This time's riot has the church involved in it means that there's probably the administrator's motive. Hugo-kun believes that he's using the church, but I think that he's being used. And Leston-kun's execution was revealed by that Hugo-kun. There's no mistake that it's the administrator's trap, aiming at the power of Shun-kun, who became stronger than the residents in this world. That's why I can't let Shun-kun go. Sensei don't want my students to be killed helplessly by those unknown guys called the administrators. So, please don't go. Please.
Everyone falls silent. The one opened the mouth was Hirin-san.
In your point, the hero, was Julius made to fight pointlessly for this guy called the administrator?
Yes, we elves, in order to put an end to this pointless fight, we have appealed to both the humans and the demons to stop the war. The previous hero and the previous demon king accepts that offer and reconciled, and we elves made preparations to challenge the administrators in secret. Both of the previous hero and the previous demon king are rare dimension magic users. It seems that they used the power, opened the dimension, and tried to fly to the ground where the administrators are. However, it failed, and it connects to our world. We died because of the accidental explosion of the magic.
What? No way!
I don't know how far the administrators are related to the accident, but we who died there were dragged into this world's system, and we reborn in this world. The reason we have inborn skills that shouldn't be possible is because we are people from a different world, and when we died, the power in our souls was not recovered by the administrators.
Then we died because of the hero and the demon king?
Consequently, it's because of the administrators who are pulling the strings at the back. The administrators are the worst people who made us and this world as their food.
The reason why Sensei didn't let us meet with the other students is
the other students are made to live in this world without acquiring skills as much as possible, so that they won't be marked down by the administrators. But you all have become strong. The elf village is completely isolated from this world, and it's protected with a powerful barrier that even a ruler can't make a move on it carelessly. However, if I take you all who might have been marked down by the administrators might get attracted to the other students. I was uneasy of that.
What's a ruler?
The ruler is the existence that normally becomes the administrator's underling and work for them. Therefore, only a little of the power of the world system can be used. A person will become a ruler by acquiring special skills, etc., and I acquired one of the skills and became a ruler. However, I never received the administrator's influence.
The reason why Sensei moved behind the scene up until now is...
I moved to evade the war of the humans and the demons, and the steps to defeat the administrators.
Can you defeat them?
I don't know. In the first place, the administrators' whereabouts are not known.
Sensei turns toward me once again.
Shun-kun, I understand the feelings of wanting to save Leston-kun, but please don't go. If you go, you will die.
To that sincere glance, I point.
Well, first of all, let's reduce the number of small fries. Although I thought about that, isn't it unnecessary to fight all of them honestly? It's a strategy that I thought for the Earth Dragon, but if it's the Arch Pterodactyl, won't it work? Is it worth trying? If it failed, I just have to think another way. There's not much loss even if I fail. Thus, let's do it. Oh? The movement of the arch is caught by. I avoid it. The fangs of the arch pierced through the place where I was a little while ago. Scary? Fast? As expected of the fastest monster that I have appraised. It's also reached max level, and it's is level 2. If I don't have my evasion combo of, and, I would be stabbed by that poison fang. It's scary. Well, even if I say that it's fast, it's slower than me though. Although the arch also activates both, and to raise its physical ability, I'm faster. After all, my level of and is higher, my has evolved into, is a higher rank skill of. The effect is the strengthened and even raises magic type status. Thanks to that, my already absurd magic status becomes a ridiculous numerical value when I activate both and. My magic offensive ability and my resistance ability exceed the 1000 mark. Cuckoo. Although the arch's physical offensive ability is incredible, it's not a big deal if it doesn't hit. The arch releases a thread. Ah, that's a bad one. I know it. The spider's thread is bad. It's the end if I got caught. Well, if I got caught, I will transfer quietly though. The attacking web. When I dodge it, the greater and the others start to move, was caught in the corner of my sight. Ah, it looks like it's not the time to take it easy. Somehow, I can't feel any tension when thinking that I can escape with transfer anytime. I have become considerably strong, and the worry about instant death with one hit has disappeared. My original physical status is also high, and I have, and to strengthen it further. I can add if I want to, but that's as expected too much. The skill raises the physical status greatly. When you ask how much is, it has almost the same rising amount as at level 1. Moreover, Northern Mariana Islands and SP are not consumed. However, when this skill is activated, the user will suffer from the abnormal condition forcefully. Although thanks to, I won't be attacked by insanity, I don't think that I want to use it again. Even if I don't use it, I'm strong enough, and above all, I'm a magic type. There's no need to abandon magic purposely and go for hand-to-hand combat. When thinking about, my real HP exceeds more than 10000 easily. I want to think that there's no strong guy that can pierce this with a hit. Well, at least, it's impossible for the arch. The arch's best attack is of course the, and the as the assistance to hit it. It's a brutal combo that the defeat might be decided at the moment I got caught, even if I don't have transfer. Because the person who does that is saying it, it's certain.
So I'm a spider, so what? This audiobook is sponsored by Artale Novel. If you are interested in exploring what we have provided on our community platform, please download the app artale.ai/novel.
But it's easy if it's only escaping because I have the transfer that I have been saying since a while ago. Although the physical attack from a large build is certainly scary, at the point that it's inferior to me in speed, it won't even graze me. If it attacks in numbers, it's troublesome, but that can be solved if my strategy goes well. Well then, let's start the strategy.
At first, I dodge the arch's attack. Then, I approach while dodging the arch's attack. Here is difficult. After all, the arch is a strong guy that surpassed the Earth Dragon in status. The phantasmagoric mobility by, and the numerous attacks of entwined threads that are hard to predict. Magic flies there further. The magic that the arch used is that I used regularly. Although it won't inflict a great damage even if it hits me who have. Just by having projectile weapons, the attack pattern increases. The arch fires the deadly poison bullet that has a high power among me and a good timing like a veteran warrior. Although even the deadly poison bullet will hardly inflict damage to me, it will produce a chance if I receive it. The arch aims at it then damage.
Really, this guy is dangerous. It don't have status higher than the Earth Dragon just for show. However, the affinity is bad this time. After all, I know most of this guy's attack patterns. I want you to see it even if you think. The thing that I have cultivated in fight so far, make full use of the thread, fight with Poison Fang, and fire magic. It's the same as the way I fight. That's as expected. I'm formerly the Taratect species, and now, I'm the same spider-type monster. It's natural for our strategy to be similar. In addition, not even one of this guy's attack becomes a decisive blow against me. Just by receiving a Poison Fang won't be a fatal wound for me who have. I can escape with transfer before it can inject fatal poison. The thread is also the same. Magic is out of the question. There's no way the physical arch can pierce my resistance. Then, it can only rely on its pure physical attack. But that also won't graze me in the presence of my evasion combo. When you say that I also lack of a trump card, it's not so, because I have evolved into a considerably irregular form. I have a lot of magics that normal Taratech doesn't have. If it's 1-to-1, it's already checkmated. That's why, it comes in army, but I wonder whether is it a misfortune that it don't have, or because only the arch is forward. Thanks to, I can consider a lot of things idly, but if I say it in real time, not even 1 minute has passed. This situation where the graders haven't catch up. It can be said that the arch's winning chance was lost at this point in time.
And the final move. My body touches the arch. I carry out the range transfer. It's a sure-fail strategy against the Earth Dragon that has in high resistance. But the arch don't have. The height of the resistance also doesn't reach my magic power. The arch transfers with me. The transferred destination is the top of the lake of magma at the middle layer where I fought against the fire dragon. An invitation to the hot, hot sauna.
How's this middle layer's burning red scenery of magma? It must be painful for a spider who's weak to fire. I'm also hot and painful. But the arch should be more hard than me. The bottom is the sure death sea of magma if we fall. Because my size is small, I can land on the small islands here and there. But the overall length of the arch is about 15 meters. There's no big island where such a large build can land. Furthermore, this environment that reduces HP just by being in here. I have spent a long time to raise my resistance, but the arch don't have. Because it doesn't decrease, but it doesn't change the fact that it's hard. This is like the can't be used in reality. It fights with me who has the worst affinity in the flame field that it's weak in while supporting its large build in the air with. Exactly a checkmated situation. Coo. You should just die while regretting the stupidity of defying this me when you are just a spider.
Thus, first of all, I don't go. The is the evolved skill of, and the down-pulling force that can only be generated up until now, can be generated anywhere up and down, left and right. Besides, the repelling force also became possible to be used. When I deploy this repelling force around me, I can make something like a pseudo-barrier. However, because the air will also be repelled, I can't continue to use it for a long time. In addition, even if it evolved and the function increased, after all, the strongest one is the down direction force. I continue to apply that down direction force to the arch.
In addition to it's necessary to support its large build in the air, gravity is added there further. It's okay even if you fall, you know? Don't worry, even if you fall, you will only die. Come on, fall quickly, and please become the food of my experience points.
The arch makes full use of, and holds out somehow. A thread is released towards the ceiling.
Can't you fall quickly? You think that I will let you do that? Darkness Bullet activate.
Is the higher rank magic of, and it's a magic below the. Although it's inferior to the in power, because of that, there's a easy to use single target attack magic. That's this Darkness Bullet. It's a higher rank magic of the Dark Bullet. It's a magic that fires a pitch black ball according to the name. It's a dark attribute attack, and seems to have the shock attribute added. When it hits, it will burst open and inflict damage to the opponent. By the way, as might be expected from a high rank magic, the power is higher than its appearance. The Darkness Bullet hits the buttocks of the arch that released a thread. The thread flies to a different direction by the shock, and the arch's HP decreases.
Let's do it rapidly. I continue firing Darkness Bullet mercilessly. Will it fall first? Or will its HP be exhausted first? I wonder which is it. The arch did its best. It did its best. It endured my attacks with effort, cured itself with, and acquired. It's a terrific willpower, so I will praise you. It did its best, so just die already.
Because I continued using, it became level 3, and I used the new magic. The name is Darkness Spear. It's the spear version of the Darkness Bullet, and pierce attribute damage is added to it. The Darkness Spear pierces the worn-out arch's body. Finally, the large spider that has the status that exceeds even the Earth Dragon has died. 4 levels rose at once. I throw off the old skin after shedding.
Yes. Recover the corpse before it falls. I recover the corpse of the arch that starts falling using transfer. I put it at my home in the upper layer near the middle layer entrance. I will eat it deliciously later. Well, it's certainly obvious that it will taste bad because it's a poison holder though. If possible, I want to wrap it with threads, but the first priority is to kill the graders. Thus, transfer again. I return to the pit where I was a while ago. The spider army, including the graders, are still here. It will be troublesome in the future if I let them go here. I mean, they are eating the corpse of the bees that I hunted. Hey, you! That's mine, you know. Why are you stealing my things?
When thinking so, the small group is fighting against the bees. As expected, the graders will win against the bees, but a considerable number of bees have been defeated.
I'm sorry that it became a dogfight, but can I also participate? No? Even if you say no, I will participate, you know? Now that there's no arch, even if there are 3 graders, they are not my enemies. Although I was scared of the arch's high status at first, the way for the spider army to defeat me is to disturb me with small fries, and the arch uses physical attacks. Now that there's no arch, it's difficult to even damage me properly. Thus, let's do it quickly. Because it's already troublesome, let's kill them with range magic all at once. There's no arch here, so it should be alright to prepare magic now, because they are having a dogfight with the bee. Although I can use range magic while fighting, if I can use as expected, for me alone to use complicated magic like range magic while fighting is impossible. Well, if I concentrate like this, I can shorten the time until activation though. As expected, if it's me alone, it's difficult to do it while moving.
Then, lo, Dark World activate. Darkness begins to gush out from the abyss. The existence that touched the darkness receives great damage. Although it's not as the Hellgate, it's a magic with a moderate range and power. When the darkness fades, the small group is annihilated. Even the adults, several bodies including the poison, barely survived. As expected, the graders survived, but they are not unhurt. I fire darkness magic one by one to the guys who survived. In this way, the spider army was annihilated, comparatively disappointing.
Perfect victory against the spider army. Incidentally, a level rose again. 1, huh? Rose by 4 with the arch, and 1 with the others. Naiwa. Well, because the affinity with the arch was good by chance, I was able to defeat it easily, but it should be very strong normally. Its status actually surpassed the Earth Dragon, and if I were to say which one is stronger if both of them fight, it's about the same. If it's Kaguna, it might barely win by an affinity difference, but Gear probably can't win against the arch. Even if it's Kaguna, there's no guarantee that it can win. Well, a win is a win. No matter what kind of move is used, it's fine if I win. That's all. But what should I do with this large amount of food? Although quite many turned into smithereens by Darkworld, there's a tremendous number of corpses even if I exclude that. Even though the arch's large build alone is a considerable amount, can I eat all of these? I mean, I will have a hard time even if I take all of these back to home with transfer. Danger perception. All of my body hair stands on end. I remember this feeling. I won't forget it. There's no way I can forget it. The real fear that I tasted for the first time since I reincarnated into a spider. The symbol of death that I was conscious of for the first time since I reincarnated into a spider.
I turn around slowly. Earth Dragon Alaba LV San, RHP, Siblo Lo, Sign, Sitchin, Leipai, Lakers, Shiblo, Klo, MP, Sis, Lingchi, Leipai, Sitchin, Lakers, Sijinizi, SPA, Suwul Tiling, Suwul Pie, Suwul Tie, Suwul Tie, Suwul Tie, Suwul Tie, Red Average, Offensive Ability, Suwul Tie, Red Average, Offensive Ability, Suwul Tie, Average Defensive Ability, Siwajochi, Details Average, Magic Ability, Silingarev, Details Average, Resistance Ability, Sisi Sanba, Details, Average Speed Ability, Sis Wo or Wo, Details, Skill, Points, Sis Ling Title. The Appearing Dragon, that appearance is majestic.
Long time no see. My trauma. This is bad. This guy is dangerous after seeing its status again. Picking the best of both Kaguna and Gear, and even more, there's no chance at all. The skill composition and the defensive ability that surpass Kaguna. The skill composition and the speed that surpass Gear. In addition, the high magic ability that both Kaguna and Gear don't have. The worst thing is it can even use That's My Weapon. It's too troublesome that it has. A perfect all-rounder. It can attack. It can protect. Therefore, it's strong even at the rear, and because it doesn't have a weakness, it won't lose. It can be said that it's an ideal existence. When it's so amazing, it can even make me laugh. I'm glad. The fear that I felt at that time was a real thing. The fear that I felt at that time was right. I will admit it. Earth Dragon Alaba, you are strong, to the extent that I think that I who became so strong can't win easily. Rather, it's a formidable enemy that I should resolve to be defeated. Scary, and yet, I'm happy. I'm happy. Now, I have grown to be able to fight against the opponent who I was not able to do anything but to tremble and hide at that time. Earth Dragon Alaba, are you ready? I'm ready. If it's your perception level, you should have noticed that I was alive at that time, right? You noticed me, and you overlook me because I'm a worthless thing, right? That arrogance, I make you regret. Thank you. You taught me the terror of death. Therefore, there's the present me. I escape from you, escape, and at the end after escaping safely is the present me. Let me thank you, and die. As the hateful existence that gave the fear of death to me for the first time. I will kill you with my hands. I will overcome your fear by doing so. I won't escape from you anymore. Let's put an end to this long escaping life. Here I go.
A preemptive attack with Darkness Spear. It's evaded like it's natural. A breath of return. I evade it like it's natural.
The attack was obvious that we avoided it. The attack that confirms each other feelings. A series of flows like it's completely arranged beforehand, and it becomes a feeling like the lovers who were not able to meet for a long time. Well, I don't even have a friend, let alone a lover.
We exchange the attack like greetings, and the real combat starts. Alaba's large build approaches like a gale. What speed? Although the arch was also fast, this guy is more than that. But I won't lose in speed. I avoid the swung forelegs claw. After I avoided it, the point of the sharp tail approached. I even avoid that, the tail that cuts the air. But it bends immediately and pursued me. I apply on myself and activate the pseudo barrier. On top of that, I evade it. The tail, repelled by the repulsive force, barely passed my body. And there, a pursuit of kick with the hind leg. But the kick stops on the way. So you noticed the threads that I have spread on your line of fire. It looks like it has noticed the threads that I spread secretly while avoiding. Alaba takes a distance, although it might intend to get poised again for the next attack. It's my turn this time. I shoot a darkness bullet, aiming at Alaba that tries to take distance. Although it's a surprise attack, Alaba dodges it with composure. But it can't dodge the threads that I shot that's waiting for it over there. It's the threads endowed with the maximum poison and slash attributes without viscosity. Alaba plunges into the reticulation with all its strength, and at the same time I, who's holding the threads, rush to the opposite side of Alaba. Like a twine. The result? My body was blown off. Oh well, the physique difference is too much. I can't win Alaba's power even if it's my strengthened power. Alaba's HP has decreased slightly. Poison and slash, I don't know which one is effective, but I succeeded in wounding it just a little. Even if it's a wound that can be recovered by automatic recovery instantly, it doesn't change the fact that it's wounded.
Fumu. If it can be wounded, it seems to go well.
I release the threads. I control my posture within the inertia of being blown off. I confront Alaba once again.
If it's the present sense, the physical offensive ability is Alaba. The speed is me. The defense is Alaba. The magic is me. Like this, however, when it's said that we are equal, to be honest, I lose. It's merely because a certain point of Alaba is extremely high. Alaba's defensive ability. With my offensive ability, I can't break through Alaba's defensive ability. Physical attack is blocked by the defense of and. Even the attack with threads of my best only can graze it just like a while ago. It's hard to say that magic attack is effective because of the skill that's the higher rank skill of. The power of magic decreases sharply. Still, if it's my magic offensive ability that exceeds 10000, I can at least damage it if it hits. The evasive ability of Alaba is also high, although it will likely become a damage if it hits. The possibility that it will be recovered before I inflict the next damage is high. In the present condition that I don't use, shooting magic while fighting is hard. In addition, if I think about Alaba's evasive ability, the recovery speed seems to be faster than the damage. I won't use. Although it's merely my obstinacy, I want Alaba's opponent to be only me. If I mobilize all of my, it's probably possible to fire magics at the same level as Gatling gun and settle the battle instantly. Even if it's not like that, it will go well if I activate. But there's a meaning to win by myself. There's no trump card. In addition, if I attack it unskillfully, I will let it acquire resistance. Because I can't use the countermeasures that I thought for Kaguna, that's to visit it with a huge. Then, there's only one strategy that I can take. And, to do that, I have no choice but to fight with all my power now. To let Alaba thinks that I'm an opponent who should fight with all its power. If Alaba uses all its power, I can see my winning chance. Because, at that time, my invisible second deadly poison will start to undermine Alaba's body.
Alaba takes a stance. I understood that it's the previous action of the breath by. It's that breath that destroyed my home before. Alaba's breath attacks. Transfer. I transfer to Alaba's overhead. I fire a darkness bullet to the defenseless head that continues releasing the breath. The darkness bullet hits Alaba's head directly and shuts the mouth that's releasing the breath. The breath explodes in Alaba's mouth. Apparently, the dragon's breath doesn't seem to only have the dragon's attribute attack. The HP of Alaba, who should have decreased. If I match it with darkness bullet, it becomes a proper damage.
Oh my, perhaps I can continue like this. No, it's probably impossible.
Although the mouth is exploded, the tail attacks me like a different creature. This tail is troublesome. I avoid the tail that bends like a whip. My inner heart gets chilly by the wind roar when the tail passes in point-blank range. If I think about my HP and MP, I don't think that I will die at a hit, although I think the power is strong to the extent that I can see a visual hallucination that I will split in two by the tail unintentionally. I fly back and dodge the forelegs swung after the tail. I take distance as it is, and I fire a restraint darkness spear. Alaba's leg is stopped by the darkness spear. The HP recovers rapidly. It's fast, as expected. It's difficult to defeat it by repeating damage.
But Alaba completely recognized me as an enemy. It should come with all its power from now on. My poison starts the erosion. You have already received my poison, a special poison that can't be seen in abnormal condition. Now, let's begin the countdown. When will Alaba notice the poison's existence? In the slow-motion world of, I grasp the future's image that shows. The future where Alaba activates magic. When it becomes the monster of this class, it can use magic normally. The arch was the same too, and it means that it has the wisdom to do it. Naturally, there's no way an existence with such wisdom will use magic that's more inefficient than the breath without thinking.
Evade. A sharp spear of soil spring up at the place where I was a while ago. It's the soil version of the darkness spear. If I'm not mistaken, was it the earth spear? But, in contrast with the darkness spear that's the type that shoots toward the opponent, the earth spear changes the ground of target point into a spear suddenly. If I stayed there, I was about to become a skewer.
The troublesome point of the is that it has the magic effect of the soil attribute added to it, and it also has physical destructive power. Although it looks plain compared with fire and water, the true state is that it's a mixed attack of physical and magic. Speaking of the height of resistance, I don't receive any damage from ordinary magic. But, when it comes with physical destructive power, the story changes.
Did Alaba foresees that I will evade? New earth spears appear one by one. As might be expected of having the magic construction speed is impressive. Well, it's inferior to me though. Such magic won't hit me who make full use of but Alaba also understands such thing. Alaba's true aim is to eliminate my escape. I continue avoiding the magics guided skillfully to a place, and at that place, the wall of soil has already surrounded in 3 sides. In addition, a wall springs up instantly at the entrance where I entered. Earth wall of the only place I can escape after being surrounded all directions is up, and on top of that, the appearance of Alaba who has already released its breath. There's only an instant before it hits. Evasion is impossible. If it's the normal transfer, I transfer to Alaba's overhead again. Darkness bullet to the head, while it's releasing its breath becomes the second time. A hit. A scene same as a while ago is developed right under me. The different thing from a while ago is that Alaba flew up in the air. The falling Alaba. A pursuit darkness spear. But Alaba regains its balance just before colliding to the ground, kicked the ground with a light feeling, and avoided the approaching darkness spear. Ahead of avoiding it, the waterfall of poison rains down. The waterfall of poison that's made by maximizing the creation amount of, and activate it continuously. Alaba blows off the waterfall of deadly poison and paralysis with one breath. The splashing water of poison. Although it didn't expect any damage, something like blowing it off with one breath easily. Naiwa. Alaba releases its breath towards me who's in the air continuously. I make full use of to avoid the anti-aircraft fire. Incidentally, I make a net with and fire it with the skill.
Foo! That's right, I have acquired my heart's desire skill. I mean, it was derived when reached max level. Well, it consumes MP, and because its level is low, it don't have much speed. To be frank, Throwing it with is better. But this is the problem of feelings. The thread that's shot hardens like a ball, and I use power of to open it into a net in front of Alaba.
Alaba avoids the net grandiosely with full exposure of its wariness because it remembered that it got wounded by the thread a while ago. That reaction is not wrong, although the thread just now is endowed with offensive ability. The true nature of the spider thread is to catch the opponent. I gave full adhesiveness to the thread that I used this time. Even if it's Alaba, it's not easy to escape if it got caught in this thread.
If it's cautious of my thread to that extent, it's convenient for me.
I scatter threads from the air. Alaba hates it. It avoids and repel it with the breath, and it comes to eliminate me, who's the original source. Alaba, who approaches to my location with,
Yes, welcome!
the threads that seem to be scattered haphazardly. They are all connected by a thin thread that's hard to be seen. The thread that becomes the root is in my foot. I haul in the bunch of threads, with all at once. At the same time, I shoot a darkness bullet to Alaba. The spider threads that approach from the back, the darkness bullet that approaches from the front. If it avoid the darkness bullet, the threads will catch up. If darkness bullet is not avoided, it will receive damage. Which will Alaba choose? Alaba chose a different choice. The breath offsets the darkness bullet. It charges forward, ignoring the aftermath.
Crap!
I barely avoid the approaching fang attack. I graze it a little, and my HP stock decreases.
That was close. I almost failed to avoid because I'm holding the thread. Because I'm pulling a lot of threads, of course my movements will be limited. Even if it's transfer, if the magic is not made beforehand, it won't make it in time. So if it's a situation like just now, it can't be used. The reason why I seem to easily avoid my opponent's attacks with transfer is because I make full use of and. I foresee the opponent's action with and. I begin the magic construction instantly with. It seems that I transfer at once, but I actually prepared beforehand. Alaba's action a while ago was a little unexpected. Thread or darkness bullet. I thought that it would pick either one. It looks like I was still underestimating Alaba. I motivate myself again. Both Alaba and I still have composure. The fight still continues. The fight that both made desperate efforts. But the situation that both don't have a trump card continues. I, who can't break through the high defensive ability and recovery power. Alaba, that all of its attacks continue to be dodged with high evasive ability. It's not that both of us have no trump card. My trump card is thread. If it's caught in my thread, even Alaba will take time to escape. Meanwhile, I can win if I fire a lot of magic. But Alaba is considerably cautious of my thread in the fight so far. It understands that it must not receive only that. Therefore, it faces the attack in relation to thread carefully. It's hard to hit the thread on Alaba that has entered the complete defense stance. In contrast with me, Alaba's trump card is the largest scale breath attack. The breath that Alaba releases with all its power boasts of power more than the breath that destroyed my home before. If I receive such a thing, even if it's me, I will vanish. Even if I activate, if I receive it once, the breath will continue to shower at me as it is, and I will die eventually. But Alaba can't shoot it. Alaba has received my counterattack twice for the breath attack. Because of that, Alaba can't shoot a breath for a long time. Because Alaba has received the same move twice, it only uses the single-shot breath thoroughly. The single-shot breath is not bad, but the attack range becomes small no matter what, and the power decreases too. Everything is evaded by me, and even if it hits me, it's far from being a fatal wound. Both of us can't use it effectively even though we have a move that can be the trump card. When it becomes like that, the fight was naturally prolonged. Both of us mix feints and serious attacks sometimes. We wait for the chance while preventing the opponent to take hold of the pace. The progress of the battle is slightly disadvantageous. My attacks are not working. It hits, but there's no damage. Even if I damages it, it will recover instantly. Even if I succeed in continuous hitting, Alaba takes distance in every cases for a moment and stop my attacks to gain time for recovery. In the end, Even though I have fought this much, the damage is 0. On the contrary, its resistance increased. Alaba's that was level 4 at first has rose to level 5. If this continues as it is, the low damage now will decrease even more. In contrast with me, Alaba's attacks will pierce me if it hits. With just receiving a hit, all of my HP and MP can't be blown off. But a hit of Alaba is strong. If I receive such a hit, my small body will be easily blown away. If it becomes such a thing, there's a possibility that I will receive a further pursuit. If that happens, it will be the end. The one chance difference is too big. If I who's specialized in evasion made a mistake, the situation might be reversed immediately. Of course I don't intend to be killed easily. Although it won't happen, it's not impossible. The nature and my tension increase, the sharpened nerves. I concentrate so that I won't miss an image of. In the slow motion world of, I sharpen my senses so that I won't miss a slight information.
Skill proficiency reached. Skill Thought Acceleration LV9 has become Thought Acceleration LV10. Conditions met. Skill Thought Acceleration LV10 has evolved into Skill Super Thought Acceleration LV1. Skill Proficiency reached. Skill Foresight LV9 has become Foresight LV10. Conditions met. Skill Foresight LV10 has evolved into Skill Future Vision LV1.
Skill evolution in this timing. I'm thankful. The movement of the slow world becomes slower. The image of foresight that can only be seen sporadically can be seen always. I can see what Alaba is going to do next. Furthermore, I can foresee until the end of the movement in the stagnant world of, like a chess problem. I finish dodging the sure kill shot, claw and fang, a sweeping combo attack with the tail with composure. I'm so amazing. When I think about hitting an attack to the present me, don't it need to have the speed at the level that I can't perceive? This is good. It's good. Come at me more. If it's now, I don't think that any attack will hit me.
Avoid D, avoid, avoid. Dodge, 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 dodge. In addition, I continue to throw a counter in the interval. Alaba's HP that begins to decrease slightly. Alaba starts to feel impatient for the rise of my evasive ability. After coming this far, I understand that even that feeling is quite clear in the maw, and I'm not so gentle to overlook that chance. Heresy Magic Phantom Pain. It's a magic that inflicts phantom pain. Alaba is astonished. That's obvious. For Alaba, who has the at high level, it's an intense pain that it has not felt for a long time. The phantom pain can't be relieved by pain alleviation. I, who was tormented by detection, have experienced this with my own body. How is it? The pain that's felt after a long time. Alaba, who clench its teeth painfully. When there's a chance in the heart, it's easy for to pass through the resistance. If it's a monster that has a willpower like Alaba, the effect of the magic will be shaken off immediately. But an instant is enough. At the moment when Alaba's consciousness turned towards pain, threads coil around its body. More threads get entangled one after another to Alaba's body that tries to shake it off. Threads coil Alaba's body many folds, and the movement stopped.
I did it! It seems that the end comes before the poison works. I want you to wait a minute. Whatever the circumstances may be, that's impossible. I have thought that I probably can't defeat you just by restricting you with the threads. For example, something like shooting the breath on itself. If it's a full power breath, as expected, I think that my threads can't endure it. Then, although it will receive damage to some extent, as long as it has, Alaba itself won't receive a fatal wound. I think that it's a very realistic escape, rather than being shot with magics continuously by me, while it's defenseless. Because I think of it, it's not strange even if Alaba carry it out. But the thing that Alaba did was something that I didn't expect. It can be said that it's completely contrary to my expectation. Besides, in the worst way. The skill point is obtained by level up. But somehow, it looks like there are other methods to obtain it as well. When I see the skill points of the Arch Taratect that should be equal to me in the species, it's clear that my skill points are fewer. As for the difference of status, it can be explained by the difference of time that it has lived. The status rises gradually, even if it doesn't level up. I grew up rapidly in a short period because I raise my level assertively, unlike the wild monsters. Because of that, the rising value of my status, except the level up, is low. But I think that the normal monsters won't try to fight other than the time they hunt food. That's why the level rise is slow. Although I don't know how long it takes to grow up to that extent, as long as I see the difference of status with me, I can guess that it's quite long. The status differences between the arch and me except the magic and the speed is more than 2,000. Even if I calculate that the status increases by 1 each day, that means that it has lived for 2,000 days. Because there's no such thing like the status increases by 1 each day, I'm sure that a very long time has passed. Then, can the skill points also be obtained in a fixed amount if I live for a long time? For example, 100 points for the birthday. No, I think that it's probably wrong. But I think that the guess about getting points by time passing is right. If it's not so, the difference of the skill points with me can't be explained. Possibly, there might be an unknown points acquisition condition. Well, what I'm trying to say is the Earth Dragon Alaba that seems to have lived for a very long time has the skill points that corresponds to it. Up until now, the monsters that I have seen were also the same, but perhaps Alaba has never used its skill points since it's born. The skill that's obtained using points is not to be found, and above all, when it holds such an enormous amount of points uselessly, I can judge it. Although it's a waste, even if I tell the monsters to use such points, they won't understand. Because the amount that's not used is like something that's not there, I try to not mind it.
And that Alaba's skill points has decreased. In addition to that, it's using up all of its points. The 41100 skill points has become only 100. And I have my breath taken away by the added skills.
My weakness, the highest rank fire magic. The higher rank skill of that enhanced the magic. In order to not get hurt by its own magic, it improved the that it has further, and acquire the to resist my main weapon, which is the that seems to be the countermeasure for transfer. The skills that are gathered only for me. The skills that literally concentrate its full power. The skills acquired only to defeat me. The thing accumulated for a long time is used up only for me. Besides, apart from the points, there are also skills that flowered by the Mortal Kombat. It must have seriously think of a way to escape from this crisis. As expected, I don't think that it can evolve until my golden combo of, and in the middle of this fight. But it doesn't change that it becomes more troublesome. Because it even has it might be better to think that won't work anymore. The soul break is an exception, and it's impossible to use that. However, this is bad. This is really bad. There was a considerable differences of the affinity so far. But it never took any countermeasures. Alaba is a formidable enemy that can't be said that it has a good affinity with me. That formidable enemy took countermeasures for me.
The threads restricting Alaba burn off. The ground becomes red hot centered on Alaba. The earth is burnt. The magic of scorched earth. It's a range annihilation magic that covers the widespread ground completely with flame and changes into the Hell's Field. Moreover, the frightening point of this magic is that the effect continues. I have already escaped into the air, but, as far as my eyes can see, the earth below has been covered by the roaring intense heat completely. The earth is originally Alaba's field, and that has completely become my away. The flame swallows everything. Even the aftermath alone is hot. The corpse of greater Teratex that have been left on the ground burn out.
Ah! My meal!
Although a lot of corpses were blown off in the Mortal Kombat with Alaba a while ago,
because of this flame, everything disappeared completely. What the heck? How dare you do it? The grudge of the meal. I will have you pay for this. Countermeasures? I will surpass even that. Bring it on. Above is the bees. Below is fire. What's this? The correct answer is my present situation, damn it. Hey bees, You guys are troublesome. Why are you attacking me in this situation? No matter how many attacks I receive from the bees, it won't be a damage. But with the present situation that a chance might be fatal, please give me a break.
The ground still blazes. At the center, Alaba releases a breath aiming at me. I avoid it in the air. Incidentally, I cut the approaching bee in two with my sickle. The corpse that fell is burnt by the flame.
Alaba, who's at the center of the flame, is not unhurt. Unlike Nullity, it will receive damage if it's only a resistance, even if it's the magic shot by itself. The is the higher rank skill of. Although it's amazing that it can acquire the high rank skill suddenly, still, damage can't be nullified after all. The present Alaba is literally waiting for a chance to defeat me while burning its body. The decrease in HP is quite slow, thanks to high-speed recovery. But the body is gradually burnt by the flame. Will it ruin itself if I keep running away like this? There's no way it will be so easy.
The soil around Alaba rises to protect Alaba. It guarded the blazing flame with its forte. Its HP begins to recover rapidly. During the fierce battle, the level of skill has rose. Its HP recovers at the speed to the extent that I doubt that whether it's using or not.
I want to say that which protagonist are you to grow up in the middle of the fight? Such cool development is a special privilege permitted only for the protagonist, you know? What a cheat. How unfair. I want you to give me a break. Let's speak frankly. There's no way I can win in the frontal attack anymore. It's impossible even if everyone returns with. The combat ability of Alaba has increased remarkably to that extent.
The wall of the pit begins to burn to prove it, let alone the bottom. The side is also covered with flame. The place with ground is all covered with fire. The escape for me is only the air where the ground doesn't reach. And enormous energy accumulates in Alaba's mouth, to the extent that it even overruns the air. The ultimate attack that Alaba can't shoot up until now. The ban was finally lifted after being protected by the earth and the flame. Alaba releases its strongest breath that penetrates the air. Even the flame that spreads through the wall blows off. A ray of light gushes out of the underground that can reach to the heaven. I imagined such a scene.
No. If I receive such a thing, I will become cinders. It's definitely impossible. Of course I escaped with transfer.
I'm at the place between the upper layer and the middle layer where I left the corpse of the arch now. As expected, because it's the opposite side of the huge labyrinth, there's no aftermath of the fierce battle. What if there's an earth tremor up to here? The world will collapse.
A break. I eat the arch a little. I have used my SP considerably. Let's replenish once here. It tastes bad. I confirm the already marked Alaba's status and position while eating the arch. Alaba is not moving. Is it absorbed in deep emotion that I was killed? Or is it regretting that it failed to kill me? Either is fine though. I will return soon. My poison has already undermined Alaba's body. The person himself has not noticed it yet. But, as long as I'm not defeated, the poison will erode steadily. Although it's haven't reached the level that it can't be recovered, it will happen eventually. Then, it's my victory. If I can't reduce its HP in a frontal attack, I can just do a different approach. Alaba misunderstands it. I'm not a warrior living by struggles. I'm a mean hunter who deceive, entrap and torment my opponents. Trapping is my best strategy. Poison is my best weapon. Alaba is already in my trap. Alaba has already received my poison. Now, I just need to survive and wait for the poison to erode thoroughly. But the part about surviving is difficult.
I eat the unappetizing arch to recover my SP. I also eat for the stock of, but the large build of the arch still remains. I think that I don't have to worry about food for a while.
Yush! Then, let's return to the battlefield again. Transfer. I transfer to a slightly far place from Alaba. If I transfer in front of Alaba who has I might receive a severe attack.
When thinking about that, a breath flies to the place I transferred. I evade in a hurry. Because I just transferred, I didn't see the breath bullet passes through, grazing my back a little.
Concentrate. The opponent is certainly the strongest among the monsters that I have fought so far. To that opponent, an instant carelessness becomes fatal. I understand that the breath just now was shot after perceiving my transfer sign. I can't use transfer easily anymore. Although it's fine if it's only for escaping, returning is accompanied by the greatest danger. The flame of the ground still blazes, but the flame of the wall has vanished. Incidentally, the bees that flew around too. Seriously, as I imagined it, it looks like the fire of the wall is blown off, and the bees were swallowed up by the breath that rose to the heaven. Even if I say that transfer is dangerous, that breath is impossible to avoid unless I use transfer. It's not a level that I can do anything with my evasion ability. I can't avoid it if I don't have the interval to avoid. But, because it's great move, the consumption is huge. In addition to the activation of scorched earth of the scale that covers the wall, Alaba's MP has decreased considerably after using the strongest breath. It must wait for the recovery of MP in order to use that breath once again. Now then, what is the next move of such Alaba?
Time passes while both of us glared at each other. Alaba is waiting for the recovery of MP. I'm waiting for the poison to work. If time passes for each other, it becomes advantageous. However, Alaba's MP recovery is faster than my poison. Alaba moves, but it didn't release the breath. Alaba understands that the breath won't hit me similar to a while ago. Alaba runs. On the wall surface is covered with flame again. Alaba comes to my side in the air where I am. The wall of the soil that wore the flame rises perpendicularly from the wall surface. The wall of soil reaches the wall on the opposite side as it is, and a bridge is made in the air.
Alaba runs around the wall, and the bridge is built one after another, so that I lose my escape. The air is gradually filled with burning earth. The appearance is totally like the spider thread. I never thought that my enemy will do the same thing that I did.
On the completed innumerable blazing bridges, Alaba runs through it at high speed. Even though gravity is applied to it with, the movement doesn't decline. It runs through the bridge and jumps. The approaching claw. I avoided the claw in the air that became narrow. Alaba lands on another bridge without a sound. And it runs. It jumps again from another place. Avoid. It lands, looks at its recovered MP, and increases the number of bridges even more.
If this continues, my escape will gradually lost, and the situation will get worse. I started to break the bridge with Darkness Bullet since a while ago. The Darkness Bullet is superior to the Darkness Spear in destructive power. The true worth of Darkness Spear is the continuation damage in the state of being pierced. Although it's effective against living opponents, the Darkness Bullet is better against objects.
But when I try to break the bridge, Alaba interferes. If it's that much, it's fine. Alaba attacks at the moment I'm going to shoot the Darkness Bullet. I change the target to Alaba at once, and restraint. Evade at the same time. Alaba makes the new bridge faster than I break the bridge. It's a pain that the bridge won't fall with one Darkness Bullet. I want a magic with more power. Skill proficiency reached. Skill, Darkness Magic LV3 has become Darkness Magic LV4.
Did my wish got through? The skill level of rose. I construct the newly added magic at once.
The generated hits the bridge directly and destroys it, cutting it, the magic of Darkness Blade.
This is not good. It has no significance because it won't break even if I cut it. If it's like this, Alaba can restore it immediately. I withdraw the Darkness Blade and continue to break the bridge with Darkness Bullet, but I can't catch up. Or rather, the range that I can escape has narrowed considerably.
Alaba's jump, the figure of the approaching Alaba's claw, and the tail waiting at the place after I avoided the tail is projected in. Even if I intend to avoid this barely in the limited range to escape, it's impossible to do it.
It can't be helped. I avoid Alaba's attack greatly, and I land on the bridge where flame rises. Hot.
I leave at once. I create the water of the medicine with, and extinguish the fire on my body. My HP is recovered by the effect of the medicine at the same time. Fu, don't think that I will always use poison on myself and decrease my HP.
Although I understood it with that just now, even if I land on the bridge, the decrease of HP is not so much if it's only an instant. If I use as the extinguisher and the recovery, I can almost ignore the wounds. The problem is, will Alaba allow the series of flows before I extinguish the fire?
Alaba attacks again. This time, I also can't avoid it unhurt. I avoid Alaba's attack and land on the bridge. At that moment, Alaba visits me together with the bridge with a breath. Avoid. The sound that the bridge is destroyed at my back resounds, but I can't care about such a thing. The flame burns my body without mercy. Even if I have high-speed recovery, my HP decreases at a considerable speed. Although I want to extinguish it immediately, Alaba takes the opportunity to pursue me, while dodging Alaba's pursuit, but Alaba's further pursuit.
Crap, I get impatient. Is no use. Because I need to avoid Alaba's attack with all my might, I don't have the composure to use. There's no way I can activate transfer in such situation. This is bad.
My HP decreases. The Stockov is exhausted. Alaba's pursuit doesn't stop yet. My HP becomes 0. Is activated. My MP decreases little by little. By having activated, the damage is decreased by effect of, and the MP recovery effect of. But still, my MP decreases gradually.
This is bad. But I barely made it in time.
Alaba's movement worsens rapidly. The worn strengthening skills are removed. There's no power like a while ago anymore, and its movements stopped weakly. My poison has finally checkmated Alaba's life.
My poison, that's...
Slothan % power capable of reaching the gods. Greatly increases the reduction amount of the numerical value in the surrounding system, excluding yourself. In addition, the W system is surpassed, and the right to interfere with the MA area is obtained.
In other words, the decrease of HP, Northern Mariana Islands, and SP for existence other than me, becomes greater. HP and MP have automatic recovery, but SP don't have it. The more it fights with me, the more it uses its full power, the decrease will grow bigger. If it continues to consume SP with, it will be a suitable prey for. There's no means for Alaba who doesn't have to notice this. It became the already hopeless stage, and it finally noticed the starvation that undermine itself. There's hardly any SP remains in the present Alaba. The match has been decided.
I extinguish the fire on my body with a relieved breath. My decreased MP begins to recover rapidly.
Alaba can't move anymore. It has no power to move. Although the HP has not changed yet, if the SP is exhausted, the HP will also be exhausted at the same time. And its SP is in a situation where it might be exhausted just by moving a little. Now, it's like I can just boil it or roast it. Although it was a harder fight than what I expected, it became the end as my assumption. I have judged that it was impossible to reduce Alaba's HP completely from the beginning. The skill of the scale series possessed by the dragon species that obstructs magic has a very bad affinity with me. Even if I hit it physically, it's like the hand used to hit aches. Alaba's defensive ability is overwhelmingly higher than my offensive ability. That's why I give up on the HP. If the HP is not good, I should just reduce the SP. And the one that can do it is my broken skill number 4. Sloth was acquired relatively quick after I evolved into Ede-Sane. To be honest, because I didn't understand the explanation, I didn't regard it highly. But when I acquired it, I was surprised of the good affinity with me. If I use not only the HP, but the decrease of the other status also becomes greater. Although there's not much effect on Alaba, when it's an opponent that don't have it becomes a brutal combo to the extent that I can win with this only. In addition, if I use it with transfer, I can force a one-sided protracted war on my opponent. I can always confirm my opponent's status by marking, interfere its meal by appearing suddenly with transfer, and even wait for its SP to be exhausted thoroughly. I mean, this was the strategy that I was going to use on Alaba. Because it has acquired an unnecessary thing like, it was dangerous that it became impossible to use my transfer thoughtlessly. Among the skills that Alaba acquired, the most troublesome one might have been. Because Alaba bring out its full power that can be said as desperate effort, I succeeded in exhausting its SP more faster. If Alaba has more composure, the result might be different because there were neither carelessness nor a chance. It was defeated conversely. It's a nasty strategy even if I say so myself. Well then, Alaba, have you composed a haiku? I will help you. It's time to put an end to our fight. If you can't move, I can shoot magic as much as I like. Will its HP be reduced finished first? Or will its SP be exhausted first? I wonder which is it.
I look down on Alaba from the air, while a vulgar smile floats in my heart. Alaba raises its neck slowly. Our eyes met. It startled. Those eyes were freshly clear.
What's with those eyes? You lost to me. You should be more frustrated like a loser.
Alaba turned its body over slowly like warding off my abusive language. However, only its neck is facing me straightly. And abnormality occurs in Alaba's appraised status. The character of the skills become gray. This is the activation of the skills being turned off. By turning off the skills that are activated continuously, the color of the character when appraising becomes gray. Alaba's skills become gray one after another. The skill that severely tormented me also. Various resistance type skills as well.
So, you won't resist, huh? What's with that? Really, what's with that? Why are you satisfied arbitrarily? Because you did your best, you have no regrets? Is it like that? Don't joke with me. Be greedier, beg for your life more, live and struggle. Why can you throw away your life so easy? Life, if you lose it once, it won't return to you anymore, you know? Because I was reincarnated, it might not be persuasive, but usually, it's the end when you die, you know? How can you end it gallantly? Then, what am I who struggle to not wanting it to end? Or, is it because you know that it won't end even if you die in this world? If that's the case, it's irritating all the more. Fine. I will kill you just as you wish.
I release all evil eyes. Grudge, stasis, magnetism, and extinction. Alaba's body became dust and vanished without resisting. Experience points has reached a certain degree. Individual, ED Sane LV19 has become LV20. Every basic ability rose. Level up bonus skill proficiency was acquired. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Fighting Spirit LV9 has become Fighting Spirit LV10. Conditions met. Skill Fighting Spirit LV10 has evolved into Skill War God Spirit LV1. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Anger LV2 has become Anger LV2 has become Anger LV2. Skill points gained stained. Experience points has reached a certain degree. Individual, ED Sane LV20 has become LV21. Every basic ability rose. Level up bonus. Skill proficiency was acquired. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Evil Eye of Extinction LV3 has become Evil Eye of Extinction LV4. Skill points gained. Experience points has reached a certain degree. Individual, ED Sane LV21 has become LV22. Every basic ability rose. Level up bonus. Skill proficiency was acquired. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Telekinesis LV1 has become Telekinesis LV2. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Evil Eye of Magnetism LV1 has become Evil Eye of Magnetism LV2. Skill points gained. Experience points has reached a certain degree. Individual, ED Sane LV22 has become LV23. Every basic ability rose. Level up bonus. Skill proficiency was acquired. Skill proficiency reached. Skill High Speed HP Recovery LV7 has become High Speed HP Recovery LV8. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Thread Talent LV8 has become Thread Talent LV9. Skill proficiency reached. Skill /Resistance LV5 has become /Resistance LV6. Skill points gained. Experience points has reached a certain degree. Individual Edsane LV23 has become LV24. Every basic ability rose. Level up bonus skill proficiency was acquired. Skill proficiency reached. Skill blunt resistance LV5 has become blunt resistance LV6. Skill proficiency reached. Skill fear resistance LV9 has become fear resistance LV10. Conditions met. Skill fear resistance LV10 has evolved into skill great fear resistance LV1. Skill points gained.
It became an awfully bad victory.
A boring work was pressed to me. I handle the daily magic training while looking at the night sky. Recently, even if I repeated training, there's no growth at all. This is probably because of my age. If it's like this, I will approach my lifespan before I reach the magic's essence. It's frustrating. How frustrating to be lack of talents.
Teacher, training magic control at such a time.
A person's life is short. If a person values sleeping time, mastering magic is a dream within a dream.
I respect such strong passion to magic, but there's no magician in this world who can surpass teacher anymore.
Ah! I laugh at my apprentice's words. You don't understand anything at all. This me is the world's strongest? What a joke. Me who has no talents can only put efforts like this to compensate for it. I was just regretting of my lack of talents now.
Teacher, if you say that you have no talents, then it means that we don't have talents.
I'm saying so. Even if you lionize that you're a genius, after all, it's a man's body. There's even the people who can reach the gods in this world. Compared with them, man is weak. I can't help but to grieve like that. I still remembered it clearly. That divine appearance, that person who have reached the extremity of magic. The one that comes to my mind is the existence who's the top of magic that I saw once. That artistic existence. Compared with that person, I'm just a stone on the roadside. If I'm seen by an existence equal to the god, everyone is the same. Even if the stone on the roadside is somewhat large, a stone is only a stone.
What's wrong?
When I'm in melancholic nostalgia, another apprentice comes quietly. Then, the apprentices start talking.
It's teacher's usual disease. Teacher is at the age already. He might start to grow senile soon.
I can hear it, fools. I turn around, stare lightly, and the two apprentices shrug their shoulder unnaturally. Good grief, both are not lovable apprentices. This is bad. The magic control was disordered by that just now. To be disordered by such thing, as expected, I'm inexperienced no matter how much time passes.
Teacher, although this might be a needless care, please don't tell anyone about that story except us, okay?
I understand that much.
Then, it's fine. The elderly have suffered from direct damage. Even if it's not so, there are those that lose their relatives.
I told you that I understand it. Don't worry needlessly.
Or rather, isn't teacher also was mortally wounded? It's mysterious that you can have such thoughts.
Because I was conceited at that time. I was shown clearly that there's a top on the top. At the same time, how small am I as well? I'm thankful from the bottom of my heart to meet that person. The unrivaled magician, even in the Rengzant Empire, that values valor. That's my evaluation at that time, and the position still continues. At that time, I was foolish. I never doubt that I was the top of the world, and that lengthened nose broke by that incident. At the same time, I knew that there's an area where it can't be reached with a person's body. I regret that I was born as a human.
Teacher, it's not strange that the statement means that you support the demons depending on how it's grasped.
Demons don't have much different with humans. It's pitiful. The humans and the demons are small vessels that crushes each other. I don't understand how small my existence is.
Teacher, what if someone heard about it?
There's no one here other than us. Besides, even if it's heard, what can they do? Do you think that this country now has the right to judge a guest general of a foreign country? I'm now at the royal castle of Anarik Kingdom, the country where the inside has already crumbled by Prince Hugo's strategy. The appearance as a country is still kept, and it doesn't makes the outside feels like that, but the fact is that it's suppressed by our Rengsund. This country is driven into the state that it can no longer function properly by the power of the unknown skill that Prince Hugo has. The king dies, the innocent third prince and fourth prince are labeled as terrorists who committed national treason, and the remaining first prince and second princess have been brainwashed. The most nobles are puppets. Although it seems that only the fourth prince escaped safely, the third prince will be executed tomorrow, and the engagement of Prince Hugo and the already brainwashed second princess has been announced, and this country became Prince Hugo's puppet. I'm the insurance when the safely escaped fourth prince returns to rescue the third prince. Well, returning to here knowing that it's a trap is unthinkable, unless he's a great idiot. By now, he should be taking refuge in a country. The highest possibility is the Samar Kingdom, where the first princess married. In other words, there's no turn for me. This is boring.
Isn't it good to be peaceful? That's right. I don't want a dangerous mission like the recent Great War.
The recent battle was considerably a large-scale one. The demons attacked all at once at each fort that separates the humans and the demons' territory. Although the battle in the fort where I was ended when I shot the head of the demon general, the other forts have considerable damage. Well, I have nothing to do with such thing. The problem is, even though I killed the demon general, my level didn't rose. My level is 78. In the legend, it said that the humans can evolve if the level reaches 100. However, I will probably die because of my lifespan earlier than reaching level 100. Because even I defeated an important person called the Demon General, my level didn't rose, so I can't expect a drastic level up from now on. Though I'm a little interested in the fourth prince, who's the true hero. Although Prince Hugo is the new hero announced by the church to the society, the genuine hero is the escaped fourth prince. Although Prince Hugo also have inborn abnormal strength, it seems that the fourth prince is also the same. If such fellow became the hero, how strong did he become? I'm interested. Surpassing the human's limit that I have trying to accomplish might be possible.
I heard in the rumor that this country's fourth prince has the power almost equal to Prince Hugo. After all, Prince Hugo is an existence that's out of common sense. When I think that such aberrant existence will attack, it makes me tremble.
Han, certainly Prince Hugo is aberrant, I will admit it. However, that is not good.
Teacher, do you want to be beheaded?
What's wrong saying that the person is not good when he's really not good? What, you guys only have to be silent about it.
Saying such thing, don't you think that we are manipulated by Prince's suspicious skill?
Do you think that I, who can't recognize whether you are sane or not?
Ah, that's right. Really, why did you raise a skill like to level 10? So, what part of Prince that teacher thinks that's not good?
He's not good to the extent that if I start talking, it won't stop. If I have to say it, it's everything.
This old man denied everything. The prince can exhibit tyranny for a short time. Teacher then, won't Rengzand Empire's future might be shut?
I don't know. Although I somewhat have attachment to the country, the aim at the essence of magic is more important. If the country is ruined, it doesn't seem bad to even retire and live quietly.
Even if teacher is okay with it, what about us?
That is something I don't know. You should just do as you please. The apprentices leak a grand sigh. I gaze at the other side of the sky, and I was surprised a little. Apparently, it seems that he's a great idiot. Foolish apprentices, prepare for battle.
Eh?
The fourth prince have appeared.
Seriously?
Seriously. Prepare already. I ignore the apprentices that start preparing in a hurry. I begin to construct magic. Well then, show me the power of the hero.
Sensei, I will still go and save Nisama.
Sensei bites her lips to my determined voice. Surely, Sensei understands that I won't draw back.
Will you go, no matter what?
Yes.
Oh, I see. I will also follow.
Sensei, this is my problem. There's no need for Sensei to follow me forcibly.
I can't let Shun-kun go there alone.
It's not alone. Of course I will also go.
Katia, but...
Please let me go. Even though I was manipulated, I must at least settle the things that I have caused. The same color of determination as me can be seen in Katia's eyes. In other words, she don't intend to draw back.
I understand. But don't force yourself, okay?
Yes. She agrees obediently. But the words can't be trusted in any way. The Katia now has the atmosphere that seems to be do reckless things calmly.
If Shun-kun is going, of course I will also go.
Hiren-san.
Don't worry, I will protect Jo-chan.
Hiren-san who talks to me with telepathy. If that's the case, I'm relieved.
Well then, what to do about the strategy?
Defeat Hugo. That's the only one.
That's impossible.
Sensei's words.
Hugo-kun, no, Hugo have already transferred to Rengzand Empire, together with Su-chan.
What?
Shun, you did acquire the space magic, right? What's the level?
It's useless. The level rise of space magic is slow, so it's only 3. I can't learn transfer just by training it from now.
In the royal castle of Inare Kingdom, there's a thing called Transfer Circle that goes directly to the Kasanagra continent. But even if it's used, there's still a distance to the Rengzan Empire. No matter how we struggle, it's impossible to reach the Rengzan Empire before Nisama's execution. So, they escaped, huh?
Yes, that's why it's impossible to kill Hugo.
Kill?
I feel shaken to Sensei's words.
Shun-kun, don't tell me you intend to let Hugo, who caused this situation, to live.
No, but...
Shun-kun, I regret that I only deprive his skill and status at that time. If only I care for him after that, it might not become like this. However, if I kill him at that time, this kind of thing will never happen.
I shivered to the glitter of Sensei's gloomy eyes. Sensei is serious. She seriously thinks of killing Hugo.
Even I can't forgive Hugo. Father was killed. Sue and many people are manipulated. There's no way that I can forgive him. But I never thought of killing him. I can't think of it. Even if it becomes like this, I'm still hesitating to kill a person.
Anyway, killing Hugo comes after we save Leston-kun. Let's think of other plans.
Everyone except me accept the dangerous word kill obediently. Is this because I'm strange? I might be strange. Even if I see objectively, what Hugo has done so far deserves a certain death, and yet it might be strange that the me who's the victim don't hold any killing intent. But, after all, it's the figure of the great hero that comes to my mind, Julius Nisama. That person too, it doesn't mean that he can't kill people. I'm sure that he has killed a lot of demons with his hands, but still, in his mind, was there an evasive feeling to killing similar to me?
I shake my head. Now I should think about rescuing Leston Isamar, who's my another older brother.
On the night before Nisama's execution, we infiltrate into the place where Nisama is caught and escape. I think this is the only one to avoid useless combat.
Everyone thinks to my proposal.
It's full of problems.
Hirin-san mutters.
In what way?
First of all, we don't know where Leston is caught. If we don't know where it is, it's useless to infiltrate.
If that's the case, my skill is useful.
Sensei raises her hand to Hirin-san's words.
I have a special skill for the ruler. It has the ability to search a specific skill that a living thing has. Because I know Leston-kun's skill composition, I'm sure that the place can be known if I use this skill.
I nod, I see. I understand the reason why Sensei can gather us former students in a short time. She used the skill in search for the garbled text skill that only we have.
Then, about the second problem. Soldiers will surely be stationed around Leston. What do you plan to do with that?
We are strong enough to not lose to normal soldiers. Because there's a limit to stealth, we will just have to force our way through when we are found.
I answer this time. The members here are all powerful people among the humans. There's no way that we will lose to a normal soldier.
There's surely a trap. What to do with it?
Crush all of it.
I declare it. We have the power to that extent. I believe so.
Then, I will say the greatest concern. What will you do if Leston has been brainwashed?
I can't answer Hirin-san's words immediately. That's also something I thought before. Judging from Hugo's character, he will do the things that I hate the most, and that is to brainwash Leston Isama. And when we came to save Leston Isama, we will be attacked by him. The more worst one is to force Leston Nisamata to suicide in front of us. If it's only being attacked, it's settled if we can hold him down. But it's difficult to stop the suicide. Either way, in the case where Nisama has been brainwashed, the situation becomes severe.
I have a plan.
But I have a secret plan. If possible, I don't want to use it. But when the situation is bad, it's not the time to keep it.
If Nisama has been brainwashed, could you leave it to me?
And can you do something?
Yes.
I declare, I won't let Hugo make anyone do as he please anymore.
What's left is the rescue of the people other than Nisama.
Everyone frowned to my words.
Shun, that's impossible.
Why is it?
Although I don't know how many people have been caught in this matter, I'm sure that it's a large number of people. We don't have the composure to escape while guarding them.
But...
Shun, I agree with Hirin-san.
Kadia.
Shun, we are not gods. There are things that are possible and impossible. Even if you save everything, the damage will only enlarge. When I tried to object Kachia's words, I noticed that her hands are grasped tightly. That's right. Kachia didn't talk about how are her parents and the people of the Duke House at all. From Kachia's appearance, I can somehow guess it. But she never say to save them. Kachia has gave up to save her parents. I'm sure that she wants to save them.
I understand. The one we will be rescuing this time is only Leston Isama.
I said it with heartbroken thoughts. Even I'm worried about what happened to Clivia after that. I want to save Sue and the other brainwashed people, but that can't be done. I don't have the power to do it.
It's favorable that Hugo is not there, but, Shun, use frequently just in case. He returned with transfer, so that means that he might return with transfer. It might become a situation where someone of us has been brainwashed before we know.
That's right.
Sensei, because it's like that, please accept Shun's appraisal. Katya's sharp words. I see, so Katya's aim is this. What's wrong? If you never did anything guilty, it should be fine to accept the appraisal. Or, is there something that must not be seen?
That's...
Sensei. If you don't accept Shun's appraisal here, I can't take actions with you. After Sensei kept silent for a while to Katya's words, she nodded without power.
Go ahead!
I activate to Sensei's words. High status. High-level skills. Because I have expected it, I don't feel surprised. And the thing that Sensei wanted to conceal.
Don't worry. There's no suspicious point in Sensei's status.
Is that so? If Shun says so, I will believe. Sensei, I'm sorry for doubting you.
No, it's all right.
Sensei flustered to the bowing Katya.
Why?
What do you mean?
I played dumb to Sensei's question in telepathy.
You should understand what I mean.
I have expected it. That's right. I have expected it. In Sensei's skill, there's...
Shun-kun, don't tell me. You...
I ignore Sensei's telepathy on purpose. What I have to think now is how to infiltrate into the place where Nisama is caught.
Ah, Shun. When did you raise such a cavalry drake?
We are now flying in the sky, riding on the drake's back.
Well, this guy was not a drake until recently, but when I form a contract with the summon skill, it evolved before I know.
A huge white drake that it still has composure even if we ride on it. It accompanied me originally by the skill which is the pre-evolution skill of. It's a monster called Pura that has a figure similar to a lizard that can be found everywhere. Even if it's said as a monster, its size is around the size of a palm, so there's hardly any harm. And it evolves into a low-rank drake before I know. And when I summon it again after I became the hero, it has become a high-rank drake. Moreover, it's a rare light drake. Is it the hero correction?
It should be.
Katya and Sensei say so, and I think that maybe because I became the hero, my attendant monsters also receive the influence. Although there are several monsters that I have contracted, all of them also have evolved. You cheater.
Don't say it in Japanese purposely.
Though I do thought that I will be told that.
We should conceal ourselves with, and now.
Everyone erase their presences to my words. On top of that, I activate and disappear like fusing with the darkness. If we erase the sound with, we shouldn't be found from the ground as long as nothing great happens. Even though I thought about that, I construct a magic in a hurry and shoot it around the street of the royal capital that comes into view.
Huh? Huh?
Shun!
We are being sniped! The opponent is a considerable magic user.
Impossible! Shooting a magic accurately towards this upper sky.
We are flying about 1,000 meters in the sky. If it's a normal magic, it shouldn't be able to reach such a long distance. I activate, and I look for the person who used the magic just now. The elderly person is standing grandly on top of the castle's wall, to the extent that it's unnecessary to search. I look at the elderly person's magic construction. I leaked a voice of admiration unintentionally to the height of the perfection. It was an advanced magic construction to that extent.
The second shot is coming.
I call for vigilance beforehand. I grip the drake's bridle. The magic that comes flying at high speed is dodge in a paper-thin difference. Although the drake has the skill that has a magic attenuation effect, I can't rely on it too much. Now that we have already been discovered, there's no meaning to stick with espionage action.
I will accelerate. Hold on tight.
I handle the bridle and accelerate without stopping from the sky towards the ground like falling, while avoiding and intercepting the magic shot by the elderly person.
Ah, crap. I can't win.
What? Teacher?
Stop it. We will retreat.
I tap such telepathy communication Although I was cautious whether it's a trap or not for a moment, they really disappeared to somewhere with transfer. Surprisingly, all of the people in the castle that have great magical power disappeared too.
And?
I muttered disappointingly, and I became dumbfounded for a while.
It looks like the attack stopped.
Apparently, it looks like they retreated because they can't win.
They withdraw too quickly. The possibility of this being a trap seems to be high.
No, it was not such atmosphere when I tapped with telepathy.
Either way, let's proceed carefully.
Okay.
However, when we motivate ourselves and proceed carefully, we manage to infiltrate into the castle easily.
Did they really retreat?
I think so.
This is a little letdown. I return the light Drake, and although it might be now, espionage action starts again.
Sensei, where's Lestan Nisama's present location?
He's at the South Spire.
Understood.
We communicate with telepathy and advance carefully. It's silent in the castle to the extent that it's eerie. There's not even a person. It's strange.
This is surely a trap.
We be cautious of traps and advance carefully, but we easily arrive at Spire, where Lestan Nisama's is confined without anything happen. The problem is, there are about 2 presence of people beside of Nisama. I activate and look at the state inside.
There are 2 people besides Nisama. It's Anna and Clevia.
How is it?
They look blank. I think that they have been brainwashed.
Understood. Shun, you said you have a plan, but can you somehow manage it, even if it became 3 people?
I manage somehow.
It's possible to be attacked. So let's make preparations for combat first.
That's right. I will rush in first.
The tension increases. Hyrin-san signaled with his hand and rushes in. I follow after him. Hyrin-san stiffens with his shield prepared. At the same time as we rush in, the 3 people aim for suicide. Hyrin-san returns from stiffening and tries to stop them, but he doesn't make it in time. They pierce their eyes without hesitation with the thick needle that they hold in their hand. The needle buried deeply into the eye socket and destroys the brain. The defensive ability of this world even has effect on things that are regarded as soft parts in the earth, like the eyes. The sense of touch is the same, and it becomes difficult to be damaged. It should be like that, but the needle entered the 3 people's eyes without any resistance. Apparently, it seems that the needle has an additional effect.
Damn it!
Hyrin-san throws away his sword and shield and catches the 3 falling bodies skillfully.
Shun, the recovery!